computer screen displayed a congratulatory message, making the person very excited. Success. Ryu exclaimed happily. Damn it, finally did it, I broke the record. He stood up abruptly. Finally beat this damn game. The audience clicked their tongues. Shindong is amazing actually. Did it fluffy, the first person in the world. Tesk, Kangaroo and Chunsu, congratulations. What he was talking about was a medieval combat-style defense of the Empire game, a classic title that had always proudly boasted its super difficult level, released for nearly a decade now. Finally, someone had successfully conquered it. He proudly declared, that's right, that person is me, I told you so. Ryu pointed at himself. No matter how difficult the game is, someone will always overcome it. I am a game live streamer. The camera on the computer flashed a light, focusing on the person who only aimed to conquer all classic games with high difficulty. His channel also had a rather bizarre appearance. Subscribe classic net subscribers, 2,340,000 video 172, just from the ID you could already tell. Ryu enthusiastically replied to each person, Thank you Yogu for donating 300,000. No, it's all thanks to everyone, you've all worked so hard. He couldn't stop thinking about his achievement. The game has been out for 10 years, and I'm the first person in the world to conquer a stage that no one has ever passed. How should I put it? Aren't I a bit of a top-notch player? While the young man was still busy praising himself, a comment popped up from a gamer who said what achievement could be more awesome, speaking of, which there's one thing I still find a bit of a pity. The message from Sangi made him speechless in the final decisive battle. That Saintess character died, which was so sad for the level character who carried the team on their back. Returning to the screen, the chaotic scene inside remained, perhaps because the viewers were too invested in the game characters. They all hoped that everyone would survive until the very end. But the result was that, except for the main character, Lucas, everyone died. He also pondered, my goal was never for the whole team to survive, but to reach the very end. A strange sense of loneliness arose in Ryu. Even though I defeated the final boss, the sleepless water nymph, last stage, clear stage Mu. Lucas, SSR, Hell difficulty, and Ironim mode, clear war ranking, first player name, classic net only. Lucas stood there rooted to the spot. He looked closely at every detail inside in front of the boss he had defeated. He stepped on countless corpses piled up like mountains of enemy and allied soldiers. The young man sadly lowered his head. Why did it become like this? The character Lucas kept appearing in his mind with that lonely silhouette that's basically just a character in a game, but that silhouette still looks a bit lonely. Gradually, everything darkened with the white words, the end. Ryu rested his chin on his hand, feeling a bit sad. His emotions were interrupted by another notification. A viewer wondered, Win isn't on the game developer's side, so shouldn't they send some kind of reward? He immediately laughed. Why would they suddenly give me a gift? Another comment followed. Lice should give something as proof that you cleared that super difficult stage. He exclaimed in surprise, I understand. Ryu humbly told them rewards are unnecessary, being able to accompany everyone. All this time has been fun enough, hasn't it? However, a comment bluntly exposed him. Biano, look at that ambitious look. Baby Boo even thought you'd say you'd accept anything. Beyond Blaster, no need to hide it. We can tell you're really looking forward to it. The young man quickly waved his hand. Where did Mr. A go? He's been missing for a long time. The game disc next to him lay still on the table. It's been too long. Ryu leaned back to relax a bit. I don't even remember anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Director, Mr. A, hello you classic game fanatic. I am the Director of Defense of the Empire. He widened both eyes in astonishment. Numerous question marks also popped up in the comments. The game director continued. First of all, thank you very much. Actually, I had almost given up on this game. He became even more confused. Is that for real? The director confided, I originally thought that no one would ever succeed, but thanks to your successful completion, I actually breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Ryu replied shyly. No, it's not necessary to thank me like this. Suddenly he blurted out strange words. It's fortunate that you have given us hope. Ryu immediately thought in another direction. Hope could they be planning to develop Defense of the Empire too? An offer was made. We have clearly seen your abilities and skills. We sincerely hope you can spare some time to come here and help us. Ryu muttered again. Skills, abilities. The young man's reason wavered. What is this? Is he trying to be dramatic? No way. Would the founder watch my live stream, or should I just kick him out? Ryu immediately mocked. Oh, it's the game founder. No, it should be the person who claims to be the game founder, right? Suddenly his screen turned golden with dense static. The young man's image flickered along with it. Is this what he meant? His vision gradually darkened, causing him to panic what's suddenly happening. Rue's body slowly fell. Did I play games for too long and get dizzy? All he could see was a bright yellow color from the screen, but if something happens to me, the viewers will call someone to rescue me immediately. Before finishing, the director politely thanked him. Thank you for playing Defense of the Empire. Finally, the golden light closed. Thank you for playing Protect the Empire. Everything shifted to a chaotic scene as countless magic spells fell thunderously to the ground. The young man's eyes quickly widened. Ryu sat up in a panic, letting out a loud cry. The clothing and scenery had changed, but he hadn't had time to realize what that sound was just now. At this moment, a piece of the rock in front of him suddenly fell off. Before Ryu could recover, he suffered another big shock. What the hell is this? He huddled up in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Ryu's hand braced against the rocky ground. The young man groaned and stood up step by step. A plume of black smoke billowed from the muzzle of the gun. It quickly spread, causing Ryu to cough continuously. This is the smell of gunpowder. A rope was lit with a flame and was gradually burning downwards. The cannon next to Ryu fired powerfully. He sat aside, his mind blank from the things before his eyes. Ryu's face was blank for a moment. Another explosion erupted beside him due to a bomb sending dirt and rocks flying. He also began to feel annoyed. What the hell is this? Enough already. But when he turned his head, Ryu immediately saw more bizarre things. The flags bearing the insignia of that army fluttered in the wind. The knights beside him wore hard armor and held sharp weapons, incredibly powerful. What is this? They surrounded Ryu and divided to block them quickly. The young man still hadn't grasped the situation and was still gaping. War unfolded before the eyes of someone who lived in peace. What the hell is this situation? The knights on this side kept firing arrows with crossbows. Those on the other side gritted their teeth and endured the hits. He began to understand everything that was happening. War. A warrior stopped and gasped for breath in front of him. He rushed over. Your Highness. Ryu looked at him questioningly. The warrior's face looked very fierce. Are you all right? He was immediately frightened by him, the enemy. Then Ryu retreated quickly as lightning. Don't come here. He shouted loudly, I told you not to come near me. The warrior froze, his whole body trembling. His sword was also thrown to the ground. The man quickly bowed his head before him. Your Highness, your subordinate deserves to die. Tears streamed down his face. Your Highness, please save us. However, Ryu still couldn't understand what was suddenly wrong with this guy. The young man carefully sat up. He walked up to the warrior and started talking. Hey, mister. While he was still speaking, a sudden attack appeared. Calm down first. The young man's mouth hung wide open in shock. The artillery shell struck directly and exploded violently. Ryu's weak body flew backward. He slammed into the ground painfully again. The young man trembled with each breath as he struggled to get up. He breathed out a sigh. Ryu wondered to himself, what is this? Was that a bomb just now? Beside his hand, a blue light shone brightly again. A magical flame erupted beside him and burned everything to ashes. He was utterly shocked. What the hell is this again? The footsteps of the warriors quickly approached. Over here, over here. The commander shouted loudly, raid team charge. He turned to look at them and was startled. The cavalry focused their strength on the edge of the city walls, absolutely not letting them climb up. The man tried to rush forward with his sword. Something very fast and powerful also rushed out. Its speed made the ordinary warrior's eyes widen. Then he took the full force of the fatal blow. Ryu also saw that bloody scene. The man's body was lifted by tentacles. His arm fell off and rolled several times on the ground. Finally, it fell beside Ryu. Red blood spurted out from the impact. Blood splattered onto the young man's face. He fearfully retreated quickly. At this time, other warriors around were also hit and screamed. They helplessly grabbed the tentacles while being pierced like meat. Both of them bled and fell at the same time. Ryu's face darkened outside that city wall. What exactly? The monster still calmly released poison from its mouth. What is out there? Its huge legs were revealed. With its strength, it reached the front of the young man. The monster's red eyes flashed again. It roared loudly to threaten the person in front of it. He covered both ears and suddenly thought of ants. The soldiers hurriedly turned towards him. Raid team, quickly advance and attack. They still spoke loudly while the cut was right at his neck. Don't let them get close. The monster only needed to swing its leg slightly to cut them down cleanly. Ryu began to tremble uncontrollably. His arm was completely powerless and couldn't move. The monster's leg, stained with blood, slammed into the ground violently. Its red eyes were deeply imprinted in Ryu's eyes. Is this a dream, or is it all just an illusion? Now it could get closer to him. This situation is clearly unacceptable. The monster's sharp leg lifted up. Don't treat me like this. It decisively brought down its attack. Rue gritted his teeth in fear. Am I just going to die like this and watch? At this moment, a head of golden hair suddenly intervened, Your Highness. His hand tightly gripped the sword. Why are you avoiding reality like this? The sword blade was dyed in a bright golden color. That person's eyes were also serious as they shone brightly. The sword stroke descended straight from above onto the large spider. It immediately split into two different pieces. After dealing with the monster, that person turned towards Rue. He smiled. Why are you reacting like this? The young man was stunned, his mouth open but unable to say a word. The warrior raised an eyebrow. He sat down and asked him with concern, Your Highness, is your body all right? He worried if there were any injuries, while Rue had a familiar feeling. This face, it looks familiar no matter how I look at it. Rue's memory automatically replayed a silhouette. Then the young man blurted out, Lucas. That warrior was surprised indeed. He turned away in pain. Your head is injured, isn't it? Then Lucas lifted him up. It's all right. It's still fortunate that you finally called out my name. In my entire life as your guard, you have never remembered my name. The words of the person in front of him made the young man even more panicked. What? Ryu stared intently at the knight, making him confused. Is that really Lucas? Wait a minute, if this is... Then he gradually realized everything could this place be. The young man's vision automatically zoomed out. Clearly, he was standing on a citadel surrounded by the sound of bombs. White smoke also billowed before the wave of attacks. Rue exclaimed, I'm in the game defense of the Empire. His lips tightened. Old memories flooded back. It was that super difficult game he had just broken the record for, before arriving in this place defense of the Empire. The monster's mouth opened wide again and spat out viscous poison. It's that game. They were approaching in incredibly large numbers the very place he had struggled to defend. The bodies of the monsters rose into a hole and fired bombs. A horde of ghouls swarmed forward. He gasped and turned behind him before shouting in his mind, It's that damn hard game. The young man wondered to himself why. Several projectiles from the monsters shot out. They hit the stone wall and slowly corroded it with poison. An accidental blow struck right in front of Rue, causing him to feel immense pressure. His eyes still reflected horror. Why did I transmigrate into this game? The person beside him called out, Your Highness, he replied, Lucas. His hand rested on Rue's shoulder. Lucas carefully instructed, the enemy is about to advance. It's the Black Spider Army. The destructive power of the monsters didn't stop. The fortress is on the verge of collapse, but the spiders won't be active after sunset. The sunlight was very close to the mountains only 30 minutes before sunset. Lucas continued to draw his sword, therefore. He turned his back to the monsters. Then his guardian warrior affirmed, Until then, I will do my best to delay them, Your Highness. Rue was stunned. Why is he protecting me, and what did he call me, Your Highness? Who am I now? The battle gradually ended as night fell. Lucas was still normal, but the army had quickly begun rescue operations. He's still breathing. Bring the stretcher here. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it subsided. Those black spiders are gradually retreating. However, the actions of the person in front of him raised questions, Your Highness. Rue stood frozen and looked down. Their city walls were stained with the blue blood of monsters. Their bodies were pierced with arrows and the blood of soldiers. He spoke Lucas. The person beside him quickly replied, Yes, Your Highness. The young man then asked, What day is today and where are we? Lucas replied in one breath, The last day of the second month, year 649. According to the royal calendar, we are currently at the frontline fortress on the border. He suddenly gritted his teeth. So tomorrow is the first day of the third month, year 649. His guardian warrior agreed, That's right. Ryu's eyes narrowed. On the first day of the fifth month, year 649. According to the royal calendar, the monsters begin their siege. I am exactly in the place. The young man couldn't restrain himself and bit his lower lip, falling into an extremely dangerous situation. Of course, it's like that. Their city walls were enveloped in the cold night wind. Since I started playing tower defense games, I've experienced this situation and this place hundreds of times. Only now did he realize his identity. He was Asvan. Ryu turned and placed his hand on his chest. My name is Asvan Hader Everback. Lucas acknowledged, That's right. Your Highness. Ryu bitterly held his head and immediately turned away. Why did I transmigrate into this bastard? His identity was originally the one who rode the black horse holding the fluttering flag, the mad third prince of the dynasty, the commander of this battle who had caused countless casualties to thousands of soldiers. The bloody scene was vividly remembered, and that was the character who would meet the most tragic end in the story's conclusion. That name was exactly attached to this body, As von Hader Everback. Why me, damn it? The army and he quickly returned to their resting place at the command tent. Ryu kept cursing himself. This idiot, you should have obediently stayed in the capital. Why did you run to this place? But that was just a way to vent after a long silence. I must be crazy. He slowly recalled the details of a classic tower defense game, Defense of the Empire. The reason this game was widely known was due to the ferocious devil emblem appeared representing the extreme difficulty of the Hell mode. Warriors were the only valuable asset here. An Iron Man mode was used throughout the process. He recalled every detail thanks to his previous memory. These two things could be combined to overcome the Hell mode. And he was also the only person who had ever cleared that Iron Man Hell mode. Clear congratulations not only regarding the obtainable score, he was confident that he had enough skills to find a way to resolve it. Except for one thing, the instructions for this situation. Ryu hurriedly exclaimed, "System window, this stage can't be completed." The system automatically denied his efforts. Even with instructions, you will still fail, because the story only begins when Lucas alone escapes the monster invasion. The monsters they faced were the poisonous spiders in this game. To survive for 3 years, the Black Spider Army was the first thing you had to face. If you wanted to get through half of the second year, how could you fight hundreds of such large monsters? Ryu slapped his own face. Focus, you game addict. He looked up seriously. This is the game I once conquered. A small glimmer of hope ignited in the young man's mind. If I combine all the experiences and knowledge I have, I will definitely find a suitable solution. But the truth was crueler than he imagined. There was nothing in his head. He could only force a smile. Damn it, this time I'm really dead. He looked at the screen and was horrified by the stats on it. What level are these spiders? Stage 0, enemy information. Lord Spider 1, level 60, Assassin, Spider 912, level 55, Warrior, Spider 196, level 55, level 60, and there are thousands more out there. What the hell is this? Looking back at his own side, he was even more disappointed. What's more, the durability of the city wall is stone with ancient cannons, and the only usable weapon here is this old cannon. How can I do anything with this? My chance of victory is almost 0. But Ryu tried his best to reassure himself. Amidst the stormy life I have, to find a way to increase this rate. Calm down, I must be calm. The young man reminded himself of one thing in Iron Man mode. The game doesn't allow saving and reloading, so one wrong step and everything is lost. Ryu's hand summoned countless system screens. Therefore, I have to find every way to make use of these precious moments. Ever since playing this game, I've learned one thing. The flashing blue lights meant that every situation or level had a method to overcome and survive. His sharp eyes scanned through them. Even the slightest chance of survival was a crucial key. Ryu's arm suddenly froze before a piece of information. He quickly tapped on it, found it. Then Ryu kicked open the door and called out loudly, "Lucas." The young man stepped out of the tent and called loudly, "Break time, 02s, where are you? Break time, 0.2s. Lucas, break time, 02s. His guard, break time, 0.2s. Who was by the door? Break time, 0.2s. Quickly replied, break time, 0.2s. I am here, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. I am here, break time, 0.2s. What is the matter? Ryu urgently ordered, break time, 0.2s. Quickly, break time, 0.2s. Gather an army according to my command. The young man was doubtful. Break time, 0.2s. An army, break time, 0.2s. Do you mean the guards, break time, 0.2s, Your Highness? He wondered, break time, 0.2s. You have never summoned them before. Break time, 0.2s. Why now suddenly, break time, 0.2s. Ryu interrupted Lucas. Break time, 0.2s. Don't ask anymore. Break time, 0.2s. Just do as I say. His finger pointed directly at his guard's face. Ryu confidently affirmed, break time, 0.2s. I already have a way to get through this situation. Following the prince's orders, break time, 0.2s, and they were assembled, break time, 0.2s, so he also pulled out a chair to sit down. He leaned over and asked, break time, 0.2s. All right, break time, 0.2s. Here is everyone gathered. In total, break time, 0.2s. There were 4 people with 4 different roles. Ryu looked over and assessed them. Break time, 0.2s. They were all quite familiar faces. The girl who was smiling at him was named Lily. The more blunt young man was called Ken, and the one wearing large round glasses was Demian. Ryu clicked his tongue inwardly. Break time, 0.2s. Tesk, break time, 0.2s. They really are familiar. In his mind's eye, break time, 0.2s. A bloody picture had already been drawn. Break time, 0.2s. I have witnessed their deaths countless times. Break time, 0.2s. But anyway, he asked break time, 0.2s. Why is he curling up like a ball? Demian teared up as if about to cry. Break time, 0.2s. Unable to answer himself. Lily explained for Demian. Break time, 0.2s. He's like this because he just lost a friend today. Break time, 0.2s. Please understand. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Remembering this, break time, 0.2s. Ryu recalled that in the game guide, break time, 0.2s, he was also like this. This character was extremely weak in the game because he was always in an abnormal state, break time, 0.2s, so he was also the first to be sacrificed, break time. 2s, he was a healer who played a crucial role but was ultimately useless. He quickly brushed that aside. Break time, 0.2s. All right, break time, 0.2s. First, the young man's clear words rang out, break time, 0.2s. I will explain now for everyone to understand their role in tomorrow's battle. He turned to the only girl present. Break time, 0.2s. First, break time, 0.2s. Lily, break time, 0.2s. She replied very politely, break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness. Ryu analyzed himself. Break time, 0.2s. Lily is a fire mage. Break time, 0.2s. Positioned as a key member in an army. Break time, 0.2s. Using spells to create considerable damage. Then the task was assigned. Break time, 0.2s. You will be the shield. Break time, 0.2s. Blocking the spider's attacks on our shield. Bearing soldiers. Break time, 0.2s. Lily was surprised. Break time, 0.2s. But your Highness, break time, 0.2s. I am a mage. He didn't answer but continued, break time, yapatu, he turning to Ken. The prince also clearly remembered his strength, break time, 0.2s. Ken is an armored knight with the ability to push back the enemy's front lines. Break time, 0.2s, capable of attracting the spider's attention and attacking them. Break time, 0.2s. He is a tank. Then a dangerous mission was assigned. Break time, 0.2s. You will have to infiltrate deep into the enemy's formation and cause chaos. Break time, 0.2s. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, break time, 0.2s. Infiltrate, break time, 0.2s. Chaos. The weakest person was also taken into consideration. Break time, 0.2s. Next, break time, 0.2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. As mentioned, break time, 0.2s, was a healer, break time, 0.2s, an extremely necessary profession in the game. Then he frankly stated the unexpected break time, 0.2s. From now on, break time, 0.2s. You will become our army's marksman. Break time, 0.2s. You will aim for the most important targets. The more Lucas listened, break time, 0.2s, the more astonished he became at the plan. Break time, das. Finally break time, das. Lucas, break time, das. You will command the remaining soldiers and maintain a solid front line. After they heard this break time, 0.2s, they fell silent. Break time, 0.2s, making him anxious. Break time, 0.2s. What is it? Break time, 0.2s. Everyone, break time, 0.2s. Say something. The warrior. Ken gritted his teeth. He angrily slammed his hand on the wall. Break time, 0.2s. Damn it. Break time, 0.2s. You call this a plan? He roared. Break time, 0.2s. Are you serious? Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Are you planning to put everyone here in danger with this command, break time, 0.2s? Are you crazy? Rue was startled by that loud voice. Break time, 0.2s. But that madman isn't me. Break time, 0.2s. I'm the bastard Rue. Break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. This is a bit crazy. Even he knew that clearly, break time, 0.2s. But this was a level that couldn't be cleared by ordinary means. Break time, 0.2s. So didn't that mean only a madman could get through? A thought arose. Break time, 0.2s. Solid as a pillar. Break time, 0.2s. So Ken, break time, 0.2s. I can't lose here. Rue's eyes turned red with the authority of the noble king's son and the current army commander. He narrowed his eyes and threatened, break time, 0.2s. Do you want to defy my orders? All three people there fell silent under that pressure. Ken also trembled uncontrollably at those words. He stammered, break time, wait-toes. Your Highness, break time, wait-toes. I am just, break time, 0.2s. This was also what Raul expected. Break time, wait-toes. That's right, break time, wait-toes. And Ken, break time, wait-toes. The person in front of you now is that madman. The young man quickly stood up. Break time, 0.2s. Finally, break time, 0.2s. If we lose this battle, break time, 0.2s, everything will end. He suddenly approached Lily so that this plan would work effectively. Rue drew the dagger from his side. Then break time, 0.2s, asked without hesitation, break time, 0.2s. He swung his hand, break time, 0.2s. I have to make them completely obey my instructions. The stab aimed directly at Lily's shoulder. The people there gasped in horror. Enderman was also terrified by that scene. Break time, 0.2s, his face paling. The mage girl was stunned for a moment when she saw her shoulder. A sky-shattering scream erupted from the war tent. But Rue still calmly wore a smile. Break time, 0.2s. You are all capable of clearly hearing orders. Break time, 0.2s. Right. Break time, 0.2s. I will play this madman role through to the end. Everyone there had one question. Break time, 0.2s, or the madman. Ken was sweating all over his face. Break time, 0.2s. The prince is truly a madman. Break time, 0.2s. Doesn't he know how valuable a magician is? He doubted break time, 0.2s, even though Rue's expression was very serious. Break time, 0.2s. How can we go to the battlefield under this guy's command? Flames erupted from Roe's sword strike. Lily became even more panicked as the heat gradually spread along her shoulder. Break time. Twos. Ken hurriedly exclaimed, break time. Twos. That. He also smiled, break time, humtus. And of course, break time, zomtus. He knows, break time, 0.2s. I wonder if the developers put it in as a joke or not. Everything he did was intentional. Break time, 0.2s. But all the beta test characters had hidden skills, break time, 0.2s, characteristics that were completely opposite to their actual personalities. He suddenly asked, break time, 0.2s? Lily, break time, 0.2s. You were once cut by a sword when you were young, break time, 0.2s. Weren't you break time, the 0.2s, when the goblins attacked your village? Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Break time, 0.2s. But the fire didn't go out. Break time, 0.2s, after that accident. Break time, 0.2s. You gained the fireskin trait. Fireskin, break time, 0.2s. A trait born from the fear of sharp weapons. Break time, 0.2s. You can block physical attacks by turning your body into fire. Break time, 0.2s. Each touch consumes megapixels. Break time, 0.2s. As long as you have mana, break time, 0.2s. You can block any physical attack. He repeated his words once more. Break time to Cardus, or am I wrong? Ryu was pleased. Break time, 0.2s. Having calculated it beforehand in his mind, break time, 0.2s. a defensive ability on someone with immense offensive power, break time, 0.2s. There's no way to fully utilize it in the game, break time, 0.2s. But this is reality. The girl's clothes had been burned to a gray ash, break time, 0.2s. I plan to utilize this ability to the maximum, break time, 0.2s. Is there any possibility of clearing this stage? The young man's sly smile widened, break time, 0.2s. Then there's no other choice but to cheat. Rue cursed the game director inwardly, break time, 0.2s. Like you said, break time, 0.2s. You bastard. Break time, 0.2s. You threw me in here. Break time, 0.2s. I will conquer this damn game. Break time, 0.2s. And then I'll catch you and beat you to a pulp. Then he also drew his sword. Break time, 0.2s. Sorry for doing something a bit extreme to prove it. She hesitated. Break time, 0.2s. It's all right. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. But how did you know about this break time? 2s. He deliberately avoided the question. Break time, 0.2s. It doesn't matter anymore. The young man turned to the side again. Break time, 0.2s. Ow, next is... His devilish gaze made the warrior flinch. Break time, 0.2s. Ken, break time, 0.2s. Yes. Ryu bluntly exposed him. Break time, 0.2s. You were a thief when you were young. Break time, 0.2s. Weren't you break time, 0.2s? You came from the slums with countless mouths to feed break time, 0.2s. Becoming a knight must have been very difficult. He was extremely embarrassed. Break time, 0.2s. How did you know? The prince placed the knife in his palm and revealed, break time, 0.2s. I told you, break time, 0.2s. That doesn't matter anymore. Break time, 0.2s. What matters now is what you can do with it. Thief's survival method, break time, 0.2s. Your timing habits are like a thief's. Break time, 0.2s. You can reduce your presence to face danger and avoid attention. Break time, 0.2s. It consumes a lot of HP for each use. Ken was speechless every time he asked, break time, 0.2s. You can steal whenever you want. Break time, 0.2s. Right, break time, 0.2s. You can hide and evade attention. That attitude made Rue wave his sword again. Break time, 0.2s. Or do we need to do another example? Ken bowed 180 degrees immediately. Break time, 0.2s. No, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. You are right, break time, 0.2s. I can, break time, 0.2s. So he didn't question further, break time, 0.2s. All right, break time, 0.2s. Then from now on, break time, 0.2s. You will obey my orders. The knife was also placed on the table, break time, 0.2s. And finally, the prince directly called out that name, break time, 0.2s, Demian. His footsteps lightly approached, break time, 0.2s. You are the trump card of this plan. Break time, 0.2s. Demian. Ryu changed to a gentle expression. Break time, 0.2s. You have extremely sharp eyes. Break time, 0.2s. Don't you? He sat curled up in a corner. Break time, 0.2s. Even when Rue knelt down very close, break time, 0.2s. That's why you could foresee the death of your friend. Demian's eyebrows drooped. Break time, that's 0.2s. His eyes filled with immense sorrow. Painful memories replayed again in his mind. Break time, 0.2s. He was my hometown friend. Break time, 0.2s. But we came from the same orphanage. Small, break time, 0.2s. Powerless arms flailed amidst the battlefield. Break time, 0.2s. In the middle of the battle, break time, 0.2s. He sacrificed himself for me. Break time, 0.2s. Why? Demian's tears flowed down. Break time, 0.2s. Why did you bring us here? Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness. Break time, 0.2s. Why? He was so grief-stricken that he questioned Rue. Break time, 0.2s. What are you planning to do? Every deep word in his heart was spoken, break time 0.2s, or are our meager lives nothing but a game to you? Finally, break time 0.2s. Demian could only earnestly plead, break time 0.2s. Please return Van to me, break time 0.2s. Return my friend to me. That pitiful face screamed, break time 0.2s, return him to me. Outside the tent, break time 0.2s, a warm ray of sunlight shone on a wildflower. Rue wasn't angry, but gently placed his hand on his shoulder. He said seriously to him, break time 0.2s, you can blame me, break time 0.2s. Demian, break time 0.2s, if you need to, break time 0.2s, you can even hate me. Encouraging words rang out, break time 0.2s, but your friend Van sacrificed his life for you, break time 0.2s. Are you going to sit here and wait for death? Break time 0.2s, wasting your friend's sacrifice, break time 0.2s. You need to reclaim what you've lost. He patiently enlightened Demian, break time 0.2s, just because you were at death's door because of a trash commander, break time 0.2s. Are you going to throw away the life your friend sacrificed to save break time 0.2s? You need to take back what you've lost. His hand gently tightened on his shoulder, break time 0.2s, and avenge him. Ryu shouted loudly, break time 0.2s, kill those spiders, break time 0.2s. Go out there and fight, break time 0.2s, and teach them a lesson. He continued to ask Demian, break time 0.2s. Do you want to kill those damn spiders? Break time 0.2s, he weakly replied. Break time 0.2s. Yes. Another similar question was posed by him, break time 0.2s. Then do you want to kill me? The young man fell silent as if thinking. Then the honest answer was revealed, break time 0.2s, startling the other three. Break time 0.2s, yes. But that only made Rao more excited. Break time 0.2s, good. He proposed to Demian, break time 0.2s. I promise, break time 0.2s. After we get out of here, break time 0.2s. I will let you kill me whenever you want. Lucas hurriedly shouted, break time 0.2s. But Rue signaled him to stop, break time 0.2s. Your Highness, he swore to everyone there, break time 0.2s. If the plan fails, break time 0.2s. We will all die, break time 0.2s. If that happens, break time 0.2s. I'd rather let you kill me. The prince used all his gentleness to persuade, break time 2s. I swear on the honor of the royal family, break time 0.2s, even for just one day. That earnest plea moved Demian's heart, break time 0.2s, making him stunned, break time 0.2s. Follow my orders, break time 0.2s. Sometimes, break time 0.2s. You need to use anger as kindling. He stirred to get up, break time 0.2s, and then so did it. After boosting Demian's morale, break time and 0.2s, he immediately turned to the others, break time 0.2s, making their hatred for him a catalyst. Ryu sincerely admitted his fault to them, break time 0.2s. I will not make any excuses, break time 0.2s. Because due to my misjudgment, break time 0.2s, our army was almost wiped out. The young man was cautious with every word, break time 0.2s. But if we follow my plan, break time 0.2s, we might be able to repel those spiders, break time 0.2s. It might be small, break time 0.2s, but the chance of victory still exists, break time 0.2s. So break time 0.2s. Just this once. He proposed as a commander, break time 0.2s, just this once, break time 0.2s. Please believe in me and follow me, break time 0.2s. Finally, break time 0.2s. His hand had perfected it. Lily slightly frowned as if taking it seriously. Ken also had a similar attitude as he looked directly at him. Demian no longer cried and focused intently on that commander. And Lucas also trusted and placed his faith in him. Break time 0.2s. I don't know if this arm will be the arm of royalty or just a pile of trash. They went outside the city walls, break time 02s, where the soldiers were still gathered, break time 0.2s. But there was no other choice anymore. The drummer forcefully struck the drum, break time 0.2s. The black spider army is heading towards us, break time 02s. The monsters are coming. A soldier worriedly asked, break time 0.2s. Wes, will you be all right? Break times are 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. Ryu firmly replied, break time 0.2s. It's all right, break time 0.2s. Just do as I told you, break time 0.2s. They didn't say anything more but clearly obeyed. The pitch-black swarm of monsters surged forward like a flood, break time 0.2s. The plan was very simple. Those spiders are full of bomb sacks, break time 0.2s while the others stall for time. Break time 0.2s. We will find the queen. Their command resounded fiercely. Break time 0.2s. Kill it, break time 0.2s. Blow it away with this mana cannon. The old soldier's armor lay scattered on the ground. Break time 0.2s. Discard the hindrance. Break time 0.2s. I have complete control over its magic power. Break time 0.2s. Hopefully break time 0.2s. We can defeat the queen as well. Break time 0.2s. The problem is its location. They all looked towards the distant horizon. Break time 0.2s. I must find the queen's location. Break time 0.2s. It's so far that it can't be seen with the naked eye. Break time 0.2s. Can this really be possible? However, break time C.2s. Ryu had absolute confidence. Break time 0.2s. Create a map. Break time 0.2s. Of course, break time 0.2s. He ordered the system to create a map. The space around Ro flickered with illusory images. They rose into a sensa and swept over their fortress. It spread over every piece of land and ran far outside. Every creature in the forest was scanned to gather information. The system recreated those things through Ro's skill screen, break time 0.2s, map creation, break time 0.2s, a skill that allowed observation of the entire area in the form of a small map. However, break time 0.2s, because of this, break time 0.2s, his strength was almost zero. Break time 0.2s, the first time I saw these damn stats. Break time 0.2s. I was shocked. Break time 13.2s. As X level 1, break time 13.2s. As Von Hader, Everblack, break time 0.2s. Titled Nady Prince, break time 0.2s. Class Novice, break time 0.2s. Strength 1, break time 0.2s. Agility 1, break time 0.2s. Intelligence 1, break time 0.2s. Stamina 1, break time 0.2s. So magic power 1, break time 0.2s. But luckily break time 0.2s. I still have this skill. His arm swept over each area on the map. Break time 0.2s. Let's see. Break time 0.2s. Where are you hiding? Break time 0.2s. I just need to find the trace of the queen spider. Then the young man was immediately startled. Break time 0.2s and what? Rue was stunned to realize something. Break time 0.2s. The queen spider's trace isn't here. Break time 0.2s. The target of this mission. Break time 0.2s. The queen of those spiders. At this time, break time 0.2s. Outside, break time 0.2s. Those monsters had surged very close to the city walls. Break time 2s. But they weren't on the map. The city gate slowly opened to lead the way for Ken. Before that, break time 0.2s. The prince and he had exchanged many things. Break time 0.2s. Take this, break time 0.2s. I've gathered all the remaining physical enhancement potions in the city. Break time 0.2s. You just go out and draw their attention. Ken himself was still doubtful. Break time 0.2s. Do you think I can do it? Inside the dark bunker, break time 0.2s. Light footsteps echoed. The mage girl trembled. Break time 0.2s. Tightly clutching her hands. Break time 0.2s. Lily. Break time 0.2s. I will also entrust you with a difficult task. She stood alone in the vast space. Break time 0.2s. in case those spider monsters manage to break through to the artillery team. Break time 2s. I hope you will use fire skin to block the entrance. Break time 0.2s. I can do it. Lucas above also began to shout loudly, break time 0.2s, dab to your positions. The warriors equipped their crossbows and prepared for battle. The cannon was also positioned against the city wall. All the soldiers followed the direction of Lucas's sword. He fiercely shouted, break time 0.2s. You must endure break time 0.2s. We have to buy time until the prince defeats that queen. The young man also took the opportunity to look at the highest point, break time 0.2s. That solemn expression certainly means. His guard hurriedly ordered, break time down 2s, and the prince has prepared everything, break time down 2s, our soldiers. But in reality, break time 2s. Ryu was sweating profusely with panic. Break time 0.2s. Wait a minute. Break time 0.2s. Everyone, break time 0.2s. I haven't. The battle began with arrows and cannon fire. Break time 0.2s met fire. They fell below and blew away several monsters. Lucas smiled with satisfaction at the battle. He also saw it and could only purse his lips. Break time 0.2s. All right, break time 0.2s. Then let's calm down. Ryu had to redefine his target. Break time 0.2s. First break time 0.2s. The target of this battle isn't to kill the boss. Break time 0.2s. It not appearing on the map isn't surprising. He looked closely at the area ablaze with arrows and projectiles. Break time 0.2s. It might appear when there's a full-scale attack. Break time 0.2s. They have a safe rearguard behind them. Break time 0.2s. Those soldiers are prepared for any unexpected events. Break time order 0.2s. That's the only place that Queen could appear. A region with a high concentration of monsters appeared, as he predicted. Break time 0.2s. Demian, break time 0.2s. He had just been called and replied in surprise. Break time 0.2s. Yes. He pointed directly at a mountain range over there. Break time by 0.2s. Do you see? No break time by 0.2s. He followed the direction of Roy's hand. Break time by 0.2s. There was clearly not a single monster in that place. He whispered his report. Break time 0.2s. Yes, break time 0.2s. I see a group of spiders sitting still. Break time 0.2s. Doing nothing. Break time 0.2s. Ryu was a bit disappointed. Break time 0.2s. I thought there would be a possibility. Break time 0.2s. But don't tell me. Nevertheless, break time 0.2s. He calmly asked, break time 0.2s. The queen might be there. Break time 0.2s. Can you see? Break time 0.2s. No. The young man narrowed his eyes to see deeper. The queen was within Demian's vision. Break time 2s. A strange monster appeared. Break time 2s, causing him to describe it. Break time 2s. Do you mean break time 2s? Do you mean the monster with the lower half of a spider and the upper half of a human? The target was found. Break time 0.2s, making him burst into laughter. Break time 0.2s. Found it. He affirmed. Break time 0.2s. Exactly break time 0.2s. However, break time 0.2s. A weakling like Demian was still hesitant. Break time 0.2s. But isn't it a bit scary? Break time 0.2s. He reassured him. Break time 0.2s. No need to be afraid. Break time 0.2s. It will soon be shot dead by this cannon. The artillery was ordered to adjust. Break time 2.2s. Turn the fortress and aim it to the south. Break time 0.2s. Demian and I will aim precisely at the target. The soldier in charge also shouted at the right moment, break time 0.2s and mana loading complete. Break time 0.2s. We can aim and fire. Break time 0.2s. Excellent. This task was reassigned by Ryu to the person beside him. Break time Soros Miu, Demian. Break time 0.2s Miu. Take this. He held the switch. Break time 0.2s on, still trembling. Break time 0.2s. I break time 0.2s. Prince break time 0.2. Ryu immediately replied, break time 0.2s. What? He huddled close to the cannon. Break times, they point twos. I'm not confident. Break times, rope point twos. I've never done things like this before. Break times, rope point twos. So asking me to do it is a bit. Rue immediately interrupted Demian. The prince encouraged him with sincere words. Break time, 0.2s. You can miss break time, 0.2s, and I will take full responsibility. And he also promised him break time, 0.2s. Even if you mess everything up, break time, 0.2s. It's all right. Break time, 0.2s. I will take full responsibility. Break time, 0.2s. All consequences are the commander's responsibility. Break time, 0.2s. The soldiers only follow orders. Demian was stunned by the suddenness. Break time, 0.2s. All you need to do is pull the trigger. Break time, 0.2s. That's all. Break time, 0.2s. You are the vanguard of revenge. Remembering those words, break time, 0.2s. He regained his will. Break time, 0.2s. Vanguard of revenge. Break time, 0.2s. The break time, 0.2s. Eyes of 1,000 miles. Break time, 0.2s. Trait was activated. His arm decisively pulled down. Mana around the cannon gathered very quickly. Break time, 19.2s, causing a dazzling light to flash. The engine inside it began to rotate in order. An electric current flowed from the power source and extended to the cannon's mouth. Ryu looked pleased. Break time, 0.2s, that's right. The first shot was fired. Break time, 0.2s. Blast them to smithereens. The firepower from it was incredibly terrifying. Break time, 0.2s. The light column left behind pierced through many layers of the atmosphere. That mana bullet passed through everything and flew along its trajectory. Sparks flew. Break time, 0.2s. And the wind around the bow was blown away swiftly. Ryu immediately roared, break time, 0.2s or hit. That shot aimed at the other side of the land, break time, route 2s, exploding into a large column of smoke. The next commands were quickly issued, break time, 0.2s, monitor if. The soldier reported in surprise, break time, 0.2s. It hit the target, break time, 0.2s, right in the middle of the monsters. Break time, 0.2s. They cheered loudly, break time, 0.2s. That's the way. The soldiers quickly put their arms around Demian's shoulders. Break time, 0.2s. This guy is really impressive. Break time, 0.2s. Are you sure it's your first time break time, 0.2s? He blushed with joy at the praise. Break time, 0.2s. I just followed instructions. He hesitated and said, break time, 0.2s. When I held the cannon's muzzle, break time, 0.2s. My whole body started moving on its own. Break time, 0.2s. But Rue inwardly denied it. Break time, 0.2s. What are you saying? Break time, 0.2s. Demian. He knew very well the reason break time, 0.2s. It's all thanks to your trait, break time, 2.2s. Eyes of 1,000 miles, break time, 2.2s. A trait born from a god's mistake, break time, 2.2s. You can see what you want to see and hit what you want to hit. Break time, 0.2s. Accuracy, plus 999. Break time, 0.2s. An incredible skill that always hit the target accurately. He hid his sly smile behind his hand. Break time, all 0.2s. X in the game. Break time, all 0.2s. He's a character who can't hold real weapons. Break time, 0.2s. But here, break time, 0.2s. All he did was grab it. Break time, 0.2s. They've taken the full force of our attack. While still happy, break time, 0.2s. The prince suddenly realized something else. Break time, 0.2s. Indeed, break time, 0.2s. I am different. He looked into the distance, where the magic shot had just exploded. Break time, 0.2s. What is that? The monsters fiercely rose up. Break time, 0.2s. Why are they still moving? The observer on the city wall also paled. Break time, 0.2s. Prince, break time, 0.2s. They are moving. Ryu turned around in surprise. Break time, 0.2s due what? Bad news rushed in. Break time, 0.2s, forcing him to grab the binoculars himself. Break time, 0.2s. There's a swarm of spiders approaching over there. Break time, 0.2s. They're coming. Ryu gritted his teeth tensely as he tried to look in that direction. Beyond the thick smoke, break time, 0.2s. The large body of the queen spider appeared. Break time, 0.2s. That's the largest one in the middle. Break time, 0.2s, and protected by thousands of other small spiders. Break time, 0.2s, have their formation. The queen's mouth opened wide. Break time, 0.2s. Her eyes blazing red with anger. He was also startled by that unpleasant sound. The queen's roar made the spiders hear wide-eyed. Break time, 0.2s. Ah! They turned their heads and suddenly retreated. Break time, 0.2s. Where are they suddenly going? Break time, 0.2s. The spiders are moving. The people there were confused. Break time, 0.2s. Didn't we shoot the queen monster? Break time, 0.2s. Why are they still unharmed? Break time, 0.2s. Ryu was stunned and lowered the binoculars. Break time, 0.2s. Impossible. The observer once again shouted a disaster. Break time, 0.2s. The spiders. They returned in even greater numbers than before. Break time, 0.2s, swarming towards the fortress. The prince cursed under his breath. Break time, 0.2s, and damn it, break time, 0.2s, you give orders quickly too. Break time, 0.2s, that queen bitch. In the forest area, break time, 0.2s, the scene at the city wall could be seen. Break time, 0.2s, gee, damn it. Ken gasped for breath and tried to suppress each heartbeat. His hand pulled out a mana vial. Break time, 0.2s. I only have one vial left. He hid behind a tree trunk. Break time, Bakurudo 0.2s. The spiders are crawling by in terrifying numbers. Break time, 0.2s. Should I just run now? The trees in the forest shook from a loud bang. Ken was also startled by it. Break time, 0.2's eyes what? He stood up to observe the situation. The other side of the forest glowed brightly with flames. Ken's face hung open in astonishment. Embers flew up with the wind, and from there spread throughout the forest. The warrior suddenly lowered his head. Dimian, break time, 0.2s. At this moment, break time, 0.2s, widened his eyes. Break time, 0.2s, analyzing the target. He reported to them, break time, 0.2s, hit the target, break time, 0.2s, hit the queen's exact spot. However, break time, 0.2s, Ryu leaned against the city wall, break time, 0.2s. Frowning. The sharp legs of the monsters relentlessly attacked. Break time, 0.2s, the spiders are still moving. The queen spider's face was charred black. Break time, 0.2s, but it still raised its head. Break time, 0.2s. The queen is still alive. Ryu gritted his teeth bitterly. Break time, 0.2s. Could it be that we aren't strong enough? He tried to remember what he had experienced. Break time, 0.2s. The original queen of the black spiders would die after being hit by 1 or 2 artillery barrages. Break time, 0.2s. Anyway, break time, 0.2s. According to the game, break time, 0.2s. Compared to other monsters in the early stages, break time, 2s. The queen isn't very strong. Break time, 0.2s. But this queen seems a bit different. Thoughts flooded his mind. Break time, 0.2s, plunging him into crisis. Break time, 0.2s. I have no information about her at all. Break time, 0.2s. What if her stats are different? Break time, 0.2s. What if she has a special trick? Break time, 0.2s. What if... A bloody hypothesis came to his mind. Break time to 0.2s. She's not allowed to die. Break time to 0.2s. Then what should I do? Light from the cannon shot out erratically. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s, due to the energy core of the cannon operating too many times. Break time, 0.2s. It's reaching its limit. The panicked loader exclaimed, break time, 0.2s. Oh, this is a big problem. Break time, 0.2s. We won't be able to fire as many shots as we anticipated. Break time, 0.2s. The man immediately snapped back. Break time, 0.2s. You talk too much. Break time, 0.2s. How many more times can we even fire? The soldier emphasized, break time, 0.2s. Only 5 more times. Break time, 0.2s. Because we've already fired twice. Break time, 0.2s. So we only have 3 shots left. The man's face darkened another degree. Break time, 0.2s, 3 more times. Ryu looked towards the distant horizon. Break time, 0.2s. We have no choice but to kill that queen with only 3 shots. Break time, 0.2s. Moreover, at this moment, break time, 0.2s. Demian was also panting heavily. Break time, 0.2s. Exhausted. Break time, 0.2s. Demian's eyes, break time, 0.2s. Seemingly capable of seeing 10,000 miles, break time, 0.2s, had other side effects. The small boy's arm trembled violently. Break time, 0.2s. Maximum, break time, 0.2s, only 3 shots. As the commander, break time, 0.2s? He worriedly asked himself if the boy could endure until then. The relentless attacks from the monsters were temporarily not dangerous. Break time, 0.2s. Fortunately, break time, 0.2s, the city wall located in the center could withstand them very well. But no sooner had he finished speaking than bad news arrived. Break time, 0.2s. The wall-breaching monsters are coming. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu's eyes turned instantly. Break time, 0.2s. What? A giant spider carrying a sharp body with green liquid dripping from its top. He grew increasingly uneasy. Break time, 0.2s. And is it trying to pierce straight through? Break time, 0.2s. Damn it, break time, 0.2s. There's nothing like this in the game. The prince ordered defensively. Break time, 0.2s. Use all our firepower and aim directly at that destructive monster. Bullets obeyed the order and continued to fire countless times. They hit break time, 0.2s, Mat hit the spider, break time, 0.2s, but it was completely unfazed. The wall-breaching spider had already approached very close to their location. Break time, 0.2s, no. Only one thought flashed through his mind as it directly rammed into the city wall. Break time, 0.2s, the city wall will break. The wall shattered in an instant. Break time, 0.2s, while the spider calmly shook its head. Following that, break time, 0.2s. Swarms of spiderlings poured in like invaders. Ryu was so panicked that he couldn't utter a word. Lucas spoke for him. Break time, 0.2s. Everyone, break time, 0.2s. Draw your weapons, break time. We're going down to the first floor. The prince quickly shouted, break time, 0.2s. Everyone gather here. Those going downstairs will defend us. We must continuously fire at the queen before those damn monsters reach the artillery area. He affirmed to them, break time, 0.2s. We absolutely must kill that queen. Their city wall was in extreme urgency. Break time, 0.2s. The artillery fire was ready. He loudly called the young boy's name. Break time, 0.2s. Demian. Demian also strained himself. Break time, 2s. Focusing forward. Another shot was fired. Break time, 0.2s. Surely hitting the Black Queen Spider. Break time, 0.2s. But she was still alive. Ryu didn't hesitate and immediately demanded, break time, 0.2s. Prepare for the second shot. Break time, 0.2s. Hurry. Lucas himself swung his sword at the monsters. He slashed off their limbs. Break time, 0.2s, preventing them from advancing. The young man roared, break time, 0.2s. Protect the artillery area. Break time, 0.2s. We must protect the imperial family. Ryu up here felt like his heart was boiling with anxiety. Because the sturdy city wall had broken, break time, 0.2s. The disparity became increasingly clear. The ordinary soldier was helpless as a spider's leg pierced through him. Then he screamed tragically as he was hit by successive waves of attacks. The red numbers flashing on the screen terrified the prince. Break time, 0.2s. The number of casualties kept increasing. Break time, 0.2s. I don't know. He re-experienced the feeling of holding the mouse in his own hands. At that time, break time, 0.2s. He calmly watched the soldiers die. break time 0.2s. I don't know when I started playing this, like it's just a game. Numbers and words stained with fresh blood marked the place where humans fought for survival. Remaining forces, break time 0.2s. 142, break time 0.2s. The fact that death wasn't just a simple number, break time 0.2s, but it also came with desperate screams and a disgusting stench. Ryu quickly turned off the system and focused more on the battle, break time 0.2s, closing the status window. At this moment, break time 0.2s. A quick-witted soldier reported to the surrounding troops, break time 0.2s. Everyone, break time 0.2s. Surround the artillery, break time 0.2s. We have to cool it down first. Lucas's footsteps were also cautious on the ground, break time 0.2s. 5 shots, break time 0.2s. It will burst before we can even fire the fourth. He had to cautiously look around while he had no way to retreat. Ryu's spirit was in serious crisis. Break time 0.2s. What should I do? Break time 0.2s. A method to handle this situation. His mind was blank with helplessness. Break time 0.2s. I can't think of anything. Suddenly break time 0.2s. A fierce voice rang out. Break time 0.2s. Hey, break time 0.2s. You monster dogs. Ken roared as he stood amidst the destroyed city wall. Break time 0.2s. I'm here. Break time 0.2s. Look at me. Ryu was startled when he recognized the person risking his life. Break time 0.2s. While it was, he hurriedly drank the last magic potion. Though very tired, break time 2's bored, he still tried to open his eyes. Break time 0.2s from Ken. Then break time 0.2s. The knight used all his strength to transmit his voice louder and clearer. Break time 0.2s. I am Ken, break time 0.2s, a knight of the Empire. The agitated spiders quickly changed direction. He was sweating with fear, but still tried to remain calm. Ken turned and ran while shouting, break time 0.2s. That's right, break time 0.2s. This way. He saw a small rock nearby. A brief smile bloomed on the young man's face. Ken immediately ran behind the rock. Break time 0.2s. Why don't you try coming over here to find me? Then he used his unique skill, break time 0.2s, thief's survival method, break time 0.2s, which was activated. Ryu watched him through the screen and was immediately shocked. He exclaimed, break time 0.2s, wait, break time 0.2s, Ken, break time 0.2s, your remaining health. As expected, break time 0.2s. The system ruthlessly rejected his skill. Break time 0.2s, insufficient health, break time 0.2s. The effect of the trait has been cancelled. Ken faced countless sharp claws alone. Break time 0.2s. Damn it. Break time 0.2s. I shouldn't have trusted. As a result, break time 0.2s. He was stabbed beyond recognition. Ryu's eyes widened in utter shock. The number break time 0.2 to 1, break time 0.2s appeared coldly once more. Ryu's face darkened. Break time 0.2s. Even from a distance, break time 0.2s. He could clearly hear the sound of flesh tearing. Ken's armor fell apart around the pool of blood. Break time 0.2s. For my wrong orders. His commemorative watch also cracked. Break time 0.2s, taking the lives of others. But thanks to that, break time 0.2s, the warriors had a chance to rush forward. Break time 0.2s. Ken had expanded the defense line. Break time 0.2s, quickly advanced straight ahead without hesitation. Even so, break time 0.2s. They were easily defeated by the spiders. Break time 0.2s. Not only Ken, break time 0.2s. But everyone out there had their lives taken because of an order from me. But at this moment, break time 0.2s. Ryu was still blaming himself. Break time 0.2s. I'm killing them all. Break time 0.2s. Nothing more than that. Break time 0.2s. He compared it to the past. Break time 0.2s. While playing this game, break time 0.2s. I always used my units as bait whenever I needed to. Break time 0.2s. This damn game was designed to go this way. The screen displayed a question, break time 0.2s, and he simply chose break time 0.2s. Yes, break time 0.2s. Would you like to deploy troops at this location? Break time 0.2s. Yes. From then on, break time 0.2s. Countless soldiers had fallen for the purpose of saving someone. Break time 2s. Obtaining an item, break time 0.2s. Completing a side quest, break time 0.2s. Or achieving accomplishments, break time 0.2s. Someone had to die, break time 0.2s. And I killed them in a happy mood. But at that time, break time 0.2s, all Rue felt was sleepiness for all the mistakes he had made. Break time 0.2s. He didn't complain about anything either. Break time 0.2s. However, break time 0.2s. Now, he had realized everything. His arm trembled. Break time 0.2s, stopping the harm he had caused until this very moment. He helplessly roared, break time C2s. I told you to stop. Break time 2s. You damn monsters. Break time 2s. The truth is that all deaths come with endless pain. Because of his voice, break time 0.2s, a large spider managed to climb all the way up here. Break time 0.2s and stop break time 0.2s or they won't stop. He also gritted his teeth tightly in fear. Break time 0.2s. Just shouting wouldn't make them stop. At this moment, break time 0.2s. A blade of light descended upon its head. Lucas slashed accurately, break time 0.2s. How dare you aim for the prince? He stood below the battlefield, but was still worried about the upper level, break time 0.2s. Are you all right? Break time 0.2s. Your Highness. The spider teetered, break time 2s, about to fall with the sword. Ryu's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. Break time 0.2s, and that's right. Break time 0.2s. There's only one way left to make the monsters stop. He swung down, break time 2s, cleanly decapitating the spider. Their blue blood splattered everywhere. Break time 2s. Kill them before they kill us. The loader hurriedly reported at this moment, break time was 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. The fourth shot is prepared, break time 0.2s. However, break time 0.2s. Demian can't. He asked loudly, break time 0.2s. Demian, break time 0.2s. Can you fire? Blood was streaming from the boy's eyes. Break time 0.2s. But he still tried to wipe it away. Break time 2s. Yes, break time 0.2s, Your Highness. Their cannon unleashed its final attack, break time 0.2s, all it had. This time, break time 0.2s. It also aimed at the queen spider, break time 0.2s, the fourth shot. It roared to command the surrounding spiders. They lunged forward, break time 0.2s, wanting to block the shot, break time 0.2s, but were all swept away by the bullet. The queen spider still opened its mouth wide and screamed, break time 0.2s. It hit. Thanks to that break time 0.2s, this shot also squarely hit that creature, break time 0.2s. It hit the queen's vital spot. However, break time, Poduzak, its face revealed anger. It once again unleashed its oppressive aura, break time 0.2s. That damn queen is still alive. That earth-shattering scream echoed all the way to the city walls. Soldiers and even Demian had collapsed. The soldiers' hands were blistered from the heat. Break time 0.2s. Our attacks are ineffective. The loader also hesitated. Break time 0.2s. The artillery has reached its limit. Break time 0.2s. If we try to fire one more time, break time 0.2s, it will self-destruct. They gradually despaired. Break time 0.2s. It's truly over now. Break time 0.2s. Maybe we should just surrender. He also exhaled wearily. Break time 0.2s. Is it over? The cannon's mouth was corroded. Break time 0.2s. And the heat still lingered. Break time 0.2s, causing it to emit thick smoke. Break time, 0.2s. We have reached the brink of despair. The soldiers below were also pushed to their limits. Break time, 0.2s. The defense line had been devastated. Dimian tried his best but could only cry out, break time, 0.2, and our artilleryman can't even open his eyes anymore. Break time, 0.2s. Is this how it ends? Rue's arm hung limp. Break time, 0.2s. Is there really no hope left? However, break time, 0.2s. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. The messenger added, break time, 0.2s. And no, break time, 0.2s. We definitely caused some damage. He quickly looked towards the messenger. The messenger recounted what he saw. Break time, 0.2s. The queen's skin has peeled off. Ryu was shaken by that enthusiasm. Break time, 0.2s. Scout, break time, 0.2s. Even in this situation, break time, 0.2s. He remained loyal to his duty until the very last moment. The messenger hurriedly suggested as an enemy projectile flew towards them. Break time, 0.2s. If we fire one more shot, break time, 0.2s, then we might be able to. Ryu stared blankly as the messenger passed away. A part of the fortress exploded from that shot. Lucas below cried out in panic, break time, 0.22s, as your highness. Ryu also fell helplessly below at this moment. Break time, 0.2s. It's broken. Stones and earth from the city wall shattered around him. Break time, 0.2s. The whole world, break time, 0.2s. All hope. Break time, 0.2s. Vanished. Break time, 0.2s. Everything. His vision blurred again due to someone's urgent call. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness. That voice grew louder and louder. Break time, 0.2s. Illuminating the surroundings. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness. Ryu suddenly opened his eyes wide. The surroundings were desolate. Break time, 0.2s. Nothing remained. Break time, 0.2s. But his guards still helped him prop up a large rock. He stood up in a panic. Lucas, break time, 0.2s. Though heavily injured, break time, 0.2s, was still worried. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Are you injured anywhere? The prince became even more anxious. Break time, 0.2s. That's what I should be saying. Break time, 0.2s. Are you all right? Lucas's red blood had completely stained the ground below. He suddenly whispered, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Do you remember break time, 0.2s? And that was something from the past, break time, 0.2s, and it was 20 years ago already. But the harsh reality made Ryu only able to admit, break time, 0.2s. Lo, I can't remember break time, 0.2s, as a player who only appeared in this form. Break time, 0.2s. I don't have any memories of you two. He shared some old memories. Break time, 0.2s. When your Highness first allowed me to be your bodyguard. Break time, 0.2s. You told me, break time, 0.2s. Ryu asked, break time, 0.2s. What did I say? Break time, 0.2s. Even if I can't become emperor, break time, 0.2s. I will become the greatest man in the world. Every word he spoke replayed in both of their memories. Break time, 0.2s. Then, break time, 0.2s. To the person who will become my knight. Break time, 0.2s. You wanted me to become the best knight in the kingdom. Lucas was incredibly surprised by that statement. Break time, 0.2s. Even though that was the day I was just a young boy. He was still extremely happy when mentioning it. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness's words touched my heart so deeply that I thought about them day and night. The young man firmly told his prince, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. I believe in you. Ryu was doubtful. Break time, 0.2s, even in this situation. To that break time, 0.2s, his guard emphasized even more. Break time, 0.2s. Anytime, break time, 0.2s, anywhere. The rock on his back suddenly felt heavy. The young man couldn't support it and collapsed. Break time, 0.2s, hitting him. After a moment of struggling, break time, point twos, everything around was still being submerged in fine dust. Lucas was pulled out by Rue and laid on the ground. He made a decision in his heart. Break time, 0.2s. Just wait there. Break time, 0.2s. Lucas. His guard was completely unconscious. Break time, 0.2s. You are the main character. Break time, 0.2s. The savior of the world. Break time, 0.2s. You shouldn't die in a place like this. He continued to look around. Break time, 0.2s. Now I should think about how to get out of this situation. Break time, 0.2s. This is below the artillery area. Break time, 0.2s. How long have I been unconscious? Suddenly, break time, 0.2s. The young man saw two soldiers with the cannon. Demian was also piled on top of them. Break time, 0.2s. Demian and all the gunners, break time, 0.2s. Luckily, break time, 0.2s, seemed to have avoided the direct impacts without fatal injuries. Break time, 0.2s. But the cannon wasn't so lucky. A question flashed through his mind. Break time, 0.2s, and speaking of which, break time, 0.2s. How are we still alive? Break time, 0.2s. What about the spiders? Suddenly, break time, 0.2s, and at this moment, break time, 0.2s. Someone engulfed in flames called out to him, break time, 0.2s, Your Highness. The crackling sounds and that brilliant color astonished him. Lily used her own body to block the entrance, break time, chi 0.2s, causing her to be brutally attacked. Break time, 0.2s. It's not over yet. The girl gritted her teeth. Break time, 0.2s, enduring the pain of something piercing through her shoulder. Lily tried to force a smile at him. Break time, 0.2s, all right. Rue was stunned at this moment. He exclaimed in surprise, break time, go .2s, Lily. Lily, break time, 0.2s. At this moment, break time, 0.2s, had a hole drilled through her stomach by a monster. Break time. 2s. With all her remaining strength. Break time. .2s. She raised her hand. Break time. .2s. Gesturing to stop. Break time. 2s. And said, break time. .2s. I can't hold on anymore. Break time. .2s. I can only block them for a little while. But she instructed, break time. No .2s. The monsters will break through the gate soon and arrive here quickly. She mustered all her strength and shouted with determined eyes, break time, 0.2s. We don't have any time left. Break time, 0.2s. Hurry. Lily wanted to convey this effort, break time, 0.2s. But don't let our sacrifice be in vain. Ryu seemed to be awakened by her gaze and words. He decisively ordered the soldiers, break time, 0.2s. Everyone break time, 0.2s. Stand up, break time, 0.2s. Gunners, break time, 0.2s, load the last round. But in response to that enthusiastic and hopeful rallying cry, break time, 0.2s, a trembling voice came from a soldier. Break time, 0.2s, but break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. The disadvantage, now break time, 0.2s. We already said that. The cannons can't be used anymore, break time, 0.2s. He was stunned, break time, 0.2s. The soldier continued, break time, 0.2s. The moment we fire, break time, 0.2s. The cannons will explode. Ryu glanced around and remarked, break time, 0.2s. And if we don't do anything, break time, lead, 0.2s. We'll die anyway. Break time, lead 3.22s. Isn't now the time we should take a gamble? He was determined to do it, break time, 0.2s. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, break time, 0.2s. We have to try break time, 0.2s. The soldier was speechless. He looked up at the sky and wondered, break time, 0.2s. But how can we aim at the target now? Break time, 0.2s. We can't even see outside, break time, 0.2s. There's no way to know the queen spider's location. Hearing that, break time, 0.2s, he ordered break time, 0.2s. If the gun mount is broken, break time, is your point. Then carry the cannons with your own hands. Break time, ZO2s. We must do everything we can. Ryu looked at him and added, break time, 0.2s. There's no need to aim accurately. Break time, 0.2s. Just have Demian fire. Break time, 0.2s. Load the cannon. Break time, 0.2s. That's an order. The soldier nodded in acceptance of the order. Break time, 0.2s. Understood. Break time, 0.2s. Sir. Ryu thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. I don't know how foresight works. Break time, 0.2s. But as long as Demian can fire, break time, 0.2s. That shot will definitely hit the target. Break time, 0.2s. We have no choice but to believe. He slowly walked towards Demian's position. Break time, 0.2s, where he was slumped over in despair. Demian, break time, 0.2s. He said, break time, 0.2s. This is the last shot. Break time, 0.2s. You just need to fire one more time. Break time, 0.2s. Just once more. Demian looked up at Ryu with hazy eyes. Break time, 0.2s. Please, break time, 0.2s. Just one more try. He replied, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. What's the point of all this? Those words silenced Ryu. Break time, 0.2s. No matter what I do, break time, 0.2s. Nothing will change. Ryu replied as if it were obvious, break time, 0.2s. If you fire just one more time, break time, 0.2s. That Queen Spider will die. Break time, 0.2s. Demian responded, break time, 0.2s. That's not what I'm talking about. Demian wondered, break time, 0.2s. And if I fire one more time and the Queen Spider dies, break time, 0.2s. What will change? Break time, 0.2s. No matter how hard I work. Break time, 0.2s. No matter how hard I try. Break time, 0.2s. This world is already ruined. He seemed to want to interrupt break time, 0.2s, calling out the boy's name, break time, 0.2s, Demian. Demian continued, break time, 0.2s. I want everything to stop right now. Break time, 0.2s. I don't want to live like this anymore. Break time, 0.2s. I just want to. Hearing that break time, 0.2s, Ryu shouted, break time, 0.2s, making the entire surrounding space seem to be released. Break time. Our .2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. Do you think this world makes no sense at all? His words rushed into Demian's ears. Break time, 0.2s. Do you think that if you overcome this difficult obstacle, break time, 0.2s, you'll continue to live in hell? Break time, 0.2s. Demian looked blankly. Yes, break time, 0.2s. Why? He grabbed Demian's collar. Break time, 0.2s. Shook him. Break time, 0.2s. And reminded him, break time, 0.2s. Then stop saying such obvious things. Break time, 0.2s. You idiot. Ryu tried to explain, break time, 0.2s. If this world really has a difficulty level, break time, 0.2s. Then of course this is hell mode, break time, 0.2s. And this is a mode where you can't save or load data. Break time, 0.2s. He felt like his heart was on fire. Break time, 0.2s. This isn't a game. Break time, 0.2s. From the very beginning. Break time, 0.2s. This world has been hell and heaven. He continued to wake Demian up. Break time, 0.2s. It's truly absurd and ridiculous. Break time, 0.2s, and nothing goes the way we want. Break time, 0.2s. That's life. Break time, 0.2s. Doesn't everyone know that? Right now, break time, 0.2s. We are living in a brutal era. Break time, 0.2s. Do you intend to give up? He continued to berate break time, 0.2s. Then what? Break time, 0.2s. You just intend to give up and raise your thumb. Break time, 0.2s. Waiting to be killed. Break time, 0.2s. Is that all you're going to do? Those words gradually brought back his consciousness. Break time, 0.2s. No break time, 0.2s. We have to fight to our last breath. Ryu released Demian and declared, break time, 0.2s. I will continue to fight. Break time, 0.2s. I will continue to strategize and fight until the very last moment. As he spoke, break time, draw 2s. He drew his sword, break time, draw 2s. If you want to give up and die that easily. Ryu held the sword to Demian's neck, break time, 0.2s. Then slit your own throat right now. He quickly threw the sword aside, break time, 0.2s. But if you're cowardly and don't have the courage to do that, Ryu faced him directly. Break time, 0.2s. Then become my fuse. Break time, 0.2s. Don't seek death. Break time, 0.2s. Understand? He offered Demian sincere advice. Break time, 0.2s. The only thing you need to do, break time, 0.2s. And I, break time, 0.2s. As your commander, break time, 0.2s. Tell you this, break time, 0.2s. Don't use the excuse that there's nothing left to live for. Each word was like a motivation pushing him to recover his spirit. Break time, 0.2s. You are my chess piece. Break time, 0.2s. You are my key. Break time, 0.2s. You are my fuse. Break time, 0.2s. That's what you need to do. Ryu affirmed, break time, 0.2s. That's what I need from you. Break time, 0.2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. A notification appeared. Break time. 2s. Ryu has unlocked a new skill. Break time. 0.2s. Passive skill, unyielding commander. His eyes shone brightly. Break time, 0.2s. I order you. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and knelt down. Break time, 0.2s. Shoot that monster dead. Demian replied with determination. Break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness. He was more resolute than ever. Break time, 0.2s. I will follow your orders. A soldier reported break time, 0.2s. Loading complete. Break time, 0.2s, sir. But he worried. Break time, 0.2s. There's no way to cool down the barrel. Break time, 0.2s. If we do that, break time, 0.2s. Ryu stepped forward. Break time, 0.2s. Interrupting. Break time, 0.2s. Get out of the way. He decided. Break time, 0.2s. I'll hold it. The soldier exclaimed in bewilderment. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. It's very hot. Break time, 0.2s. If you touch it, break time, 0.2s. The least you'll get is a severe burn. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, d.2s. Ryu simply replied, break time, d.2s. Better than being burned alive and dying in hellfire. He turned to ask, break time, 0.2s. Are you ready? Break time, 0.2s. Right, Demian. The boy reported his condition. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. I can't see anything. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu immediately replied, break time, 0.2s. All right? He continued, break time, 0.2s. I can't feel my hands anymore either. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu simultaneously answered, break time, 0.2s. It's all right. Ryu looked at him with affection. Break time, 0.2s. It's all right. Break time, 0.2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. Demian seemed to gain strength. Ryu strained all his muscles and lifted the cannon. Veins bulged all over his face. He frantically lifted it. The surrounding soldiers, break time, 0.2s. Seeing this break time, 0.2s, shouted to each other, break time, 0.2s. Help the prince. One by one, break time, 0.2s. They lent a hand. Ryu and the soldiers lifted the cannon. Together, break time, 0.2s. They aimed at the monster before them. After the cannon was ready, Ryu shouted, break time, 0.2s, signaling Demian. Demian focused all his strength, break time, 0.2s, concentrating intensely. He pulled the firing lever. He and everyone else bore the heavy recoil. The cannon, break time, 0.2s were having accumulated energy. Break time, 0.2s, in was activated. A beam of light shot out from within. Immediately firing straight ahead, the entire army lay flat on the ground, break time 0.2s, exhausted, break time 0.2s, it hit. Rue rejoiced inwardly, break time 0.2s. It hit break time 0.2s. From the start, break time 0.2s. This was an impossible mission. It was hard to explain break time 0.2s. A direct shot at an enemy we couldn't even observe, break time 0.2s. There was no way we could have hit the target. Surprisingly, break time 0.2s, however, break time 0.2s, that shot hit the queen spider. And it hadn't anticipated the trajectory of the bullet. At the same time, break time 0.2s. It hadn't anticipated the distance of the shot. Once again, break time 0.2s. It hadn't anticipated the hundreds of thousands of monsters along that trajectory. Everything seemed to replay a predetermined outcome. It was incredibly terrifying, break time 0.2. Ow, that bullet flew straight into the queen spider, break time 0.2s, which was growling and roaring in anger. Unbelievably, break time 0.2s. It landed right on the queen spider's head without deviating even by a centimeter. Break time 0.2s that shot blew the queen spider's head apart. A notification appeared on the screen before Rue, break time 0.2s. You're insane. Break time 0.2s. How did you win? He read the message and thought to himself, break time 0.2s. I didn't say a word, break time 0.2s, regarding the first viewer message I've received since I started streaming, break time 0.2s. I don't know how to respond. The message from the viewer continued to appear. Break time 0.2s, I'll add you to my favorites. Break time 0.2s, you'll stream again. Break time 0.2s. Right? In Ro's mind, break time 0.2s, the thought appeared, break time 0.2s, and then break time 0.2s. And then I replied that something made his eyes widen in shock. Thinking about this break time 0.2s, he suddenly sat up, break time 0.2s, wincing as the wound throbbed. Break time 0.2s, a question forming in his mind. Break time 0.2s, am I alive? Suddenly, break time 0.2, a gentle and familiar voice spoke from somewhere. Break time 0.2s, you should rest more. Break time 0.2s, Your Highness. Break time 0.2s. Rue was surprised by that voice. Break time 0.2s. He quickly turned towards where it came from. The girl sitting there was still talking and writing something. Break time 0.2s. Demian used healing magic on you already. But because you suffered quite severe burns, break time 0.2s, it will take quite a while to heal completely. Break time 0.2s. Rue was bewildered. Break time 0.2s. Lily. Lily then put down her pen and continued, break time 0.2s. You've been asleep for 4 days. Break time 0.2s. Your Highness. I thought you would never wake up after struggling to defeat the Black Spider Army. Rue was speechless for a moment. Then he said, break time 0.2s, I'm alive. Lily added, break time 0.2s, thanks to Your Highness's command. Break time 0.2s. The Queen Spider died in the final attack. Break time 0.2s. And the Black Spider Army stopped immediately. You won break time 0.2s. Your Highness. Scene shifts to soldiers cleaning up. The reinforcements have rearranged the bodies of our allies and dealt with the spiders. We're almost done cleaning up too. Break time, Rausch 2s. Rue looked out the window at everyone clearing the aftermath and simply replied, break time. 0.2s, I understand. Lily briefly explained Rue's condition. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. You suffered severe burns on your arm. Break time, 0.2s. Shoulder, break time, 0.2s. And neck, break time, 0.2s. If you return to Crossroad, break time, 0.2s. You'll have to go to the church. Break time, 0.2s. But even if it heals, break time, 0.2s, there will still be scars. He simply replied, break time, 0.2s. The scars are better than losing my life. Lily, break time, 0.2s. How are you? Break time, 0.2s. How's your injury? Lily, break time, bow 0.2s, sitting in a wheelchair. Break time 0.2s, a gently replied. Break time 0.2s, yeah, after my mana ran out. Break time 0.2s, a spider clawed at my back. Break time 0.2s. Fortunately, break time 0.2s. The queen spider died right after break time 0.2s, so I wasn't attacked further. She added with a sad expression, break time 0.2s. But perhaps because the nerves in my waist area were damaged, break time 0.2s. I can no longer move my lower body. Rue was speechless at this moment. But immediately after break time 0.2s, Lily continued with a bright expression, break time 0.22s. Please don't worry, break time 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. Just being alive is enough for me. Break time 0s, sir. The survivors include 5 artillerymen, break time 0.2s, Lucas, break time 0.2s, Demian, break time 0.2s, and Your Highness, break time 0.2s. That's all. Hearing the news, break time 0.2s. He slumped down. Break time 0.2s. Thinking to himself, break time 0.2s. 9 people, break time 0.2s. The previous battles had hundreds. Break time 0.2s. But this time, there are only 9. He looked at her, break time, ruse, in his mind in turmoil, break time, Rome-2s. There should have been another way. I should have come up with some special tactics. There should have been a way to save more people. Lily gently placed her hand on Rue to comfort him. Break time, 3.2s. Your Highness, break time, 3.2s. Your Highness, break time, 3.2s. You are not a god. In that situation, break time, 0.2s. There was no way to save everyone. Break time, 0.2s. You did your best. Break time, 0.2s, didn't you? Rue blamed himself in both words and thoughts. Break time, 0.2s. From the beginning, break time, 0.2s. I was the one who led the army here. Break time, 0.2s. Even though that's what Roy did. Break time, 0.2s. It's not me, break time, 0.2s. But since I'm occupying his body now, break time, 0.2s, I also have to take responsibility for it. Lily tried her best to comfort him. Break time, 0.2s. It was unexpected that those monsters would become so numerous after decades. Break time, 0.2s. So please don't be too hard on yourself. Everything you did was already more than enough. Suddenly, break time, 0.2s. Lucas burst into the room. Break time, 0.2s. Tears and snot running down his face. Break time, 0.2s. Calling out, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, I'm so glad you're awake. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Rue weakly replied, break time, 0.2s, as Lucas. He rushed closer. Break time, 2s, anxiously asking, break time, 0.2s. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Break time, 0.2s. Should I call Demian right away? Break time, 0.2s. Ryu, break time, 0.2s. Exhausted, break time, 0.2s. Waved his hand in refusal, break time, 0.2s. No, break time, 0.2s. I'm all right, break time, 0.2s. I can endure it. But weren't you also very seriously injured? Break time, 0.2s. Is it all right for you to walk around like this? Lucas puffed out his chest confidently. Break time, 0.2s. You know, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. My greatest strength is my resilience. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu whispered, break time, 0.2s. Yeah, break time, 0.2s. Because you're an SSS-Rank knight. He then took out a list. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. During this time, break time, 0.2s. I've completed the death toll statistics. Break time, 0.2s. There are many people whose remains we couldn't recover. But we've collected all the remains we could. Break time, 0.2s. Oh, sir. Rue and Lucas spoke back and forth. Break time, 0.2s. Where did you put those collected remains? Break time, 0.2s. The northern part of the Vanguard base. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. I'll go take a look. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. Ryu suddenly stood up. Break time, 0.2s. Both Lucas and Lily tried to stop him. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. You can't go break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. You need to rest more. In the end, break time, 0.2s. Ryu still managed to go outside, break time, 0.2s. He looked at Demian, break time, 0.2s, thinking, break time, 0.2s. They said he's the healer. He goes around healing even when he can't see, break time, 0.2s. He must have struggled a lot this time. Ryu walked over to Demian and asked, break time, 0.2s, Demian, break time, 0.2s. This strategy was successful thanks to you. If you want break time, 0.2s, I'll reward you with enough money to eat and sleep for the rest of your life. Break time is 0.2s, so you don't have to go to the battlefield ever again. Since you're a mercenary, break time, 0.2s, you can do whatever you want. Break time, 0.2s. Hearing this, break time, 0.2s, Demian replied resolutely. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. You told me before that I am your linchpin. I want to know the origin of those monsters, break time, 0.2s, who break time, 0.2s, where break time, 0.2s year, and why created them. And why did so many people have to die, break time, 0.2s. So please. His eyes shining brightly, break time, 0.2s. He said to Ryu, break time, 0.2s. Please let me follow you, break time, 0.2s, Your Highness. Ryu smiled with satisfaction. Break time, 0.2s. All right, break time, 0.2s. Then from now on, break time, 0.2s. You shall follow me, break time, 0.2s. To show respect for those who sacrificed themselves. Break time, 0.2s. We need a priest. Standing before the flames, Ryu's heart was filled with emotion. I know there's no better way. Break time, 0.2s. No better strategy. Break time, 0.2s. Nothing is more foolish than dwelling on what happened in the past. I chose a tactic and executed it break time, 0.2s, and this is the result. So, break time, 0.2s. I will have to accept it. Break time, 0.2s. I have to bear it and move forward. Finishing his words, break time, 0.2s, he ordered break time, 0.2s, when the funeral is over. Break time, 0.2s, rearrange and transport them. The internal monologue continued in Crossroad, break time, 0.2s. Thousands of casualties every year. Break time, 2s. This is a world where funerals are more expensive than lives. There's an empty field east of Crossroad. Break time, 0.2s. Bury them there. Break time, 0.2s. I plan to build a cemetery in the east. Break time, 0.2s, the place where I built the memorial in the game. He made a request, break time, 0.2s, and every year, break time, 0.2s, the last day of February. He looked at the flames and continued, break time. The 0.2s will become a day to honor their sacrifices. Break time, 0.2s. Lucas bowed his head and replied, break time, 0.2s. I will follow your orders. Ryu continued thinking to himself, break time, 0.2s. Not just for them, break time, 0.2s, for the thousands of times I reset while playing this game. For all the characters I killed without hesitation. This is also an act of atonement. He declared, break time, 0.2s, cheer Lucas, break time, 0.2s, we won't lose anymore. We will not fail a second time. Let's go back. Break time, 0.2s, back to the main headquarters. Before the Crossroad platform, the system reported break time, 0.2s. Scenario 0 complete, break time, 0.2s. Rewards have been granted, break time, 0.2s. Please check your inventory. The rumble of horse-drawn carriages echoed. A line of carriages moved forward, break time, 0.2s. Ryu, break time, 0.2s. Sitting in the carriage, break time, 0.2s. Pondered, break time, 0.2s. It's been 3 days since we left the training grounds and headed north to the main camp. The gem on Ryu's necklace emitted a brilliant red light. Sitting in the carriage, break time, 0.2s. He looked up at the sky and sighed, break time, the crapus, then sulked inwardly, break time, atutus, this is so boring. Ryu shouted out, break time, 0.2s. Lucas, break time, 0.2s. Lucas, break time, 0.2s. Are we there yet? Break time, 0.2s. He could only hear Lucas hurriedly reply, break time, 0.2s. Almost there, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Just a little longer, break time, 0.2s. Sir, hearing that break time, 0.2s, he leaned back in his seat and continued to complain inwardly. Break time, 0.2s. You're like a food delivery service. Break time, 0.2s, answering exactly like them. Ryu thought to himself, break time, 0.2s, while a notification appeared above his head. Break time, 0.2s. Job selection ready. Break time, 0.2s. We must decide immediately. Going by the newbie guide, break time, 0.2s. I should be at level 5. Break time, 0.2s. In this game, break time, 0.2s. Jobs are selected upon reaching level 5. Ryu looked at his stat sheet and exclaimed, break time, 0.2s. Why are my stats like this? Break time, 0.2s. What a terrible character. Then he pondered, break time, 0.2s. The interesting thing is, break time, 0.2s. Even with these random stat increases, break time, 0.2s, I can choose any job like in the game, break time, 0.2s. But the problem is at the bottom of the page. He tapped to see break time. Break time, 0.2s. A job I've never seen before, break time. 2s, novice commander. He mused, break time, 0.2s. Who is this break time, 0.2s? An achievement reward for hell mode, break time, 0.2s. Is it a hidden job? He was silent for a moment. Ryu recalled the skill he had unlocked. Break time, 0.2s. Unyielding commander, break time, 2s. The system had then displayed break time, 2s. Ryu has unlocked a new passive skill, break time, 0.2s. Unyielding commander, break time, 0.2s. Clearly, break time, 0.2s. It's telling me to become a commander, break time, 0.2s, isn't it? The screen continued to display break time, 0.2s, unyielding commander, break time, 0.2s, a skill created by those who are steadfast and never give up. Break time, 0.2s, provides allies within a 10-meter radius with a shield that grants immunity to mind control. As looked at the skill and thought, break time, 0.2s. This skill is quite strong, break time, 0.2s. But it's a bit useless early game. Break time, 0.2s. It only appears after frantically fighting until the late game, break time, 0.2s. Choosing a job I'm not familiar with is too risky. He lamented, break time, 0.2s. This is really troublesome. Just as they arrived, break time, 0.2s. Lucas announced, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. We've arrived at Crossroad. Ryu happily leaned out the window and exclaimed, break time, 0.2s. Finally, his eyes lit up when he saw something before him. Before him was a place of immense size and majesty. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. Ryu was explaining Crossroad in his thoughts, break time, 0.2s. Crossroad is the name of the fortress in the far south of the Empire. The reason it was built was to prevent monsters from continuously advancing from the Black Lake in the south. Importantly, break time, 0.2s. There was a time when it was the most crucial fortress of the Empire. On the map, break time, 0.2s. But since monster incursions gradually decreased, break time, 0.2s. Troops were deployed to other regions, break time, 0.2s. Mercenaries were brought in to fill the empty spaces. The concern, break time, 0.2s. Retired veterans waiting for their pension or inexperienced recruits, break time, 0.2s. Those mercenaries were all recruited regardless of nationality or skill, break time, 0.2s. The Empire just needed people to stand guard. The danger loomed over them, break time, 0.2s. They were just a living barricade. And as more people came, break time 0.2s, and restaurants, break time 0.2s, inns, break time 0.2s, and banks gradually sprang up within the fortress. According to him, break time 0.2s. Several decades passed. Break time 0.2s, and the fortress gradually became a city. Ryu looked up at this place, break time 0.2s. After a while, break time 0.2s. People no longer called Crossroad a fortress, break time 0.2s, but rather, he sensed the bustling atmosphere of this place. Break time 0.2s, the front line against monsters, break time 0.2s, the fortress city. To mock the mercenaries blinded by money and seeking their own deaths, break time 0.2s, and another name, break time 0.2s, the suicide road. The city of tombstones, break time 0.2s, they called it. Ryu hesitated inwardly. Break time 0.2s. This place is humanity's defense line. Break time 0.2s. Crossroad. He continued thinking, break time 0.2s. Unbelievable. Break time 0.2s. I used to see this on a screen. Break time 0.2s. It's much bigger than I imagined. The places are older and more dilapidated than I thought. Ryu asked a big question. Break time 0.2s. So, break time 0.2s. I'm going to take over this city anyway. Arriving at this place, Lucas was a little tense. Ryu remarked break time 0.2s. Looking around, break time 0.2s. Why is everything? The extreme silence of everyone, break time 0.2s. Such a tense atmosphere. He had to think break time 0.2s. Well, in Ryu's prediction, break time 0.2s. Their newly appointed lord and commander just finished killing off the militia and is also dying. Break time 0.2s. So, break time 0.2. Never mind. He smirked. Break time 0.2s. I've prepared something to deal with this. The people looked at the carriage and murmured, break time at 2s, and look, break time at 0.2s. Isn't that magic stone? Ryu had planned ahead, break time 0.2s. I put over 400 black spider magic stones in the carriage for them to see. The fact that they were taken from high-level monsters means they are of very good quality. Break time 0.2s. Just a rough estimate. Break time 0.2s. They're already very expensive. Break time 0.2s. They won't have to worry about money for a while. He said to himself, break time 0.2s. That's right, break time 0.2s. If I overcome an unbelievably difficult stage, break time 0.2s. I should at least receive that much loot, break time 0.2s, to make this game easier. Break time 0.2s. I have to befriend the common people. Ryu understood people's psychology. Break time 0.2s. Currently, break time 0.2s. The people's trust in me is almost non-existent. Break time 3.2s. But I know, he imagined how to make them like and love him. Money filled his mind. Once again, break time 0.2s. Ryu was more certain of it. Break time 0.2s. Prepare to be reasonable and proper. I will buy their trust. That evening at dusk, the carriage wheels continued to roll. Lucas opened the carriage door. Then he bowed and announced, break time 0.2s. We've arrived, break time 0.2s. Sir. As he stepped down, break time 0.2s. Well done, break time 0.2s. Lucas. Before Ryu could finish speaking, break time 0.2s. The mansion caught his eye. He was astonished by its grandeur. Ryu wondered, break time 0.2s. Is this where I'm going to live? His mouth dropped open, break time 0.2s. The small house I used to live in can't even compare break time 0.2s. I never imagined I'd have such a dream house. A servant burst out of the door at this moment. Break time 0.2s, Han exclaiming. Break time 0.2s. Oh, break time 0.2s. Oh, break time 0.2s. Master. He rushed over. Break time 0.2s, overjoyed that his master was safe. Ryu had barely spoken break time Point twos and who are you? Ader continued, break time, point twos. No, break time, point twos. No, break time, point twos. I can't call you master, break time, point twos. Please forgive me, break time, point twos. Sir, break time, point twos. Ryu replied, break time, point twos. You can just call me master. He clasped Ryu's hands, break time, 02s. His eyes welling up, break time, 02s. I was so worried that you would be injured. Ader caressed his hands while crying, break time, 0.2s. This poor servant was so worried he became ill, break time, 0.2s. Ryu thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. The name of this guy who looks like he's cosplaying as a servant is Ader. In this game, break time, 0.2s, he's an NPC who manages this city. Break time, 0.2s, I think of his role and handling crossroads affairs. Break time, 0.2s, things like building facilities. Break time, 0.2s, maintaining systems. Break time, 0.2s. It's probably the same here. Break time, 0.2s. I'll complete the quest here with him. Ader opened the door. Break time, 0.2s, welcoming him back. He enthusiastically guided, break time, 0.2s. I've prepared a hot bath and dinner. Break time, 0.2s. Sir, break time, 0.2s. Please rest well. Ader softly asked, break time, 0.2s. Sir, break time, 0.2s. Ryu, break time, 0.2s. At this moment, break time, 0.2s, was standing frozen. Break time, 0.2s. Shocked by the mansion. Break time, 0.2s. Break time, 0.2s. Yes. Ryu asked Lucas about the soldiers. Break time, 0.2s. Have all the soldiers rested? Break time, 0.2s. Lucas replied, break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. After confirming, break time, 0.2. Ryu ordered Lucas to rest. Break time, showed 0.2s. Lucas, break time, 0.2s. Don't do anything today. Break time, 0.2s. Just rest. Lucas tried to object. Break time, 0.2s, but I am your bodyguard. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu waved his hand and ordered, break time, 0.2s. Just rest. Break time, 0.2s. You can work tomorrow. Lucas's face fell. Break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. Sir, break time, 0.2s. I understand. Ader called out, break time, 0.2s. This way, break time, 0.2s, sir. Ryu smirked to himself. Break time, 0.2s. Looks like Lucas's room is on the first floor. Water was running into the tub. Ader introduced the bathroom. Break time, 0.2s. When you soak in the warm water, break time, 0.2s. All the fatigue and the smell of blood from the battlefield will be washed away. Ryu rejoiced inwardly. Break time, 0.2s. How long has it been since I took a bath? Break time, 0.2s. It's true that I'm quite tired from the journey. Break time, 0.2s, so I'll rest for the whole day today. Ryu thanked him. Break time, 0.2s. Thank you. Break time, 0.2s. Ader, break time, 0.2s. You should also rest today. He was starting to take off his shirt. Ader just gave a sinister smile. Break time, 0.2s. By the way, break time, 0.2s. You did a very good job. That expression was full of danger. Break time, 0.2s. Richard Taco. Ryu's face turned pale upon hearing that. Ader coldly said, break time, 0.2s. Richard Taco. The sound of water trickling from the faucet. He leaned against the doorframe and slapped the door once. Break time, 0.2s. Who knew you would complete the tutorial like that? Break time, 0.2s, far beyond what I imagined. Ryu turned his face. Break time, 0.2s, Hor looking extremely angry. Break time, 0.2s. You, Ader happily said, break time. 0.2s. Why hide it? Break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. I am the administrator of this world. Break time, 0.2s. I am Ader. As soon as he finished speaking, break time, 0.2s, he received a punch to the face. Ader's whole body was sent flying by the impact. Ryu was furious. Break time, 0.2s. As administrator, break time, 0.2s. You bastard, break time, 0.2s. So you're the one who brought me here. Break time, 0.2s. You son of a bitch. Ader fearfully held out his hand to stop him. Break time, 0.2s. Calm down. Break time, 0.2s. Shoo. He bowed his head to the ground. Break time, jokes 2s. Pleading, break time, jokes 2s. I sincerely apologize for suddenly bringing you to this place. Break time, 0.2s. But still, break time, 0.2s. I break time, 0.2s. No. Ader firmly declared, loudly, break time, 0.2s. This world, break time, 0.2s. This world needs Richard. Before he could finish his sentence, break time, 0.2s, Ryu rushed at Ader and beat him up. His face was bruised and swollen as he cried and said, break time, see you on 0.2s. I'm sorry. After venting his anger, break time, 0.2s, Ryu said, break time, 0.2s. All right, break time, 0.2s. Just get straight to the point, break time, 0.2s. Back then, break time, 0.2s, when you were that administrator. He recalled when the system window appeared and sadly replied, break time, 0.2s. Yes. Ryu questioned further, break time, 0.2s. And you're really the administrator of this game, break time, 0.2s. Ah, break time, 0.2s. No, break time, 0.2s. This world, break time, 0.2s. Ader admitted, break time, 0.2s. Hearing that seemingly obvious answer, break time, 0.2s, Ryu thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. Why is this damn bastard talking like that? Break time, 0.2s. It's making my blood boil. Ryu asked Ader, break time, 0.2s. Why did you bring me here? Ader composed himself and began to answer, break time, 0.2s. In this world, break time, 0.2s. There is a true ending. Break time, 0.2s. Only one true ending. Ryu pondered his words, break time, 0.2s. Something no one could touch. Ader continued, break time, 0.2s. When the image of Earth appeared with a rotation. Break time, 0.2s. I had to restart this world countless times in order to reach that ending. Break time, 0.2s. But not even once could I reach the ending I wanted. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu interjected, break time, 0.2s. And then you sought the help of others. Ader spoke again, break time, 0.2s, opening a series of three-dimensional images, break time, 0.2s. Simply put, break time, 0.2s. That's right. A series of blue circular frames appeared before the two of them. He reached out and said, break time, 0.2s. I changed the structure of this world into a game and let all the players in many different worlds know about it. Ader spoke as a series of lines gradually appeared. Break time, 0.2s. Many people pioneered very promising methods that no one had thought of before. Break time, 0.2s. But his eyes became deep and serious. Break time, 0.2s. No one could reach that true ending either. Ryu wondered. Break time, 0.2s. Not even you. Break time, 0.2s. A true ending. Break time, 0.2s. I don't even know if it exists. Ader turned to warn him, break time, 0.2s. Richard Taco, break time, 0.2s. You won't be able to reach the true ending. Break time, 0.2s. But you can achieve something that others can't. A terrifying image flashed in Ryu's mind. Break time, 0.2s, making him think, break time, 0.2s. Hell mode, break time, 0.2s. Only I could complete this mode, break time, 0.2s. Is that why I'm here? Ader continued, break time, 0.2s. So break time, 0.2s. I concluded that you would have the highest probability of success, break time, 0.2s. That's why I brought you here. Ryu angrily roared. Break time, Joe.2s. Brought me here for what the hell? Break time, Joe.2s. You kidnapped me. He recalled the terrible things he had experienced in this place and grumbled. Break time, 0.2s. Not to mention, you even threw me into that tutorial. Break time, 0.2s. This body. Ader could only scratch his head defensively. Break time, Joe.2s. It must have been a game bug. Break time, 0.2s. I didn't want that to happen either. Break time, 0.2s. Wait, break time, 0.2s. Let me tell you this. He held up his hand. Break time, 0.2s, trying to appease him. Break time, 0.2s. This is about the reward Ryu will receive. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu was confused. Break time, 0.2s. Reward. Ader continued. Break time, 0.2s. If you reach the true ending of this world, break time, 0.2s, I will grant you one wish. Ryu looked puzzled after hearing that. Break time, 0.2s. A wish, break time, 0.2s. He pondered. Break time, 0.2s. What's in that reward box? Blood streamed from Ader's nose as he replied. Break time, 0.2s. In other words, break time, 0.2s. I'm like the god of this world. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu thought. Break time, 0.2s. That's believable. He further explained. Break time, 0.2s. When you return to your real world, break time, 0.2s. I will definitely send you a very meaningful gift. Hearing that. Break time, 0.2s, Ryu asked Ader. Break time, 0.2s, anything, break time, 0.2s. And he proudly replied, break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. Anything at all, break time, 0.2s. He pressed further, break time, 0.2s, even 10 billion won in cash. Ader pushed up his glasses. Break time, 0.2s, implying break time, 0.2s. Just 10 billion won in cash, break time, 0.2s. 100 billion won is also possible, break time, 0.2s. Would you like more? Ryu felt annoyed. Break time, 0.2s. This bastard is acting like I'm useless. Break time, 0.2s. But honestly, break time, 0.2s. It sounds quite appealing. He remembered himself looking at the computer. Break time, 0.2s. He will grant my wish. Break time, 0.2s. And there are so many things I want to do. A message popped up. Break time, 0.2s. Hey, break time, 0.2s. Ryu firmly thought. Break time, 0.2s. No, break time, 0.2s. I only have one wish to fulfill. His eyes were full of determination. Break time, 0.2s. If this guy can really grant that wish, break time, 0.2s. Then, Ader added break time, 0.2s. You must also have a wish that needs to be fulfilled. Break time, 0.2s. Right, break time, 0.2s. Richard Taco. Break time, 0.2s. A wish more precious than money. Break time, 0.2s. You gave up on that dream because you thought you couldn't achieve it. Break time, 0.2s. Didn't you? Ryu pondered silently. Break time, 0.2s, and not saying a word. Ryu thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. And then I realized that this guy, break time, 0.2s, am the one who called himself a god. In break time, 0.2s, brought me here knowing about me. A man stood looking at the person lying in bed. Break time, 0.2s. He knew that I had a lot of regrets. Break time, 0.2s, and he knew that I always lived with remorse in my heart. Ader tried to persuade him. Break time, 0.2s. I will make that dream come true. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu denied. Break time, 0.2s. That dream is over. Ader further explained. Break time, 0.2s. As long as it remains in your heart. Break time, 0.2s. That dream hasn't disappeared. Ryu wondered. Break time, 0.2s. If you have the power to grant any wish, break time, 0.2s. Then why don't you solve this yourself? Ader further explained. Break time, 0.2s. Currently, break time, 0.2s. My power is greatly limited. Break time, 0.2s. In this world, break time, 0.2s. I'm just an ordinary human. Ryu sighed upon hearing him continue. Break time, there are twos. That's why I have to find someone to replace me. Break time, 0.2s. Like you. Ryu interjected. Break time, 0.2s. Let me ask you this. Break time, 0.2s. Ader immediately responded, break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. He bluntly asked, break time, 0.2s. If I die here, break time, 0.2s. What will happen? Ader cheerfully replied, break time, 0.2s. Well, break time, 0.2s. If you die, break time, 0.2s. You die, break time, 0.2s. Ryu rubbed his temples in frustration. Break time, 0.2s. Oh my god. Ader explained, break time, bam, twos. Life is a game, break time, gwong twos. A one-life only scenario with no saves or reloads. Break time, point twos. If you've completed hell mode, break time, point twos. You should know this. Break time, point twos, right? Ryu thought to himself. Break time, 0.2s. That's true. Break time, 0.2s. This game is that kind of game. Break time, 0.2s. Even if many other things are always happening. He thought, break time, 0.2s. Death can't be changed. Ader added, break time, 0.2s. If you want to return to Earth. Break time, 0.2s. I can send you back right now. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu was surprised. Break time, 0.2s. What, break time, 0.2s? Really, break time, 0.2s? He replied, break time, 0.2s? Really, break time, 0.2s? Really? Ader pushed up his glasses. Break time, 0.2s. Sweating. Break time, 0.2s. To be honest, break time, 0.2s. My initial plan was to bring you here first and then ask for your opinion. Break time, 0.2s. But then, there was an obstacle. He was sincere before Ryu's silence. Break time, 0.2s. Please choose. Ader held out his hand. Break time, 0.2s. Would you like to try to reach the true ending for a chance to have your wish granted? He narrowed his eyes seriously. Break time, 0.2e. Or, Ader break time, 0.2s. Still holding out his hand, break time, 0.2s. Asked, break time, 0.2s. Would you like to return to your peaceful days? Break time, 0.2s. Days where you didn't have to worry about the danger of death. Break time, 0.2s. But a life of boredom. He continued, break time, 0.2s. It's entirely up to your decision. Ryu paused for a moment to think. Break time, 0.2s. Usually, break time, 0.2s. I would choose to return immediately. Break time, 0.2s. But now I'm torn between two things. A source of light appeared. Break time, 0.2s. One is the wish to fulfill my dream. Break time, 0.2s. And the other, Ryu's eyes widened thoughtfully. Break time, 0.2s. Isn't that also worth trying? He raised his hand happily. Break time, 0.2s. It's confidence. Break time, 0.2s. I completed this game on Saint level hell mode. Break time, 0.2s. Basically, break time, 0.2s. I know almost everything about this game. Ryu chuckled to himself. Break time, 0.2s. Completing it one more time. Break time, 0.2s. Why not? The sound of dripping water. Break time, 0.2s, he replied. Break time, 0.2s. All right. He resolutely continued. Break time, 0.2s. I will do what you want. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu's answer made Ader happily respond. Break time, 0.2s. Really? Break time, 0.2s. He nodded. Break time, 0.2s. Yeah. Ryu break time, 0.2s. Now that I've agreed to do it, break time, 0.2s. You'd better help me properly. Break time, 0.2s. And once I reach the true ending, break time, 0.2s. Don't you dare forget to grant my wish. Ader happily replied, break time by 0.2s. What more can I say, break time by 0.2s? Just consider me your servant. Break time by 0.2s. Ryu immediately ordered, break time, my 0.2s. Good then. Ryu touched his index finger to Ader. He suggested break time, 0.2s, making Ader sweat, break time, 0.2s, from now until tomorrow morning, break time, 0.2s, sell all the black spider magic stones. Ryu gritted his teeth in anger. Break time, 0.2s. Why is it an exchangeable item if you don't know how to sell it? Break time, 0.2s. Faced with Ryu's urgency, break time, 0.2s. Ader explained, break time, 0.2s. That's true. Break time, 0.2s. But it's already late afternoon. Break time, 0.2s. And most of the shops are closed. Ryu glared. Break time, 0.2s. Shut up and do what I say. Break time, 0.2s. You bastard. Break time, 0.2s. I don't care if you stay up all night selling or sell at dawn. Break time, 0.2s. I just need you to complete the transaction before tomorrow. Break time, 0.2s. Got it. Ader acknowledged the order, break time, 0.2s, understood break time, 0.2s, but you have a total of 388 magic stones, break time, 0.2s, that you know. He continued, break time, 0.2s, and just selling them at the market price will get you a huge amount of money. Break time, 0.2s. What do you plan to do with all that money? Ryu replied briefly, break time, 0.2s. We're going somewhere, break time, 0.2s. Ader was taken aback, break time, 0.2s. What? Ryu chuckled and thought, break time, 0.2s. How could you possibly know my intentions? Ryu and Lucas stood before the mercenary guild, break time, T 0.2s, surely to seek fortune. Gold coins rained down, break time, 0.2s. He gave a thumbs up and said, break time, 0.2s. Why don't we start? Ryu slammed his hand hard on the table. He smirked, break time, 0.2s, his face full of challenge, break time, 0.2s, with 100 gacha rolls. A new day had dawned, break time, 0.2s, and the deadline for Ader's task had arrived. After a grueling night, break time, 0.2s. He sat exhausted before a cart piled high with gold. Ryu and Lucas walked up to a door. He crossed his arms, break time, 0.2s, a smirk on his face, break time, 0.2s. They're really efficient. Break time, 0.2s. Lucas looked at him and said, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. I'll go in first. Ryu put his weight on his foot and kicked the door open. Break time, 0.2s. And everyone, break time, 0.2s, to pay attention. The people inside stared blankly at the two of them. Break time, 0.2s, as if they were strange creatures that had just fallen from the sky. Ryu and Lucas were greeted by the cursing of burly mercenaries. Break time, 0.2s. Who the hell are you? Break time, 0.2s. Looking for death. Ryu was not to be outdone and roared back, break time, 0.2s. What break time, 0.2s? You bastard, break time, 0.2s. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Finishing his sentence, break time, 0.2s, he strolled around the place and placed his hand on the head of a threatening mercenary. Break time, 0.2s. I am your future master. Break time, 0.2s. Aren't you the one looking for death? The mercenaries buzzed with chatter. Break time, 0.2s. That's the third prince, break time, 0.2s. Ah, break time, 0.2s. That madman, break time, 0.2s. I heard he killed all his soldiers on the front lines, break time, 0.2s. But didn't he also wipe out all those spiders? Ryu looked around, break time, 0.2s. Thinking, break time, 0.2s. Is there anyone truly clever here? A line of text appeared, break time, 0.2s. Explaining break time, 0.2s. The Mercenary Guild is where we can create new characters. A list of ranks appeared, break time, 0.2s. And of course, break time, 0.2s. Their influence would vary depending on their rank. Break time, 0.2s, whatever. He widened his eyes resolutely. Break time, 2s. But let's see if there's anyone skilled. At this moment, break time, dance 2s. Ryu saw a purple glow coming from an old woman smoking at the bar. Break time, 0.2s. What's that? Smoke billowed from the cigarette. Jupiter exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Break time, 0.2s, Mace welcome." She chuckled softly and said, "Break time, 0.2s. Welcome to the Crossroad Mercenary Guild. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s." She turned and greeted Rue, "Break time, 0.2s. The new lord of this land, break time, 0.2s." Rue was surprised. Break time, 0.2s, a rank SL. Rue was stunned. Break time, 0.2s. Thinking, break time, 0.2s. Really? He sat down. Ryu looked at Jupiter and asked, "Break time, 0.2s. May I ask for your esteemed name, break time, 0.2s. She immediately replied, "Break time, 0.2s. Of course." She patted her chest and warmly introduced herself, "Break time, 0.2s. And my name is Jupiter, break time, 0.2s. It's a pleasure to meet you, break time, 0.2s. Ryu looked at the person before him, break time, 0.2s. Thinking, break time, 0.2s. Lightning Mage, break time, 0.2s. SL-Rank Jupiter, break time, 0.2s. Unbelievable that she got here first. Ryu looked at her and asked, "Break time, 0.2s. I've never seen this outfit before. Break time, 0.2s. What country is it from?" Jupiter touched her clothes and replied, "Break time, 0.2s. This attire belongs to our ever-black empire. Break time, 0.2s. You might not recognize it because this is a model from several decades ago." Hearing that break time, 0.2s, he asked, "Break time, 0.2s. So you once served the empire?" She smiled and explained, "Break time, 0.2s. I served there for 30 years. Break time, 0.2s. I was even the commander of the second magic squad. Break time, 0.2s. After I retired, break time, 0.2s. I made a living as a mercenary." Rue, break time, 0.2s. Upon hearing this, break time, 0.2s. Remarked, "Break time, 0.2s. Retired, but still sacrificing your body for the country. Break time, 0.2s. You are truly a model soldier. Break time, 0.2s. Jupiter swirled the drink in her hand and replied, "Break time, 0.2s. Not really break time, 0.2s. It's just that the pension wasn't enough to live on." She stopped swirling her drink and asked, "Break time, 0.2s. So then, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. What wind brings you here?" Ryu smiled and explained to Jupiter, "Break time, 0.2s. What else would I come here for? Break time, 0.2s. Of course, break time, 0.2s. To hire some useful mercenaries." She glanced at him and questioned, "Break time, 0.2s. Are you sure you didn't come here to buy some bait to die in your place?" Lucas glared at her and snapped, "Break time, 0.2s. Im's impudent." Ryu immediately held out his hand to stop him, "Break time, 0.2s. Lucas, break time, 0.2s. It's all right." Jupiter took a puff of her cigarette and smiled. "Break time, 0.2s, and rumors of the battle on the front lines have spread all the way here. Break time, 0.2s, in your Highness." She mocked him, "Break time, 0.2s. It seems you paid quite a hefty price for your incompetence. Break time, 0.2s. Right, didn't you?" Smoke billowed around Jupiter as she stated, "Break time, 0.2s. While it's true that we're lowlifes who make money as mercenaries, break time, 0.2s. We're not idiots who dig our own graves." She placed her hand on the table and continued, "Break time, 0.2s. None of us want to entrust our lives to an inexperienced commander." Hearing this, "Break time, 0.2s, he smiled and replied, "Break time, 0.2s. I understand." Ryu stood up and said, "Break time, 0.2s. But hear me out." He stood before the mercenaries and asked, "Break time, 0.2s. So aren't all of you here to sell your lives?" Everyone remained silent. "Break time, 0.2s. Listening to Rue, break time, 0.2s. Since there's no other way to earn money besides selling your lives. Break time, 0.2s. Isn't this your inevitable fate? Break time, 0.2s. But now you're afraid of losing your lives." He slammed his hand on the table and questioned, "Break time, 0.2s. Aren't you all idiots digging your own graves? Rue smiled and looked at Jupiter. Break time 0.2s, then mocked her, break time 0.2s, and that statement sounds a bit odd. Break time 0.2s, doesn't it? Break time 0.2s. You damn Jupiter, break time 0.2s. Jupiter, break time 0.2s, with the cigarette in her mouth. Break time 0.2s, retorted, break time 0.2s. What? He sneered again. Break time 0.2s. That's right. Break time 0.2s. Your past career was quite grand. Break time 0.2s. But weren't you kicked out for secretly embezzling military funds? Rue chuckled. Break time 0.2s. Looking at Jupiter. Break time 0.2s. Isn't that an act of digging your own grave? Break time 0.2s, he thought to himself. Break time 0.2s. Looks like she didn't think I'd know her past. He further explained, break time, .2s, from corruption to smuggling goods to the enemy, break time, .2s, and when you were caught red-handed, break time, .2s, you were disgracefully dismissed and stripped of your rank, break time, .2s, yet you're still wearing your military uniform. Ro laughed mockingly at her, break time, .2s. How shameful. In his mind, break time, 0.2s, images and information about Jupiter appeared, break time, 0.2s. The embodiment of corruption, break time, 0.2s. A rotten soldier from within, break time, 0.2s. A veteran unworthy of respect. She stood amidst swirling thunder, break time, 0.2s. But her fighting ability was no joke. Break time, 0.2s. A heroine more like a pirate than a soldier. Break time 0.2s. That was this woman. Break time 0.2s. Lightning mage Jupiter. Hearing this, break time, 0.2s. Jupiter tried to argue, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Even if my end wasn't good, break time, 0.2s. I'm still proud to have been a soldier of the Empire. She softly reminded Rue, break time, 0.2s. Please be careful with your words. Break time, 0.2s. Ro interrupted. Break time, 0.2s. How much of that pride you just mentioned are you selling? Jupiter glared at him. He asked again, break time, 0.2s. I'm asking, break time, 0.2s. How much money will it take to make you my hunting dog? She leisurely quoted a price, break time, 0.2s. Just because I look like this doesn't mean I'm cheap. Break time, 0.2s. You know, break time, 0.2s, at least 100 break time, 0.2s, €0 per year. The moment she quoted her price, break time, 0.2s, Rue decisively offered double break time, 0.2s, causing Jupiter to drop her cigarette, break time, 0.2s, 200,000. Rue repeated his offer, break time, 0.2s, and surprising her, break time, 0.2s. I'll double that to 200,000, break time, 0.2s, he remarked. Break time, 0.2s. That's quite a high price for a mercenary, break time, 0.2s. But I am the prince of the empire and the lord of this city. Ader is even more exhausted, break time, 0.2s, and I just sold 400 magic stones. Ryu looked at her smugly, break time, 0.2s, thinking to himself, break time, 0.2s, wasteful, break time, 0.2s, no break time, 0.2s. I'm willing to pay any price to acquire an SL-rank mercenary. Immediately after break time, 0.2s, Ryu picked up a card and announced to all the mercenaries there, break time, 0.2s. Your fear of death, break time, 0.2s. I will buy it, break time, 0.2s. I will pay double your current salary. He cheerfully affirmed, break time, 0.2s. Anyone chicken enough not to want to sell their lives can go home. Break time, 0.2. But if you want to become true mercenaries and earn a lot of money, Ryu informed them, break time, 0.2s, then come to the empty lot west of Cross Road tonight. After finishing his business at the Mercenary Guild break time, 0.2s, he moved to the church. Inside the church, break time, 0.2s, Maharita was healing Ro. She lifted his shirt and said, break time, 0.2s. It's done. Break time, 0.2s. But there's still a faint scar. Break time, 0.2s. Rue replied. Break time, 0.2s. Thank you. Break time, 0.2s. You saintess. Maharita smiled at him. Break time, 0.2s. You're welcome. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness. Break time, 0.2s. Rue looked towards the saintess. Break time, 0.2s. Thinking to himself, break time, 0.2s. An S-rank hero. Break time, 0.2s. Now hidden and the top healer. Break time, 0.2s. Saintess Maharita. Break time, 0.2s. Once the specific conditions are met, break time, 0.2s. I'll invite her to work for me immediately. Ryu adjusted his buttons and said, break time, 0.2s. But that's not why I came here today. He placed a bag of gold on the counter and said, break time, 0.2s. Saintess, break time, 0.2s. As I contacted you before, break time, 0.2s. Maharita immediately replied, break time, 0.2s. Yes. She stood beside Rue and said, break time, 0.2s. I've brought all the currently free individuals here. Ryu just smiled faintly and ordered, break time, 0.2s. I begin the plan, break time, 0.2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. I see he's adapting well. He said with satisfaction, break time, 0.2s. Then let's proceed immediately. Ryu could only think, break time, 0.2s. Today, we have many things to do. Break time, 0.2s. It won't be simple. In the late afternoon, break time, 0.2s. A grand funeral was held in the square for the fallen soldiers. Break time, 0.2s. Those who had fallen on the battlefield. Break time, 0.2s. That night, break time, 0.2s. West of Cross Road. Coffins were being lifted. Break time, 0.2s. The funeral procession had arrived earlier. A necklace was placed beside someone's grave. He looked sternly ahead. Rue thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. Soldiers standing in order, break time, 0.2s. The Empire's flag draped over each coffin. He recounted break time, 0.2s, a large-scale choir in a city where death is as common and cheap as this break time, 0.2s. A proper funeral is a rare sight. A woman trembled and cried before her husband's grave. Break time, 0.2s. More important than anything is the compensation given to each family. Ryu revealed break time, 0.2s. Many people were shocked by the number of casualties, break time, 0.2s, and the news spread from person to person throughout the town. Break time, 0.2s. Rumors will spread quickly. Ryu seemed to accept the reality. Break time, 0.2s. I have no intention of embellishing it. Break time, 0.2s. I want to show it with due respect. The flag symbolizing the city appeared. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu thought break time, 0.2s. These are the frontline soldiers. Break time, 0.2s. Warriors renowned for their noble mission for humanity. He moved forward. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. Ryu introduced himself as the new lord of this land and his background as a prince. Break time, 0.2s. I am the third prince and the newly appointed lord, Asvan Hader Everback. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. Murmurs and whispers arose from below. Break time, 0.2s. That mad prince, break time, 0.2s. Is that the new lord? Break time. 0.2s. He looks damn awful. Ryu ignored it all and declared loudly to all the people present, break time, 0.2s. I'm going to be honest with you all. He said with a serious expression, break time, 0.2s. Apart from the frontline troops, break time, 0.2s. Everyone else will die continuously. Ryu glanced at Jupiter standing in the ranks. He glanced at her and thought, so you've arrived. Ryu began, I will say this, if things continue like this, everyone on the front lines, he sternly affirmed, will die. Ryu continued his speech. Each passing week, numerous new graves will appear in this cemetery, and the lamenting dirge will echo. Everyone silently looked at him. He continued, but I assure you your deaths are worth more than your survival. Ryu stated that the cost of organizing funerals and the compensation was enormous. Nearly half of the money they earned from selling magic stones was used for compensation. Demian stood before a grave, praying, indeed, death must not become commonplace and cheap. Ryu looked ahead, loudly affirming, that is why I will do my best to keep you alive. Lily looked at him with sad eyes. Ryu continued, I will use every means possible to save you and utilize those on the front lines. He reminded them, so don't you dare die easily. Jupiter, holding a cigarette, silently listened to Ryu's speech, survive, and take your wages from me. The soldiers raised their gun barrels to the sky. He added, don't make me pay for your funerals. A moment later, Ryu announced, my speech is over in his heart. He felt uneasy, wondering how the people felt about it. After speaking, Ryu stepped down from the stage. He wondered to himself the defense of an incompetent commander, the debauchery of a mad lord. I don't care what they think, I can only prove my point with the results to come. Ryu firmly thought in this harsh front line, I deserve to be here more than anyone else. He clasped his hands together, smiling, well then let's crush stage 1. The system announced stage 1 begins in 3 days and 1 hour 73:08. Night fell after the funeral ended. Ryu stood beside Lucas in the backyard and recounted, I went to the backyard of the mansion. The two stood silently for a long while. The system asked him, do you want to activate the teleport gate? Yes, no. Ryu touched the screen and said, of course, yes. The stones beneath his feet floated into the air, merging to form a gate. The teleport gate, once created, emitted light. Lucas and Ryu stood silently before the gate. Lucas asked in surprise, Your Highness, what is this? Roy smiled and replied, it's the gate leading to the dungeon at the bottom of the lake. Lucas, hearing this, said, you mean? Ryu moved forward, interrupting him, that's right. He raised his hand, a smirk on his face, and explained it's the gate straight to the enemy's main headquarters. At this moment, Ryu analyzed the game and its mechanics. In his mind, the Fortress Nation is a mix of two genres, tower defense and dungeon assault. From his experience, it was even written on the game cover, Fortress Nation Tower Defense and Dungeon Assault. Ryu stated the stage where the monsters invade Crossroad is tower defense, and between each stage. He provided further information while the enemy isn't attacking. Explore the dungeon beneath the lake and find the source of the monsters. Ryu continued, dungeon assault is called free exploration. This alternation is the basic structure of this game. Standing before the gate, he thought to himself, so it can open before stage 1, this game is difficult but not unreasonable. Ryu recounted, of course I struggled a bit during the newbie tutorial, but this start is already very good. After the difficult early period, he now seemed to regain his spirits. After what he had, I get to start with an almost cheat, like character Demian, and a long-range attacker Jupiter. He happily added, not to mention all this money. Thinking of this, Ryu smiled confidently. I have a chance to do it, no. I will definitely do it. After finishing the calculations, Ryu assigned Lucas the first task after completing the teleport gate. I explained the game rules to Lucas and told him to find the enemy for the next stage. Lucas immediately acknowledged the order, understood. He chuckled confidently, I will prepare well, Your Highness. A suspicious, contorted face, that's all. Lucas, seeing this, also didn't understand what was happening. He wondered inwardly, shouldn't Lucas not understand anything and question almost everything? Images of Roy pointing things out to him in the past appeared. Not only did the prince, whom he had served almost his entire life, suddenly change, but he also knew everything from the city's design to the presence of the dungeon, despite arriving here for the first time. That's already too suspicious. Yet Lucas still follows me without questioning a single thing. He silently marveled, isn't that too strange? Ryu suddenly called out, Hey, Lucas! Lucas answered the question as if it were obvious. Yes, Your Highness. He asked suspiciously, don't you want to ask anything? Hearing that, the expression on Lucas's face became somewhat awkward. Your Highness, me? Ryu's face became tense, even wrinkled. Lucas placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head, and affirmed to him, I will only follow your orders. I have no questions. Under the bright moonlight, Lucas continued, I am your sword and shield. He declared loudly, I only cut and block according to your commands. Hearing that answer, Ryu appeared quite calm. Although he knew Lucas still had many questions in his heart, Lucas's loyalty and devotion erased them all. There's no way he has no questions. Looking at him, bowing his head before him, he thought, but what he's trying to say is that he trusts me more than his own doubts. Ryu was so happy that his whole body trembled. Lucas, you bastard, I will definitely reward you handsomely. After regaining his confidence, he turned to face the gate and asked, All right, Lucas, are you ready to enter the tiger's den? Lucas replied seriously, I can go through mountains of knives and seas of fire with your highness. Ryu, hearing this, smiled with satisfaction. He pressed the option displayed on the screen warp and selected the destination lakeside. The two of them stepped through the gate. After the two entered, the gate collapsed. The system displayed loading warp tip heroes can equip items to become stronger. You can obtain items from dungeons or create them at the forge. Ryu angrily yelled, "What the hell, stop giving me these tip windows, stop acting so high and mighty." Ryu stepped out of the gate. The two of them were teleported to the front of a lake. He looked around and said, "We're here." Ryu looked at the still lake surface and stated, "The Black Lake is the source of the monsters." He looked towards the lake again, thinking a realm of hell that creates nightmares. It's a dungeon located at the southern end of the world. Something caught Lucas's attention and then Ryu's as well. "Your Highness over there." At this moment, the middle of the lake began to churn for an unknown reason. The water around the lake's surface spread out, forming a path. Monster arms began to sprout up. He saw the head of a monster. Countless suits of armor climbed out of the ground. Ryu glared at them, cursing inwardly, "God damn it, don't tell me." Recognizing their origin, he wondered, mobile armor. Ryu angrily gritted his teeth. So many monsters, why did we have to run into these guys? He despaired, knowing that the enemy they were about to face was one of the worst possible choices. Not only that, but their numbers were completely overwhelming. It doesn't matter which one you encounter in Stage 1. Ryu thought to himself, goblins would have been fine. Fishmen would have been good too. Even a wyvern would have been okay. Despair filled his heart. But out of all those low-level monsters, a series of monsters gradually appeared, so many these are the ones I wanted to avoid the most. Ryu grimaced, clutching his head, blaming the damn luck of this game. Lucas, sweating and bewildered, spoke up, "Those guys, they must be the monsters we have to fight this time." He glanced at the system information panel. New enemy information had been updated. The system displayed Stage 1 enemy information level, unknown quantity, 1 level 5, armored soldier quantity, 1052. Ryu frantically thought, "Wait, what? 1000. Lucas widened his eyes warily. He anxiously asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Ryu, with sweat pouring down his face, pursed his lips and swallowed hard. He forced himself to call out, "Lucas." Ryu thought uneasily. "I think I said this during the newbie tutorial too, damn it." The number of monsters increased by the moment, surrounded by powerful magic. "I'm done for again." Ryu recalled a past moment clearly describing his helplessness when facing this type of monster 741 times. That's how many times I reset the game. Each reset had a different reason, but when living armor appeared as the monster in that stage, I didn't hesitate to reset everything. In his memory, living armor was a name implying a monster created from armor. Their bodies had phantoms inside. The biggest disadvantage, in short, was that they could resist most physical damage. For example, once you start getting more equipment, they become easier to defeat. But right now, everything is terrible. Ryu angrily thought about them. If that thing doesn't appear, damn it. He gritted his teeth as if someone was deliberately doing this. Someone is intentionally preventing me from playing this game. They were trying to climb up from below 3 days until Stage 3 begins. Ryu immediately ordered Lucas to retreat as the monsters slowly advanced. "Fall back." "Lucas," he replied, "understood." They moved in the same direction. Ryu flung the door open. "Ader." He called out loudly, "Where are you, Ader?" He hesitantly replied, "Welcome home, master." Ryu then asked Ader about the current defense situation. "What's the city's defense status? We have a total of 526 people who can go to the front lines." After hearing Ader's answer, Ryu exclaimed in alarm, realizing the current number was extremely low. "I've been conscripting for 100 consecutive times, and there are only 500 people. Ader explained the reason during training most of our soldiers. He angrily bit his lip. "Damn it, you stupid bastard. How many more people can we recruit?" Ader replied, "We've hired all the mercenaries in our city." He immediately asked, "So we can't recruit anymore?" Now he stammered, "At least within this city." "Yes." Hearing this, he immediately ordered, "Then send word to other cities and recruit soldiers. Tell them we'll pay double their weekly wages." He quickly took out his notebook and wrote it down, "Understood." He carefully instructed, "Send word to the royal palace. As well, report to them that the monsters have begun to rise again. We need as many reinforcements as possible." Ader noted down every detail. He asked Hanmaster, "Is this really okay?" Ader reminded him of the risk if we request reinforcements from the Empire. Now the later events in the game will be ruined. He also knew this in his heart. But what else can I do now? I need to survive. Ryu decisively made a decision. "It's all right, just send word to them." Ader loyally obeyed, understood. Ryu ordered send papers. Oh, and gather all the carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in this city. Don't send conscription notices. Ader slightly objected, but if you do that, the magic stone production line will stop. But the intense desire to live from Ryu made him obediently listen. This city is about to turn to dust. What are you still worried about? Magic stone production? For stop all production and bring them here. Ader immediately obeyed. Understood. Understood. I will quickly summon them right away. Ryu then went to his private room. He stood silently for a moment, then sighed. Now this game is no longer at a normal level of difficulty. I couldn't even decide. Ryu opened the data. Now I no longer have the time or space to wait any longer. He was making a decision. The higher the game difficulty, I need to create more valuable things. The system announced newbie commander. Do you want to choose this profession? Yes, no, he thought to himself. So I decided to bet. Ryu hastily decided, all right, there it is, you bastard. The system congratulated. Congratulations, congratulations, Ryu has become a newbie commander. He muttered helplessly, what kind of effect is this? Right then his heart twinged. Ryu, pale-faced and panting, thought, what was that feeling just now? The system warned initiating debuff 50% reduction in growth rate. His face went blank. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What did it just say? The system continued with an urgent message initiating debuff 50% reduction in item proficiency. Ryu froze stunned for a few seconds. This made Ryu furious and he roared, shaking the entire mansion. What the hell, are you kidding me? This isn't funny at all. At this moment he was like a ferocious demon. What the hell is this, damn it? What kind of profession has so many debuffs? He grabbed the tongs in his hand, thinking, what kind of scam is this, Ader, you damn guide? I will definitely kill you. The system sent a series of notifications. You have acquired the ancestral attack trait. You have acquired the ancestral defense trait. You have acquired the super buff trait. You have acquired the command authority trait. The synergy power system is now available. Ryu, about to throw a tantrum, stopped and looked at the system panel. What's this? The fireplace was still blazing. He carefully read each line. Ancestral defense trait. When you are on the front lines, the morale of the soldiers will increase. All allies gain an additional 5% defense, super buff trait. All buffs provided by the commanding character are enhanced by 1 level. Ancestral attack trait, level 1. When you are on the front lines, the morale of the soldiers will increase. All allies gain an additional 5% attack command, authority trait, level 1, ability to provide precise commands on the battlefield. The commander's wishes will be conveyed clearly and accurately. Subordinates can fight exactly as the commander desires. Ryu wondered, can I buff all the soldiers? He deduced, so that means as long as I'm on the battlefield, everyone's attack and defense will increase now. I understand why they had to buff first. Ryu paused, saying, honestly, this is amazing. He analyzed each type of synergy power commander level benefits depending on the combination of professions of each member. The team may gain a new skill. Try various combinations. There's also a job change system. Ryu, in his identity as a player, thought, for a game player like me, this profession is absolutely perfect. He picked up the tongs, then carefully placed them in a corner. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. In his office, Ryu was stunned. Can you explain what's going on here? Ader explained that no one had responded to the conscription order. He had managed to corner 4 people and bring them before Ryu, so in a hurry I brought the union leaders. He felt truly embarrassed, all that fancy talk, and in the end it's just kidnapping. The blacksmith union leader began to shout and question what was happening. What is this absurd situation? Both the carpenter union leader and the stonemason union leader also protested. How could you bring us here? Like this, can you take responsibility if the production flow encounters any problems? The alchemist union leader complained, even if you are royalty, you have to wait for a suitable time for what you want. Faced with this situation, Ryu inwardly wanted to find a gentle solution. See everyone's angry look at how they're shouting. Their veins are popping out. I should probably apologize first. However, his words, actions, and the aura he exuded caused all 4 of them to choke up. You want to die, you bastards. His killing intent rose to the surface. Where do you think you are shouting so loudly? Don't you know who I am? Ryu slammed the table and snapped, as the prince and lord of the city you live in. If I summon you, even abandoning your entire production process to kneel and crawl here, wouldn't be enough. He glared at them. But now you dare to affect my mood? You really want to die, don't you? They all looked pitiful. We apologize. This is the first time a prince has become the lord of this city. He realized that the opposition had lost their ability to resist at times like this. Ru's title was truly useful afterward. The negotiation proceeded smoothly. He had their restraints removed and began the negotiation. They resisted, really. He offered the benefits. Of course, I will give you 20% of the magic stones that the army collects at cost price. Ryu explained, if a direct magic stone procurement line is established, wouldn't you be the ones to benefit? Let's cooperate. He was confident with this condition. In exchange, whenever I order war supplies must be prioritized for production. Of course, I will pay fairly based on production. They were impressed well. Ryu glanced at them. Isn't this deal too good to be true? He had grasped their psychology using the trump cards of money and power. He had managed to lure them in this negotiation is all I can do for now. He felt a bit conflicted. Will this make me one of those materialistic people? Hearing that all four of them unanimously agreed, and the negotiation concluded with a win-win situation. I'll do it. What's so difficult about it? What do we need to do? When do we start? He wondered to himself. What can I do? Ryu knew very well that in this world nothing was more trustworthy than money. In Ryu's mind, everyone has probably already heard about this from Lucas. The terrifying truth, the monsters, or more accurately, the 1,000-year living armor soldiers. Ryu estimated are advancing towards this city. Their estimated arrival time is about 2 days from now. He immediately called a small internal meeting. Lily and Damien both gaped, their faces showing clear despair. Jupiter, standing in a corner, was also startled upon hearing this. Ryu thought to himself, I can see the 3 words I'm screwed on their faces. Lucas cut straight to the point. What do you need us to do? Your Highness, he replied, utilize everything we have. Ryu began to assign tasks. From now on, I will give specific instructions to each person. Sunlight shone down on the mansion. Ryu assigned Lucas to become the supreme commander of the army. A halo radiated around him. I will try my best. Ryu instructed the soldiers that the formation might be shaken. Correct them, Lucas. Lucas replied, yes, sir. Lily shyly said, Your Highness. She was worried about this matter, in my opinion. Ryu quickly cut off her intention. Sorry, Lily, but right now I really need your help. He smiled. You won't have to go to the front lines, so don't worry too much. Lily immediately asked why. What do I have to do then? Although she couldn't move, she was also assigned an important responsibility, supervising the repair. I understand. Besides that, Ryu also used a totem buff to increase her defense. He thought to himself, sorry for doing this to you, Lily. Perhaps you won't be able to rest. Ryu crossed his arms and looked up at the ceiling. You will continue to be a contributing citizen to this city for the rest of your life. Jupiter seized the opportunity to ask, May I ask something, Your Highness? The annual salary you mentioned. She wondered, if a mercenary like me performs well, will it be increased? Ryu cursed inwardly, this greedy old woman. Ryu suddenly remembered Jupiter's special attribute, Gold Digger cannot be removed. This attribute drives people crazy for money, especially gold, exactly like what he had seen in the game. Damn it. He had no choice but to agree. Of course, I will increase your salary based on the results you achieve. She became even more pleased. Then you had better start thinking about my next raise now, Your Highness. Ryu assigned Jupiter as the captain of the Special Operations Force. Jupiter confidently said, You won't find a mercenary as capable as me anywhere else. He ordered Ader to give the crossbow to him. Take this, Demian. I prepared it for you. Demian hesitated. Your Highness, this is... Information appeared common. Crossbow level 10, attack 10 to 15, durability 30 out of 30. Bonus. None. I will try it. Demian took it and replied with a confident and enthusiastic look, If that's what you wish, Your Highness. Ryu looked a little worried. The way of holding the crossbow didn't seem very reliable, but seeing how accurately he fired the energy cannon, he would probably get used to it quickly. He suddenly asked, Oh, but where are your glasses? Did you decide not to wear them anymore? Hearing that question, Demian explained the reason clearly. Actually, my eyesight is exceptionally good. He scratched his head shyly, so I deliberately wore some random glasses to limit my vision. Demian gave a bright smile, but now eyesight is very important, so I decided to take off my glasses. He received enthusiastic support from everyone. Ader immediately spoke up. Thank goodness, I was worried about the character overlap with the glasses. He immediately interrupted. Can't you be quiet for a moment? After the operational meeting ended, Ryu went to the east wall of Cross Road. They ran over and bowed. Welcome, Your Highness. Your Highness. Roy asked about the progress of the work. All right, I'm here. How is the castle wall? He replied with some concern. Not very good. It has been neglected for a long time. He was silent for a moment. He turned and reproached Ader. If this city is called a fortress, city isn't repairing the city walls. The most basic thing. Why did you let this place become like this? He hesitated and replied, because we don't have the funds. Ader explained that due to the decreasing number of monsters appearing, the production of magic stones had also decreased, so the old castle lord had cut the budget. After hearing the reason, Rue rubbed his head in annoyance. Wasn't the purpose of this fortress to prevent monsters from the beginning? The castle's monster fighting function gradually disappears because the income from those monsters decreases. How ironic. Immediately after that, he quickly ordered, just use all the budget and materials we have to reinforce and repair it to the best possible condition. Understood. They immediately replied, yes, Your Highness, get to work, the monsters are approaching. At this moment, Rue went straight to the lumber mill. He discussed with them, you've probably heard about the situation, what I need you to do in the next 3 days. Ryu confidently said, is a wooden wall. He was startled. What? Ryu described what he wanted. A wooden wall. Don't you understand? A wall this high, understand, to block the way. After hearing this, he felt confused and offered his opinion. I'm sorry to have to say this to you, Your Highness, but the monsters will overcome the wooden wall easily. It's hard to expect any defensive effectiveness from a wooden wall. But Rao clearly stated his point of view. What we need is not a sturdy wall to completely block them. What then, what, Your Highness? He hesitated. What then, what, Your Highness? He repeated, what you need to do is to make a wooden wall according to my instructions. That's it. Ryu dramatically described a wall that is very, very high. He acted more intensely and provides good resistance. Ryu compared it like something sacred, that damn kind of wall. He couldn't help but wonder, what is it? The atmosphere fell silent as Ryu suddenly realized. He immediately urged everyone to get to work. Okay, stop asking and start working immediately. Only 2 days remained. Lucas had arranged the soldiers completely. Demian diligently practiced, while Jupiter waited for easy gains. Rue was furious with Ader when things didn't go his way. Lily cooperated with the alchemist. All preparations were complete. Under the fluttering leaves and the wind, time gradually passed. After much effort, the wall was completed. The system announced stage 1 minutes 30 seconds before start, 31 minutes 24 seconds. They were watching from a distance. Suddenly they saw something emerging from the bushes. That soldier signaled to the entire army they're here. They beat the drums to signal they're rushing this way. The horde of monsters had begun to advance. They moved with rapid speed, followed by a swarm as numerous as ants. On the city walls they were highly vigilant. Fires were lit. Rue then stepped forward and shouted loudly, there's nothing to be afraid of. Despite the heroic words, only Rue knew how dire the current situation was. He continued, they're just a bunch of small fry. He secretly imagined the reality of facing the living armor army, which was the worst tragedy in the first half of the game. Ryu encouraged, we are the strongest army in the south of the kingdom, but in reality, his army was basically a bunch of ragged mercenaries, including old men who were past their prime and new recruits who knew nothing. He commanded the Hyro spell is ready, all the most advanced equipment has been prepared, but the truth was that no matter how much money he had, it would never be enough to equip them all. Ryu grandly encouraged everyone, victory is in our hands, there's nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, he was still very confident, showing off his personality and spouting nonsense without batting an eye. He further motivated them, everyone fight with all your might. Rue smiled positively so that tonight the entire army can sit together and raise a glass to victory on the battlefield. Only one person needs to worry, and that's enough. Even so, this battle still had hope thanks to Jupiter, the key figure Rue had spent a lot of gold to enlist. He chuckled to himself. It's all up to you, Jupiter. Thunder rumbled around the battlefield as if signaling Jupiter had now taken a ready stance. Half the power of this battle depended on her. Together with her team, they were ready to fight new recruits. Mage I hired at a cutthroat price have begun to act. The sound of horses galloping rapidly on the road, all the monsters. The soldiers trying to surround them all had one common goal. Jupiter, with a tense expression, was still leisurely puffing on a cigar. Rue knew their intention to kill the humans standing before them. He reasoned if there are no obstacles, they will move to kill the nearest humans, in other words. They react very quickly. But their positions have been trapped. The direction they move in is very clear, therefore the traps are extremely effective. Jupiter observed the situation. We don't have enough time to understand them thoroughly. He immediately commanded, do it now, Jupiter, but that's enough. Dark clouds gathered, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Jupiter confidently held the lightning bomb in her hand. Well then, she attacked without hesitation. Let me earn my keep. Jupiter used a skill that descended upon the monster's first move, Fiu Ba Ku. The monsters were deformed by the lightning. After that, she observed them. That many moves were not enough to eliminate them. After getting up, they were more agile than before. Jupiter felt offended. Where are you looking? Learn to respect your seniors, you damn monsters. She immediately vented her anger on them. But even that wasn't enough to kill the monsters. Rue was startled to see the pattern. It was Jupiter's mark. She put down her cigarette. Jupiter fiercely retorted, "Tonight's dinner is close combat, you brats." She went berserk, no different from a monster. Jupiter unleashed her next move, eat slowly, and chew carefully. Second move, Tai Fiu Bak. The soldiers on the city walls cheered. Ryu chuckled to himself. The enemies marked by the first and second moves will finish off the marked targets. The system counted down 5 lives. He watched with pride. Excellent, Jupiter. Ryu looked towards Jupiter, who was on the front lines with the new recruits, but anyway. The monsters disintegrated when hit by Jupiter's moves. But they didn't stop there. The number of enemies killed reached 1,000. The monsters surged forward even more densely. Ryu placed a question mark. The attack just now was nothing more than a minor scratch. He immediately ordered retreat Jupiter. She also sensed the danger. Let's go. Jupiter and the new recruits rode their horses and fled. The monsters chased closely behind. She tried to remind, run. Lucky don't look back, just keep running. Ryu watched the entire battle from above exactly as planned. He gave the next order, do as I told you, everyone hold your positions. One of the new recruits was about to be caught up by the monsters. Ryu gritted his teeth in fear. Just a little more, just a little more. Jupiter shouted, get inside. He replied, yes. They all tried their best to ride their horses as fast as they could. They entered the city walls, followed by the monsters. Ryu exclaimed with joy, excellent move, Jupiter. The gate was slowly opening. The monsters had reached the gate. They stopped before it. He wondered, welcome, this is the first time you've encountered a formation wall, haven't you? Ryu stood with his arms crossed. How do you choose? He reasoned about the situation, evade or destroy. Jupiter turned her head back, grasping the situation. Either way, your choice is too obvious. Ryu's goal, to kill the humans before you. He cursed, that's right, you stupid monsters. Ryu had predicted that if they blocked your path, you would break through the wall and continue to charge forward. They were crowding each other in a narrow space. He quickly raised his hand and shouted the command, everyone prepare to fire. Ryu watched the monsters struggling as they were squeezed. Their ranks were narrowing, and they were losing their ability to move. He stepped forward. We've waited long enough, my soldiers. At this moment, Ryu was more confident than ever. Don't hold back fire. Fire projectiles were launched from the fortress. Other cannons were also fired one after another. Those fire projectiles converged on the monsters. They panicked and couldn't resist. Then they were blown to pieces by the exploding fire projectiles. These were the basics of basic defense game tactics. Their comrades looked at each other helplessly. The entire area where they stood was blown up, controlling the path. He had identified this as the kill zone. Ryu continued to command fire, keep firing. Suddenly, Demian paused. He was a little worried if this would be enough. Demian thought naively the monsters won't be able to cross that line. Ryu interrupted, no, not yet. But there were still some among them who felt nothing. They lined up one after another. Then they gathered in groups to block the cannon fire. He now felt the need to be vigilant. That's right. There's no way it's over this easily. These leech-like bastards, damn it. The monsters were fierce in the face of the cannon fire. Ryu sweated as he faced them. Of course, it couldn't end here, those stubborn bastards, damn it, but I foresaw this and prepared you bastards. He urgently turned and called to Lily, activated. Lily obeyed and shouted, yes, your highness, initiate gravitational attraction field creation. Energy accumulated. It was gradually activated. The alchemists chanted in unison, creation is being activated. The energy source enveloped them. The monsters were pressed down by the energy pressure. Ryu urged, next part, they're slowing down, Lucas. Lucas, hearing this, relayed the command, yes, your highness, bow firing units ready. The soldiers shifted their positions, aiming their arrows. Arrow firing was ready. Lucas raised the Southan sword and shouted, aim for the soul core in the middle of their chests, knock your arrows. He yelled loudly, fire. The soldiers replied, understood, fire. Arrows pierced through them. Others were pierced by arrows one after another. The monsters' souls were about to leave their bodies. Ryu observed the situation inflict damage from 2 streams of fire simultaneously and then finish them off with the creation and the ballista. All right, just as planned. A person rushed over. He reported, your highness, the monsters are moving around the wall. He heard the news and was surprised. What? Facing the imminent danger. Ryu gritted his teeth. He had foreseen this possibility, but hadn't expected so many of them. He looked down and called Jupiter. Ryu deployed another plan. I'm assigning the living armor team that's rushing towards the right flank of the fortress to you handle them, block them, and use hit-and-run tactics. She smiled as you wish. Jupiter quickly moved. Let's get to work. Move fast. The monsters rushed forward madly. In her hand, a wave of electricity. Take this. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. Good Jupiter has blocked that side. Only the ones on the left flank remain. He immediately called Demian. It's your turn. He shuddered visibly. Yes. Ryu ordered him to shoot down the monsters attacking from the left flank. Demian replied, yes. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Demian focused his concentration on the shot. He immediately activated it. The arrow was swiftly fired from it. The arrow shot straight towards the monster standing below. It pierced the monster with a thud. Their ghosts also flew away. The armor then fell to the ground. Demian was stunned with happiness it hit. Ryu thought proudly, so this is divine vision shooting down the soul core of a ghost with just a common crossbow. He looked at him, concentrating intently, and thought, how terrifying will this overwhelming talent become? Ryu pondered the battlefield tactics, taking the central area as the attack center. The arrangement was going according to his plan. Jupiter on the right flank. This side and here Demian guarding the left flank. The notification board was tallying the numbers. 457 defeated, a noteworthy event. We were close to eliminating 500 lives. Ryu smiled smugly at this progress. He thought everything would go smoothly until the boss monster appeared. Even though there were occasional shortages, this level of thorough preparation was indeed worthwhile. Suddenly, the remnants of their souls still existed. They gathered and flew in one direction, surprising him. What the hell? The souls flew up into the sky, forming a source of magical power. Ryu stared blankly at the sky. There's nothing like this in the game. The system stopped at the defeated count of 500. That source of magical power became more and more terrifying. It accumulated and formed the boss monster, the final boss. His face turned pale. Ryu suddenly remembered information about it. Level 25, Magic Knight 1 level 5, Living Armor Legion 552, height 500, the leader of the Living Armor Legion. He felt disadvantaged seeing its form Magic Knight. This thing is the source of power for the entire Living Armor Legion. Ryu secretly imagined himself that legion was already very strong, but even if you defeated all of them, you would encounter a second obstacle, the boss monster. But we haven't defeated all the living armor yet. Why has it already appeared? He was still trying to devise a strategy. The Magic Knight had manifested but remained inactive. Ryu was guessing its position. It wasn't exerting any detrimental influence, nor did it seem to be preparing for a fierce attack. It just stood still, floating in the air. However, this was no longer a game. This was reality. The soldiers also began to panic. What is that thing? He had also grasped the current situation. Just appearing suddenly in the sky was enough to terrify all the soldiers. Ryu immediately turned his head. Damn it. This is the difference between human warfare and warfare between humans and monsters. He recalled their previous appearance, the primal fear before the manifestation of a bizarre creature. At this moment, Ryu was extremely uneasy, seeing the soldiers' reaction. The mere appearance of that monster had terrified the soldiers and caused them to lose all their initial morale. Moreover, it wasn't just humans who were afraid. The horses also began to resist. Jupiter was extremely annoyed. She tried to control the horse that was disobeying her. It threw her off and she hit her head on the ground. The monsters were now targeting. Their group rushed over, signaling each other quickly. Damn it, get into position. They stood around, protecting Jupiter, protecting the mage. Ryu, seeing this scene, was a little confused. Thoughts kept running through his head. Jupiter, the main power on the first floor, and the hero party are in danger. Lucas worriedly announced, everything, Your Highness, we must use cannons and artillery to support Jupiter's party. Hearing this, Ryu quickly turned back and replied to him, no, if the kill zone disappears, more enemies will appear. He became even more confused. But Your Highness. At this moment, the scene became extremely chaotic, but the soldiers in front were quite confused by this dark sight. The soldiers were extremely panicked by the appearance of the boss monster. This battle was extremely fierce. Explosions occurred continuously. The cannons and catapults had stopped firing, and the seamless defense line instantly fell. Ryu turned back and ordered all the soldiers to quickly gather and restore the kill zone. All the soldiers have lost their minds. Lucas stood there and immediately carried out the task. Understood, Your Highness. His face grew increasingly worried as he looked ahead. Sorry, Jupiter, don't give up. On the other side, Jupiter confusedly woke up from a long sleep. A thought appeared in her mind. Where am I? She hurriedly woke up completely and raised her hand to her eyes, observing the situation. At this moment, her hand was stained with drops of blood slowly falling to the ground. Damn it, what am I doing at this age? At this moment, a worried soldier ran over and shouted loudly towards her countess. Jupiter, can you hear me? We have to go, Countess Jupiter. Immediately after that, she was startled to see the scene right in front of her, but I was trying my best to attack and fight back against the enemy. Jupiter tried her best to stand up, and then angrily spoke. What kind of damn situation is this? Looks like now is not the time to lie around on the ground. The key soldier worriedly signaled to her reinforcements, "We'll arrive soon. We just need to survive until—" Before he could finish his sentence, a monster wielding a weapon charged straight towards him. Seeing this, he quickly turned his head to react. Luckily, this guy was also quick-witted, so he quickly defeated this monster. But it seemed that this monster was also not to be trifled with. Very quickly, its leg slammed straight down into the ground. Its eyes, with a dented head, looked forward with extreme anger. Seeing this, he shouted in confusion, "Damn it! Even after being hit like that, it's still alive." Jupiter, seeing this scene, was startled and suddenly realized something was wrong. She hurriedly shouted a warning, "New recruit behind you, behind you." But it seemed she had discovered it too late. A spear pierced straight through this soldier's body. His eyes, extremely confused, glanced backward and fell into thought. Behind me, I'm sure I killed all the monsters around me. As he turned his head back, a monster used its spear to stab straight through him, making him unable to believe his eyes. While he was still confused about what was happening, other monsters continuously wielded their weapons and charged towards him, attacking. Just like that, he departed in agony. Before Jupiter's surprised eyes, he could only shout helplessly, crying out, "Help, help me." Seeing this scene, she gritted her teeth in anger. She angrily said, "I will mince all of you, you damn monsters." Suddenly, at this moment, as she reached out her hand, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. Jupiter looked at her hand in confusion and then wondered aloud, "Damn it, I can't control my own magic." On the other side, the girl on the battlefield was also constantly overwhelmed by the monster and screamed frantically, "Get away, get away." Immediately after that, she was pierced straight through by spears and died. The remaining mage saw this scene and was momentarily frightened. Immediately after that, he dropped his shield to the ground and frantically ran forward as fast as he could. But this monster did not spare him. They slowly swung the spear in their hand up. Immediately after that, the monster threw the spear straight at him as he fled. And one more person died as the spear pierced through him. Jupiter on the side witnessed all these scenes. She seemed surprised that this small defensive line of only a few members had been instantly destroyed. She slowly walked towards them as this monster slowly approached her. Jupiter smelled the living armor in front of her, the stench of rusty armor and the water of corpses. A very strange and terrifying smell emanated from them, the smell of drowned people. She coldly used her power to prepare to cast magic. "You should only lie at the bottom of the lake." At this moment, she became extremely angry and furiously yelled at this group, "Why don't you leave this old woman alone to receive her salary?" Immediately after that, she struck them all with lightning. They fell to the ground like that and slowly dissipated. Jupiter stood there tired and panting. She had used too much strength, but this wasn't even a quarter of her normal ability. At this moment, she helplessly looked at the monsters wielding weapons and approaching. She thought in confusion, "I'm done for." Suddenly at this moment, she turned to PK and instructed, "Run." Seeing this, he was a little confused, She continued to speak to him, "At least our team still has survivors. I will use magic to buy time, so run quickly." Hearing his commander say such words, he quickly retorted, "I can't leave, this is the best I can do. You are the mage." Seeing this, she was momentarily surprised. Then PK, holding his spear, walked in front of her, constantly speaking philosophically. "The second rule of survival for a mercenary is always to stand by the team's mage." His gaze became extremely determined, staring straight ahead instead of abandoning the horse and fleeing. "I will have a higher chance of survival if I support you." Hearing these words, she froze on the spot. The young mercenary's fighting spirit had an effect. Immediately after that, he quickly attacked these undead with his spear. He stood there continuously, using his weapon to quickly push them back. He didn't kill the living armor, he just pushed them away with the long stick, increasing the distance. PKE turned his head and signaled to Jupiter. He constantly encouraged, "I will do everything I can to block them, so you just need to focus on preparing the next spell." On the other side, Demian was trying to support her with his gun. Demian had provided support from the castle. But at this moment, the monsters became more and more numerous, and Peak was alone, causing him difficulty. But it wasn't enough to stop the enemy. Jupiter clenched her hand. A blue light slowly emanated from her open hand the moment she had enough magical power to create a light arrow. Immediately after that, PKE was completely pierced by hundreds of spears, killing him instantly. The young mercenary's body was riddled with hundreds of monster spears. Seeing this scene, she was so furious that she screamed loudly. Immediately after that, lightning bolts appeared in the sky, striking the monsters decisively and quickly. She stood there contemplating something amidst the corpses of her comrades on the battlefield. She wondered if she could have gathered her strength a little faster, would she have been able to save him. PK lay slumped on the ground. Looking unwilling, his tears kept falling for this painful death. She was too old to accept each death leaving before her eyes. She sighed, glanced at him, and asked with confusion, "Hey recruit, what is the first rule of survival for a mercenary?" Seeing this, he looked at her in surprise with his last bit of strength. Then on the battlefield, he used his last strength to reply to Jupiter, "Don't take any job that will cost you dearly." The pain gradually made him lose his mind, and he closed his eyes, Mom. The last image he saw was the sky turning pitch black. Standing before the monsters that kept rushing forward, Jupiter sighed and said, "All your survival rules were wrong. Recruit, you can't become a mercenary like that." She angrily clenched her fist with the lightning power in her hand, "If you want to become rich." Immediately after that, she charged straight towards them and yelled loudly, "If you want fame." She decisively used her power to attack the monsters right in front of her. Just take dangerous jobs and earn a lot of money. Thinking the monster would be quickly defeated, her voice kept echoing, and stay as far away from the mages as possible. Why? Standing on the battlefield, she breathed heavily with exhaustion, because they are the ones who will take all the credit. Her arm was gradually trembling terrifyingly. Most importantly, if you want to survive, you shouldn't become a new mercenary. Then she chuckled, put the cigarette to her lips, ignoring her trembling body. She helplessly looked at her arm, trembling strangely from exhaustion. "I don't even have enough energy to light it." These ant-like monsters kept rushing forward. Seeing this, she sighed. "I thought I could just live comfortably and receive my salary." Then she gave a wry smile. "So this is what comfortable is like." At this moment, a horse quickly galloped over, still alive. Lucas, sitting on the horse, held his sword and charged straight towards these monsters. One of his moves quickly defeated all the monsters blocking her path. Jupiter was bewildered by this scene. Lucas slowly turned his head to look at her with an extremely puzzled expression. Time shifted back a few minutes earlier on the city wall. Rui's voice kept echoing. "Gather together for safety. All the soldiers are panicking." Lucas, hearing this, nodded in understanding and replied, "Understood, Your Highness." He looked ahead worriedly and fell into thought. "Sorry, Jupiter, just hold on a little longer." Seeing that his soldiers didn't seem very enthusiastic, he angrily punched them. "Snap out of it, you fools." Immediately after that was his philosophical lesson for all the soldiers. Here, don't be discouraged just because of the monster's size. At this moment, the system notification appeared unyielding. Command skill activated. Seeing this, everyone stammered, "Understood." Immediately after that, the soldiers here instantly regained their morale and roared, "We are not afraid of you." Ru, seeing this scene, froze, a little fear and confusion washing over him. "What are you guys doing? You scared me?" He looked at his own glowing hands. "Don't tell me." At this moment, information about this skill appeared on the screen. Unyielding command. Encourages morale, increases the fighting spirit of allied soldiers within a 10-meter radius. Seeing this, he thought in surprise this skill not only resists the mental pressure drop, but also revives discouraged soldiers. Then he hurriedly turned his head and ordered Lucas, "Yes." He quickly obeyed, Your Highness. Then he continued to assign him the task, "I will be responsible for reassuring the soldiers and re-establishing a safe zone, Lucas Yu." His face was extremely determined, as he declared, "This mission will lead the rescue team to open the city gates and rescue Jupiter's army." In his mind, the thought appeared, "Enter the death zone and rescue your comrades." Although he knew clearly this was not good, truly a foolish order. But Lucas, with a determined look, spoke to him. "Yes, Your Highness. I promise to return as soon as possible." Seeing this, Ru seemed surprised. Lucas didn't show any hesitation. Ru watched from above as Lucas's figure rode away alone. He told himself, "You must succeed, Lucas." Immediately after that, he continued to turn to the soldiers who were constantly shouting and cursing, "Cheer up, you fools, wake up." On the other side, Lucas quickly reached Jupiter. He swung his sword forward. With just a gentle move, he quickly defeated each monster. Jupiter, seeing this scene, was a little confused, not daring to believe her eyes. His gaze was still very firm as he looked at her. Then he slowly opened his mouth. Hold on tight. Seeing this, she was momentarily confused, not understanding what was happening. Before she could understand, he quickly pulled her clothes and left. Lucas spurred his horse and shouted the command, "Go." The two of them rode together on the horse, galloping forward with determined eyes. Seeing this, the soldiers became extremely awake, looking ahead. A second later, the front ranks simultaneously held their spears and threw them towards the two people's horse. Holy spears, confirming I couldn't stop them, were constantly being thrown here. But Lucas seemed extremely calm in the face of this. He quickly broke the spears with one move. His large back shielded her, causing Jupiter to be a little surprised and curious. "Hey, young knight, what's going on?" She continued, proposing, "I have a granddaughter, perhaps you would be interested in her, she is a good girl." Hearing this, he immediately turned back, looked at her coldly, and said, "If you still have the energy to joke, use it to recover your magic. There are still many monsters ahead." She chuckled in surprised delight towards his master. He would be gentle and devoted as much as possible, but if it wasn't with the prince, Lucas would be colder than ice. Then she spoke with some hesitation and smiled, saying everything she was thinking. Well, thank you for saving me. No need to thank me. I am just following His Highness's orders." Lucas was still focused on riding forward. But he looked at the battlefield with the monsters constantly watching their backs as they left. "Sorry, Your Highness. Perhaps I won't be able to return soon." Jupiter sighed, looked at the monsters, and said, "Just blow away all these monsters first, then sit down and regret later." At this moment, both of them looked at the commanding monster above. Her voice kept echoing, "It's been a long time, you old geezer." Her eyes had become bright with the rage in her heart, so angry. On the other side, many large explosions occurred right there, but they were shielded by the protective barrier thanks to unyielding command. The kill zone was re-established in an instant. Ryu stood above looking at the horse carrying Lucas and Jupiter, and was a little happy Jupiter had also returned safely. But he himself fell into confusion, wondering. He recalled the 4 characters in the game title, but he had also lost 4 precious heroes in just a moment. He had been too arrogant about his gaming skills. The more he thought, the more he hesitated for a long time. Even in the game, he had to manage the morale of his troops. Words like fear or confusion were almost foreign in his dictionary, but in reality, everything was much more detailed and diverse. The image of the white horse gradually weakening appeared in his mind. He had completely underestimated that the war horses would also be terrified. Thinking of this, his eyes momentarily showed confusion as he looked down, because this was the real world he needed to calculate much more carefully and meticulously. That was also. At this moment, right in front of the fortress, flames kept burning fiercely. The consequence of reality, the fire was spreading further due to the firepower from the artillery cannons. These flames kept spreading, destroying the wooden planks and the shields. The kill zone gradually weakened, and the enemy was rampant, charging in, taking this opportunity as thousands of monsters gradually advanced towards this place. Ryu thought in confusion, admonishing himself now. "We have to fight along the city walls if possible. I want to end it with just firepower." At this moment, a notification appeared right in front of him. Seeing this, he was happy for himself. At least we have defeated many more worth a try. He looked around the entire chaotic area and tried to reassure himself, this battlefield is still within my control. At this moment, Lucas announced, "Your Highness Countess Jupiter has been rescued." Hearing this, he thought with relief. Lucas reluctantly accepted Jupiter as countess. He looked at her handsome but somewhat troubled face, pondering something. It seems he doesn't acknowledge her because she was once expelled from the army for insubordination, but preserving someone's dignity is the right decision. He smiled and greeted Jupiter. "Jupiter, I'm very glad to see you return alive," she said sadly. "I am deeply ashamed, Your Highness. This old woman has made too many mistakes." At this moment, she let her blood-stained hands fall to the ground and sighed. "I caused the young and inexperienced recruits to sacrifice themselves in vain. How shameful." Seeing that her spirits were low, he immediately comforted her. "You had no way of knowing that a monster would suddenly appear in midair, and you didn't know the war horses would go crazy. That's not your fault." But this stubborn Jupiter still didn't listen. She sighed, looking at her injured hands. "No, it's my fault. I've been fighting battles for so many years, and yet I still can't please Your Highness." Then her eyes gradually became more determined and she clenched her fists. "That's why I vow to defeat them and avenge this humiliation." She looked at the giant monster high above and made a decision at all costs. I will take that monster's head. His voice slowly echoed, focus and recover, Jupiter. You will need your power soon. At this moment, the monsters kept rushing forward to quickly attack. On the other side, the city wall also didn't remain idle, immediately initiating the firing of cannonballs and guns below. Feeling that the situation was not good, he hurriedly turned his head and shouted the order. The kill zone is no longer active. Stop firing. Hearing this, they nodded hesitantly in agreement. Understood, understood. The soldiers there stopped firing their guns and panted, looking down. Seeing that Demian looked exhausted, he ordered Demian take a break. He looked a little worried and turned his head to explain, but the enemies are still coming. Before he could finish his sentence, he stepped forward and placed his hand on his shoulder. You still have a big prey to catch. He also didn't forget to instruct him rest for a bit to regain your strength. Okay, hearing this, he finally nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Highness, and what was to come finally came. The enemy finally reached the city walls. These living armor were relentlessly and frantically smashing right here, seeing that the sturdy city wall couldn't be broken. The living armor. They used their hands to claw tight, leaving marks on the wall's surface. Then they slowly climbed up the towering city wall here, having climbed up to get inside. Rue took a breath and ordered all the soldiers inside the city walls to prepare for close combat. Everyone had their weapons ready in their hands and nodded in agreement, understood and prepared for close combat. His voice kept echoing. Melee legions advanced to the front. These legions immediately advanced forward, steadily going to the front lines for a battle without magic, a battle purely based on physical strength. Seeing the scene before him, he paled a little with worry. The real battle. The sky was still pitch black. The soldiers were still trying to advance to fight. Now it was beginning. The monsters kept rushing forward with their bare hands. They quickly rushed upwards with their determination. Roy's voice echoed, prepare. Immediately after that, the soldiers looked down with some worry. These armored monsters kept climbing high upwards. He observed the entire situation on the side, and then raised his hand, not yet wait. At this moment they climbed even closer to the top of the city wall. Seeing that the opportunity had come, he shouted the order to his subordinates, now release them. His voice kept echoing, quickly release them. The soldiers kept carrying giant pots of earth and rocks. Just like that, large chunks of iron and stone were poured down, crushing these monsters pour faster. They are a combination of steel fragments and some leftover materials from the construction and reinforcement process. They fell to the ground and died like flies. I placed them right in front of the fortress walls. Immediately after that, these large rocks easily crushed all of them. Many living armor fell to the ground and shattered. But instead, there were still a few survivors slowly standing up, but the rest of them stood up again. Rue sighed a little, annoyed, thinking what a nuisance. Even after being hit by that steel and stone combination, they still get up and climb the city walls. They continued to charge up the city walls frantically. His voice kept ordering the soldiers, use your spears to push them down. Seeing this, he immediately opened the system and made a decision. I have to reorganize the team. Jupiter is the core member. Immediately after that, the system was activated. In the blink of an eye, activate synergy power. A system map appeared right before his eyes, showing 2 different directions. Long-range Knight Commander, 1 team morale will be greatly increased. Dual Mage, 2 magic damage of all team members, increased by 20%. Rue, seeing this, was a little surprised, not daring to believe his eyes, thinking increased by 20%, absolutely amazing. But currently he looked at them gradually approaching, attacking his soldiers. The enemy is here. Their hands clung tightly to the city walls here. And just like that, they had completely climbed up here, easily confronting the soldiers. The eyes of these monsters looked forward with extreme anger. Rue, seeing this scene, was a little scared. He realized an important issue from now on. We have to fight enemies who are very fierce and very numerous. The soldiers looked discouraged and trembled slightly. At this scene, he wondered to himself if the soldiers could do it. Suddenly, at this moment, a golden light appeared, slashing across this place. This golden light was like the light of hope for everyone here. These monsters were gradually being cut down by the golden light. No one else, the master of these rays, was Lucas. He stepped forward with extreme determination. Then he loudly announced to everyone here, I will cut off their heads. What we need to do now is maintain our morale and block them. Hearing this, the remaining soldiers instantly regained their confidence and nodded in agreement. Understood, understood. Rue, witnessing this entire scene, simply wore a smug smile on his face. Yeah, that's right. It's not a matter of whether they can do it, but that they absolutely must do it. He looked at all the soldiers here regaining their strength and roaring to survive. All the soldiers must become stronger. They have no choice but to crush, fight, and win. He hurriedly shouted, turning to Lily, and ordered Lily activate the next creation. Hearing this, she nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Then she slowly reached out her hand, creating a blue light, and recited the incantation to activate the acceleration creation. The soldiers, as if gaining more strength, advanced even more resolutely. At this moment, his system simultaneously displayed notifications movement speed of all allies increased by 5% duration 5 minutes. He looked at his skills on the system and thought in surprise, adding the characteristics I've equipped will probably be useful when fighting them up close. Immediately after that, the small group of soldiers relentlessly fought because the large monsters were right in front of them. Their voices kept echoing, "Push the monsters away, push them down." Ryu, seeing this, hesitated, thinking about something. Only the thought, "everyone succeed," appeared in his mind. The sky grew darker, seemingly without a glimmer of hope for what was happening. With the strength of these monsters, the soldiers were quickly being overwhelmed. Lucas wielded his sword, attacking fiercely forward. His decisive sword strikes quickly defeated many different monsters. Ryu, seeing this, was a little worried, thinking that's Lucas's first skill-swift advance. He looked at Lucas's back, lost in his own contemplation, a skill that helps him become stronger. The more enemies he kills, Lucas is single-handedly managing half of the fortress wall. But there was still an important issue. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, slowly observing. However, that's still not enough. We are gradually losing. At this moment, a soldier was slashed across the body by a holy spear and screamed in pain. Another soldier hurriedly ran up to support him and shouted to announce the wounded retreat, quickly change positions. At this moment, the monsters became even more frenzied in their attack. He immediately realized an important point. Unlike the living armor, our soldiers are getting injured more and more. Demian then appeared and loudly announced, "Report, I will return to the front lines." Rue quickly held out his hand to stop him. A thought flashed through his mind. He needs to use his power to attack the boss behind. So does Jupiter. At this moment, he became even more confused, wondering to himself, what should I do? He looked at the soldiers here, gradually being overwhelmed even more. There is a way to reduce casualties and eliminate the remaining enemies. At this moment, a golden light appeared right here in the middle of the battle. Ryu, seeing this scene, was startled and remembered something. He looked at the fire burning right in front of him, pondering, not understanding what was happening. Lily was standing there using her firepower to engulf the entire area. She sat in her chair, trying to reach out her hand. Seeing this, he shouted her name, Lily. This made him extremely happy, and he shouted, realizing something that's right. She can use magic. He saw a momentary look of surprise on her face. "Ah," Lily hurriedly asked back. "Are you really serious, sir? I'm a mage." Roy quickly nodded in response. Yeah, that's great, Lily. I'll promote you later." She just wearily sighed. "No, leave me alone." He looked at her, assessing her. It seemed she couldn't use as much fire magic as before. Then he quickly approached her wheelchair and announced, "I'm sure I'll also pay you a huge bonus, so here." He pushed her forward and smiled, saying, "Give me a few more bursts of fire." She continued to angrily retort, "I want to quit, and I'm out of mana. Just one more time, ready." At this moment, he was truly a devil. He excitedly pushed her forward and ordered fire. She could only helplessly obey him. He calculated in his head, team's combined power, 20% plus totem attack 5%. Then he looked at everything engulfed in flames and chuckled in surprise. The final power of fire magic is 25% sick. He pushed Lily while encouraging her. "You can do it, fire spray, one more time." Seeing this, she was a little sulky. "At least treat me like a human being." He looked at the soldiers who were trying to regain their strength, slowly advancing and attacking. Like this, the soldiers used their bodies to block the enemy. Lucas quickly brought his sword down on these monsters. Lucas used his sword to chop off their heads. Lily, looking exhausted, was given a recovery potion by Rue with a tremor, and Lily burned the remaining things with fire. Just like that, the monsters were gradually defeated easily. Their limbs kept falling to the ground. The soldiers here, seeing this scene, froze. A voice shouted, "It's over." Immediately after that, the soldiers kept shouting excitedly, "We won, we blocked them, we did it, we did it." Ryu loudly announced to everyone, "It's not over yet." Hearing this, everyone looked a little disappointed and exclaimed, "What?" Lucas stood there, panting heavily with exhaustion. Ryu looked ahead and loudly announced to everyone, "Don't lose focus. there's still one more. Suddenly at this moment, the armor fragments of the monsters slowly flew up into the air. Immediately after that, it was completely absorbed by the giant monster high above. These things made the monster increasingly powerful and complete. Not only that, but it also held a weapon created from the items just now. Its eyes lit up with a very smug look on its face. At this moment, this monster had evolved into a super monster in an overbearing way. A giant light descended upon this place. The monster then stepped towards everyone's city wall. Immediately, the city wall shook, causing everyone to panic and scream. Only one thought flashed through Ru's mind at this moment: holy crap, reality. He helplessly screamed loudly, blaming this damn game. Isn't this ridiculous? This thing is the boss of level 1. The overbearing super monster wielding its weapon slowly advanced. Its eyes, filled with extreme anger, stared intently at Ru, intending to attack. His hands involuntarily trembled strangely at this moment. But very quickly he regained his composure. He tried to reassure himself. Although his whole body was still shaking, his eyes stared intently at the monster as if trying not to be afraid of anything. Damn it, don't be scared. It's just a level 1 monster. The only difference is that it's a higher level. Then he shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to fire. Gunshots rang out continuously. His voice kept echoing, "Don't conserve ammo, the battle is getting fiercer." Large explosions occurred right in front of this monster, but it wasn't afraid at all. It continued to advance quickly, as if determined to do something. The footsteps of this super monster partially moved towards the city wall. Immediately after that, it moved closer to the fortress. Roy's voice also became increasingly urgent. "Keep firing faster before it gets close to the city wall." This ghostly super monster slowly approached the city wall even more. Although covered in flames, the ghost knight still advanced step by step. At this moment, he could only helplessly think, what a damn strong and disgusting bastard. Remembering something, he immediately called out loudly, "Lily!" She was startled and confused. What ah? He turned his head and signaled to her, "Activate the third artifact." Hearing this, she immediately acted, "Yes, yes." Lily raised her hand high and shouted, reciting her incantation to activate the artifact. Immediately after that, a blue light appeared. The artifact's magic had spread. It could increase the magic effect of the receiver by 100%. Jupiter felt the surge of power slowly entering her body. The system immediately displayed a notification: Jupiter's magic effect is increasing. Feeling the surging power, she chuckled with delight. Excellent. A sinister smile appeared on her face. She slowly said, "Feels like my golden years." Ru helplessly pointed at the monster approaching the tower and shouted, signaling to her, "Attack it with all your might. Jupiter, focus your power on its chest armor." Her footsteps slowly advanced. At this moment, Jupiter looked extremely powerful. She summoned 2 large lightning bolts in her hands, not forgetting to warn, "Be careful of the lightning, Your Highness." The sky was growing darker, preparing to unleash giant lightning bolts. Her voice kept echoing, "Even if you get electrocuted, there will be no compensation." Along with that, giant lightning bolts descended upon this place. Jupiter used all her strength to launch a decisive attack on the monster right in front of her. A loud noise erupted as the monster was affected by her power. Very quickly, a blue light appeared before everyone's eyes. This strange thing inside the super monster, a blue circular shape, made Ru realize something. That's the soul core. He hurriedly turned his head and signaled towards Demian. He had already taken a ready stance, aiming his giant, powerful super gun at the monster's face, and continued, "Here, sir." He immediately ordered fire. After hearing the command, his eyes widened, staring intently ahead as if determined to do something. Very quickly, he slowly rotated the control handle of this giant cannon. The cannon was slowly activated, aiming straight at the monster. Just like that, a huge explosion was fired straight at this giant super monster. The giant spear aimed straight at the monster's core orb and attacked. Everything gradually broke apart, emitting a strange light. Just like that, the protective glass completely shattered before this power. Ru then laughed loudly with delight. "Nice shot, Demian." He smugly looked at the monster standing right there in front of him. "It's over." Suddenly at this moment, the monster's eyes brightened, staring intently forward. Seeing this, he widened his eyes in confusion, startled and frightened. Damn, it wasn't that enough damage. At this moment, the super monster tightly gripped the giant weapon in its hand. It slowly raised its hand, preparing to attack the city wall. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. If that sword strikes down, it will break the city wall. He hurriedly screamed desperately, signaling to Jupiter, "Jupiter, give it another hit." She still stood calmly, slowly voicing her thoughts. Raise the steel weapon, hold the lightning storm. Moonlight shone down on a bustling town full of people passing by the evening after the battle. A festival was held in the city's central square. A person raised a mug of beer and cheerfully exclaimed, "Now congratulations to everyone for defeating those ferocious Aimer monsters and claiming victory for us." Rue's face was tense, but a hint of joy flashed in his voice. "Raise your glasses." At this moment, everyone simultaneously raised their mugs of beer with excitement and enthusiasm. He stood on the high platform, excitedly speaking, then raised his mug of beer to the warm cheers of the entire populace. "Drink your fill, I'll pay for tonight, cheers." The two clinked their beer mugs together loudly. The festival had begun. The orchestra began to play, the sounds of violin and drums blending together. The vendor laughed loudly, pouring a large mug of beer for the equally cheerful soldier behind. Grains of rice in a pan over a large flame were being cooked by a professional chef. Fresh slices of meat were being grilled over glowing hot coals. Two hands clasped tightly together. A soldier raised another's arm and shouted, "The rookie won, damn it, that didn't count just now." Rue sat quietly in the distance, observing the bustling crowd before him. "One more round with your left hand." Unconsciously, a gentle smile spread across his face. Footsteps approached. "Rao, sir, are you all right?" Lucas stood before him. "Worried you haven't eaten anything today, sir. Please have a little food." Roy hesitated, then agreed. "All right." Rue pensively looked at his beer mug, only to be reminded by Lucas, "That's not the look of a commander who just won a battle, sir." Lucas looked at him, recounting his merits. "You stopped thousands of living armor without major casualties. I think you should be a little happier." Rue half closed his eyes, brought the beer mug to his lips, and said somberly, "Indeed, there weren't major casualties." The beer he had just put to his lips was abruptly spat out by Lucas. Lucas exclaimed in shocked worry, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Rue stammered, I'm fine. It's just that the taste of this is a little different from what I imagined." Rue's face darkened, his mouth agape as he glanced at the beer mug in astonishment, thinking, "This isn't beer, its alcohol content has to be at least 20% anyway." Ryu's eyes drooped, his voice filled with sorrow. "Indeed, there weren't major casualties, but we still lost precious lives. War has created a scene of fiery blood everywhere. Homes destroyed, many casualties the moment someone dies. Whether the casualties are large or small no longer matters. Every life is important, and everyone is precious. A fortress built firmly by layers of hard rock has appeared, of course. I know I can't save everyone in this brutal game, that's an arrogant thought." But regret appeared in Rue's eyes. If I had been a little more careful, they wouldn't have had to die. He recalled his confusion and panic during the battle. It was different from the tutorial. Back then, I still had a chance to change things. Rue's hand tightened around the beer mug, aching because he already knew that. Lucas, seemingly understanding what he was contemplating, softened his voice and reassured him, "Your Highness did very well, so you don't need to feel bad, that's what I think." He looked at the large fire the people had lit to celebrate burning fiercely and said gently, "But no matter what I say, I can't make His Majesty's regrets disappear, but your Majesty." Lucas comforted and reminded, "This is a victory celebration, and if its master isn't happy, the soldiers' morale can't be raised." He looked at Rue and gave a gentle smile. "So please cheer up, sir, at least for now. Please be happy with them, that's also a commander's job." Ryu gave a wry smile. Hesitating smiling is also a commander's job. Ader suddenly pounced from somewhere, shouting behind him, "That's right." Rue jumped and yelled, "What the hell?" He held a large plate of vegetables, excitedly adding, "Mourning. The sacrifices is very important, but we also need to celebrate and live happily." Rao wondered in his heart, what on earth is he doing? Ader bent down, offering the plate of vegetables in front of Rue, and said earnestly, "Eating only meat isn't good, so I brought some vegetables." Rue broke out in a cold sweat, bewildered, and replied, "Hey, I haven't even eaten any meat yet." He grinned and announced, "Congratulations on completing level 1, my master. That was a tough one, but you did great." Rue was a little embarrassed by Ader's congratulations. "Please keep up the good work." Rue reached for a tomato when Ader's voice boomed, "Your Highness, Rue is eating vegetables." Ryu eating asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" He waved his hands high. "Your Highness doesn't have meat to eat, so he's eating vegetables." As Ader's words ended, the apologetic voices of the people rang out. "We sincerely apologize, Your Highness, we were so foolish." Everyone immediately brought food with tearful faces to Rue. "I can't believe it. We made the prince famous for eating only meat. Eat vegetables." Rue froze, sweat pouring down his face, bewildered, thinking, what kind of bizarre fame is this? What kind of life have I lived? Someone roared an order, you rotten bastards, quickly bring meat to his highness, the prince meat, bring more wine too. Two burly men, arms around Ro's shoulders, chewing on chicken legs, jumped and cheered, pour more drink at all. Ryu's face tensed, his brow furrowed, his teeth straining to hold the piece of meat, thinking, how did things turn out like this? I was planning to review today's battle in a dark and quiet corner. A hand reached out and grabbed the corner of Ro's coat, your highness. Ryu turned and saw Lily sitting in her shaking wheelchair. Lily, since when have you been so drunk? She suddenly burst into tears, sobbing and pleading, dismiss me, please dismiss me, your highness. Ryu smiled and held Lily's hand, saying gently, all right, you don't need to work anymore. No one gets dismissed during hard times. Let me pay you a lot. Two people in black cloaks exclaimed in surprise, Lady Lily. Those two pushed Lily's wheelchair away, ignoring her tearful cries. I want to quit. Ryu silently puffed out his cheeks, thinking that's right, please, take her away. A young boy sitting next to Ryu put down his beer mug and grinned mischievously. Your highness! Ryu broke out in a cold sweat, his face darkening, thinking what now? Demian shuddered and then exclaimed in admiration, the water here is a bit bitter. Ryu broke out in a cold sweat and reminded that's not water who gave this kid so much alcohol. Jupiter kept pouring beer into the boy's mug, making him even more drunk to Ryu's gaping astonishment. Jupiter, what are you doing to this kid? She smiled, the cigarette dangling from her lips, and explained he's not a kid. He's a full-fledged mercenary. He'll learn to drink, learn to smoke, and learn to burn money. Jupiter closed her eyes and waved her hand. He's like my grandson, so I'll teach him well. Ryu gritted his teeth and flew into a rage. Why are you teaching your grandson such things? You're a damn menace. Demian leaned drunkenly on Ryu's shoulder and gave a bright smile. Your highness? Ryu looked at him and said teasingly, how dare you put your hand, no, your head on the prince, you've become braver, Demian. His face fell, and he said each word somberly, whenever I'm alone I always see my dead friend. Demian recalled the scene of himself on the ground, reaching out his hand, watching the man in front trying to fight the monster I can't stop thinking about. That day the guilt of surviving without him crushes my heart, but strangely, suddenly his face flushed, and he hesitated, saying, when I'm by your highness's side I feel so peaceful, that's why when I'm near you. Demian had just finished speaking when he collapsed onto the table with a thud. Ryu remembered the moment he lightly touched Demian's shoulder. It wasn't because he was special or great, it was just his innate ability, but he couldn't tell him that. Jupiter looked over, raised her beer mug, and added, for some reason I feel my magic is stronger under your highness's command. Could it be due to your excellent leadership skills? Ryu rationalized everything in his head as an energy diagram appeared. It's not really my good leadership, it's just my characteristic and the team's support. This battle was buffed by 25% power. His face darkened, his mouth stiff and embarrassed as he thought, but how can I say that? Lucas, sitting on the other side, also smiled broadly and said politely, when I'm by your highness's side, all my worries disappear, and my body becomes so light and agile. It's all thanks to your noble character and the command talent of a leader like you. Ryu smirked and retorted, oh, is that why you're always by my side? Lucas blushed, not denying it, and waved his hand. Perhaps Ryu grumbled to himself. Perhaps what kind of answer is that? It doesn't suit his knightly character at all. A series of beer mugs were slammed down on the table. A loud cheer erupted in unison for the fallen comrades, for the survivors, for our prince. At this moment, everyone crowded around Ryu, making him jump. What's wrong with you all? Someone craned their neck and said, your glass is still full? Ryu stammered, because I don't feel well. Hearing this, the townsfolk burst into tears and snot, apologizing. We sincerely apologize. Your Highness, we couldn't make you feel better. We made Prince Ryu famous for drinking continuously for a week, not drink a single drop of alcohol tonight. Ryu froze dumbfounded again, pondering what kind of bizarre fame is this, what kind of wild life has this prince lived. Each self-reproachful cry of the people rang out loudly. We deserve to die. Execute us. Don't exaggerate, you brute. Stop it and stand up. Then please drink. Ryu flinched. Huh? Why do I have to drink? Ryu gulped down a large mouthful of beer. Are you all satisfied now once you force your commander to drink? Do you know what will happen next? Now fill the glass. Many full beer mugs overflowed, spilling onto the table. The party became even more lively. All right, drink yourselves to death as the moon shone in the night sky. The moon rose higher, illuminating the dark night we ate, drank, sang, and talked on the night we won. Ryu opened the door and mumbled groggily, "I'm too drunk." He stumbled and fell onto the bed as soon as he reached it. Ryu sat up, his face flushed, looking at the pile of chests in front of him. "I have to open all of these before going to sleep," he thought in astonishment. This level rewards a lot of chests. He placed his hand on a chest, muttering, "Let's see what color you bring." As soon as he opened it, a dazzling golden light burst into Ryu's eyes. Could it be a legendary item? He took out the glove from the chest and immediately froze dumbfounded. Not only SSR rank, but also the highest tier item. Ryu broke out in an excited sweat and laughed loudly. "Oh my god, an SSR item." Ryu's body trembled uncontrollably before that light. He angrily threw it straight at the wall. Damn it, what is this, the most useless thing among the rare SSR rank equipment? The item he received was called SSR Luck Glove Level 7, Stats Glove, Type Attack 0 to 777, Durability 7 out of 7, each percentage stat gains an additional 1% good luck today, Whispers of Gambler's Luck Glove Trash. Ryu was very clear about its operating mechanism. This glove deals damage based on chance. I've used it a few times while streaming for comedic effect, but this is absolutely useless in real combat. The two gloves lay on the ground, causing him to sigh melancholically. Well, something useless is better than nothing. But Ryu had to grit his teeth and put it on, can't throw it away, can't give it away. SSR rank is different, it's quite beautiful. His lips pursed in annoyance, but he still tried to reassure himself, when the time comes, it will hit the jackpot. Gotta be optimistic, gotta be optimistic. But the curses in his heart still overwhelmed everything. Damn it, if I had gotten some good stuff, level up hacks and all that, I would have changed my life already, no. The young man yelled in the middle of the night, "I don't understand what kind of optimism this is." Even though he had obtained a rare golden item, he still stared at the ceiling, tossing and turning until dawn. Time flew quickly until late afternoon the next day. Ryu's face bruised and pale peeked out from behind the door. Lucas's face wasn't much better. "Good morning, sir." Ryu looked at his guard worriedly. "Are you all right? You should go rest in the morning." Lucas tried to reply, but felt like vomiting as your guard. How could I? He thought to himself. It seems he had too much to drink. Only Ader was energetic, carrying a teapot. "Good morning to both of you." Ryu was startled. Why is this guy always so energetic? The teapot shone brightly in their eyes. Here, warm honey tea, drink up, both of you." Lucas poured the whole pot into his mouth, while Ryu took a sip and immediately exclaimed, "I feel a little bit alive again, all right, I should probably prepare for the next round right away." The knight's sword was still stuck in the carriage wall. Ryu crossed his arms seriously with this. "I can't even stop wild beasts, let alone monsters. How long will it take to fix this?" The repair personnel reported it will probably take more than 2 weeks, sir. The most important thing is to remove that sword. The system screen automatically counted down. Level 1 waiting time begins 9 days, 20 seconds, 236 hours, 6 minutes, 6 seconds. Ryu ordered the able-bodied soldiers will assist in building the city walls starting tomorrow. Lucas immediately bowed his head. "Yes, master, we will do it as quickly as possible for you." The young man turned to chat with his steward. Ader. "What's the situation with reinforcements?" He quickly replied. "A nearby city will send soldiers soon. The soldiers dispatched to the central area will return tomorrow, sir." Ryu pondered. "So I have to wait until tomorrow to see how things progress. There are some other things I can do alone, but I can't handle reinforcements myself. Well, hopefully the reinforcements will arrive here safely." Then he continued to assign tasks. "Good, Ader. If there's any trouble, remember to report it to me, Lucas, while we wait. Let's go do some work." His guard wondered, "What do you mean, sir?" Ryu smirked. "The dungeon we're going to raid, the monster's nest." He hesitated like before. "So we'll move and go to the Black Lake." Your Highness Roy agreed. "Exactly." Lucas, but this time, their destination was an even darker and more terrifying place. "We'll go to the bottom of the lake with the remaining troops. It's time to turn this game player into a dungeon raiding attacker." The night sky descended quickly like a storm. "Okay, that's enough for today. Go home, eat well, and sleep soundly. I'll see you all tomorrow morning." That night, Ro also finished his preparations regarding the team members this time. "I only told them we'd be going on an exploration tomorrow morning. Seeing is believing. Let them witness it themselves to avoid lengthy explanations." Demian pushed a bitter Lily out. "I'll see you later, sir." He silently sent his regards to the pitiful girl. "Sorry, Lily, but the dungeon requires 5 people. After they left, he called his steward Ader to prepare supplies carefully for the expedition. Ader professionally took out a small notebook. "What should I prepare?" The necessities were listed by Ryu: food, camping gear, and various medicines, and Ader's glasses shone strangely. Prepare lights, bring lanterns and torches, anything that can glow. And so everything proceeded as usual the next morning, the king's courtyard, the backyard. Jupiter carried her luggage with a suspicious look. This seems serious. Where are we going? Ryu used his skill to lift stones, you'll know soon enough. They merged together and automatically formed a gate. This is teleportation magic. She was utterly astonished. It's been lost for hundreds of years. How is it possible? Ryu didn't reply, only whispering in his head, if you explore more, you'll find the answer. Before entering, the prince carefully reminded, we will teleport from here to the monster's lair at the bottom of the Black Lake. He emphasized the bottom of the Black Lake is the kingdom of the monsters. The purpose was also outlined from the beginning. We will explore that place and find out why monsters appear from there. This is the only way to end their invasion. Ryu was very serious when he affirmed it. Permanently eliminating the source of monster generation is the real purpose of this game. The system appeared asking for teleportation confirmation. Select destination Lake Shore. He immediately tapped, yes, I'll summarize everything for you while we get there now. Follow me. Lucas hurriedly exclaimed, Your Highness, please let me go first. But Ryu ignored him and charged straight in. I told you it was safe. The space around Ryu turned blue. Loading the teleportation tip. Characters gain strength by leveling up. You can level up through experience, and experience can be gained through all battles. Isn't there a more useful tip just stating the obvious? The members of his team also slowly stepped out. As soon as she saw the scene, Jupiter couldn't help but gasp in fear. This place is. She muttered, it really is that lake. Ryu immediately asked, have you been here before, Jupiter? She recounted the story 20 years ago when the royal soldiers were stationed at that fork. We received orders to pollute this lake. Ryu bluntly remarked, trying to pollute a lake this big with mud, I bet 20 years ago. They also had a very stupid commander. Space shifted back to those years. The entire mage corps was mobilized and we tried to use magic to bring mud to fill this lake. But then what? Even though the mages tried to create more mud, it was useless. This lake couldn't be filled. Whatever fell in disappeared strangely. No matter how much mud and rocks I poured in the lake, just absorbed it. Her face wrinkled, and some rumors spread among the royal army that the lake was a connection to hell. And things didn't go well afterwards either. After the first week of the campaign, monsters began to appear in enormous numbers, and the army was defeated. The plan failed. This is the first time I've been near this lake since then. Now they stood before it. Ryu spoke, encouraging them, stand firm. Lily became increasingly frightened by his statements because we're going even deeper. The system appeared with a question, do you want to enter the kingdom at the bottom of the lake? Yes, no. He decisively tapped. Yes, obviously. The red screen immediately popped up, warning you cannot return until you find the next checkpoint. Do you still want to continue? Yes, no. Nevertheless, the young man was fearless. Who are you trying to scare? He continued to accept the command, thinking, do you think I've only played this game once or twice? The lake's surface began to swirl into a vortex in the middle. From the end of the wooden bridge, a path opened up. This is the entrance to the dungeon. All right, let's go. Ryu directly jumped straight into the water. The system loading screen automatically appeared. Loading, you are entering the dungeon. Tip: carelessness is the biggest reason for failure. Always be vigilant in all circumstances. The young man's vision was very blurry. It's so dark. My first impression is that it's too dark. It's pitch black, I can't see anything. From deep within his mind he could feel it and hear something in the darkness. The noise grew louder and louder as if the darkness was approaching. Lucas cried out in panic. Master, where are you, master? Ryu immediately reassured him, I'm here, don't panic. Then the young man ordered them to light the torches. Everyone calm down and light them up. The group stayed close together, and thanks to that small light, everything became clearer. The flickering flames gradually spread. The darkness of the night was slowly being taken over by the light. Lily suddenly hissed, what's that? Both Jupiter and Lucas also startled and looked over. He hesitantly asked, Master, what is this place? Before them was a large gate leading into a gloomy castle. This is a trapped kingdom, the kingdom at the bottom of the lake, an underwater dungeon. He held the lamp in his hand and affirmed, this is also the home of the monsters we tore to pieces. Its name was also remembered by Ryu, the kingdom at the bottom of the lake. The young man checked his body first. He could breathe and didn't feel any difficulty moving. The barrier around the kingdom separated it from the lake water, probably thanks to the ancient magic that enveloped this entire city. Lily hugged the bag in her arms, utterly terrified. How can there be such a big city at the bottom of the lake, and how can we move so easily? Lucas's intuition suddenly sounded a red alert: someone is coming. That person's feet didn't touch the ground as they moved. That shadowy figure glided closer, making them wary and raising their weapons. The mysterious person's hair reached down to the ground, yet their gait remained calm. Ryu had to pull Lily back and reassure them, "Everyone calm down. That's not an enemy. This is our first time entering a challenge space, so that must be a guide, NPC." True to his words, the person didn't attack. "Are you treasure hunters seeking artifacts in the kingdom at the bottom of the lake?" The young man slightly raised his eyebrows in confusion. "What?" The girl coldly looked at them with her ocean blue eyes. "There's nothing you seek here. Return to the surface while you still can." Ryu was taken aback. "I've never seen her before. Does this NPC even exist in the game?" He searched his memories of this dungeon. The Inferno is a challenge space located at the bottom of the lake, inhabited by about 100 NPCs. This is the point where any NPC might appear to give guidance, and the girl standing before him made him curious. "I've played this game 742 times, and yet this could be the first time I've encountered an NPC. Anyway, let's just keep going." The prince stood up straight to reply, "We come from the surface with the purpose of destroying the source of the monsters." The girl's soulless eyes continued to stare at him. Ryu continued to speak, "Because the world above has suffered due to the number of monsters spilling out from this place. We've come to end that." Mumi denied it. "The nightmare of the kingdom at the bottom of the lake will never end. No one can break the nightmare. It will exist forever." Her words also had evidence. Many great warriors and countless heroes tried to resolve the curse of this place, yet everything ended in red blood. They all failed. She continued to advise, "Don't step into this darkness. Return to the surface quickly, while it's not too late. Loud noises will echo again before you are submerged in this abyss, before you go mad with regret." Ryu pondered for a moment. If I were really going to turn back because of these words, I would have given up and returned to Earth long ago. Then he continued his exchange with her. "I am the leader of Crossroad, a defensive city tasked with stopping the monsters. I have a duty to protect this fortress, to protect all the people from the monsters." He emphasized his purpose. "I do not fear the darkness. We must enter this city and destroy the origin of the monsters here. The desolate wind blows across this dark land. That's why we've traveled such a long way to get here, but all the gates are locked, so we can't enter the city. Is there another way?" The prince frankly asked if she could show them. After hearing those words, Mumi was slightly moved. Very well. She then accepted the request. "I also want to see if those words truly come from courage or are just the foolishness of an idiot." The girl turned and walked away immediately. "Follow me to the city entrance." But before that, Ryu politely asked, "What should we call you? What's your name?" Mumi paused for a moment, then whispered, "I've forgotten my name if you must call me something." She randomly chose a name. "Then just consider my name to be Mumi." And so the group continued to follow her. It's been 10 minutes since we started circling the city following Mumi's directions. Lucas flared up again. "We can't trust the words of someone with an unknown identity. This is a trap." Ryu had to hold the lamp while trying to persuade him. It's fine. Just go along with it for now. Are you a cuckoo clock? You grumble every 5 minutes." Their footsteps fell one by one on the ground. Finally, Mumi stopped here. She turned around. "If you go from here, you can enter the city." Roy also looked closely at it. Here he could quickly recognize that the dark tunnel was the underground drainage system. Mumi cautioned them to be careful of the slippery path. The group followed that path to continue their journey, and so we hunched over and followed the narrow sewer for about 5 minutes. Ryu emerged from the tunnel with the lamp in his hand. They were approaching a completely new place area. One dry sewer. We had finally reached the first area of the Lake Bottom Kingdom Challenge. The dedicated guide girl pointed out, "This is where all the drainage pipes connect. All the pipes are dry. Not a single drop of water." Ryu quickly used his skill to gather the stones. The spatial gate was formed. Area 1 dry sewer. You have entered a safe zone. Safe zones exist here too. A safe area where monsters can't invade. Simply put, this is a save point in a new area. Later you can teleport back here using the teleportation gate. He also calculated a few steps. Next time we can continue right from this spot. Teleport, select your location, dock area, dry sewer, forbidden area. Lily hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Sir, can I go home, please?" The young man looked a little awkward. "Come on. Do you think we brought all this stuff just to stop here?" Mumi also soon bid farewell. "I'll stop here. Go wherever you want from here." Ryu also expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for guiding us, Mumi." The girl only sighed. I warn you, the kingdom at the bottom of the lake has been completely swallowed by nightmares. What greeted them wasn't pleasant. The further you go, the thicker the darkness will become and the more ferocious the monsters will be. She conveniently added, if you really must enter the abyss despite everything, here is my advice. Each word the girl emphasized, never let the light go out. His entire group fell silent. The flickering oil lamp in his hand still shone like their small hope. I hope the path ahead is blessed for you. Then Mumi went back in the opposite direction by herself. Lucas wondered, what was that woman? How can she live in this underwater city? But even Rue was at a loss, I don't know. Demian then hesitantly reported bad news. The shadow prince down here is strange. Even with these eyes, I can't see ahead. They heard thumping sounds from within the darkness, as if the darkness was breathing. Now it was his turn to be curious, but how can that woman walk around without a torch? Roy was silent. I can't answer that. Badges symbolizing the two factions appeared. This place is full of secrets that even I, who have cleared all levels, don't know, but I know one thing for sure. He said to them with certainty, we will meet her again at that time. Let's ask, we will reunite in this lake bottom, whether as enemies or friends, we'll see. The next things proceeded quickly as planned. All right, everyone ready. We equipped ourselves with everything necessary at the safe point. The quest was automatically updated. Area 1, Dry Sewer Progress Common Area, 0 out of 3, Boss Area, 0 out of 1. He also looked it over and felt much relieved at our party level. Dealing with this bunch isn't a problem. They held that light and went deeper. Let's keep going. After a while, Lucas muttered as he walked. This is a connecting corridor to the drainage pipes. He looked around worriedly. How long is this? Rue, as usual, reassured his guard we'll reach the end soon. The connections followed a certain order. A common challenge area has a structure of rooms and passages. You can search for items, fight enemies, or talk to NPCs in these areas. His foot landed on a patch of light, and here the event will occur in the first room, which is... The rat, the first monster they encountered, was already waiting. Their information appeared: eliminate enemies, Dry Sewer Area 1, Level 3, Giant Sewer Rats, 14. He just smiled. Giant sewer rats can't be careless because of their numbers, but they're not a difficult opponent either. However, Lily in the back was screaming rats. His mood was suddenly ruined. Why are you afraid of so many things? Then the prince quickly ordered Lucas, you take the front, keep your distance and only attack the ones that get close. He drew his sword and rushed forward. Yes, sir. The rear line was also set up. Demian, their skulls are hard aim for the eyes or neck. He activated his skill immediately. Yes, your highness. The two mages were also instructed. Conserve your magic, only attack the ones that break through Lucas's defense line and himself. Ryu decided to just observe. I guess I'll just watch. The swarm of rats rushed forward and were immediately cut down by the holy sword. Arrows from Demian's crossbow also shot out continuously. They hit the heads of the smelly rats, making them roll over on the spot. After only a moment, the noise of the small monsters completely stopped. He praised, well done everyone, not bad at all. Demian also acknowledged it. Compared to my worries, it was quite easy. Lucas asked for his opinion. There are 13. Sir, should I collect the magic stones? He replied. No need, their rank isn't worth much and there aren't many. Anyway, 13, huh? The young man was a little surprised and became careless against the rat behind him. According to the information window, there were 14. But by the time he realized it, the sharp teeth of that rodent were right beside him. Ryu was surprised. 13, wasn't it 14 in the information box? The last rat lunged straight down from the ceiling. The prince frantically raised his fist. His glove began to spin as the blow struck the rat's face. An unexpected stroke of luck caused the screen to display a lucky number, jackpot 121. That rat was sent flying backward by his punch. Its body slammed into the wall and squashed flat. Ryu himself was agape in astonishment. A lucky hit scored over 100 points. Truly, good deeds are rewarded. Lucas asked him worriedly, Your Highness, are you all right? Ryu stammered, Yeah, I'm fine. But the previous event also made the young guard wonder, what was that just now, sir? How could you finish off that monster in just one hit? His face furrowed. I can't tell him that. Every time I win, I get a few chests, and then when I open one, I get a glove. So this is... Ryu randomly came up with a theory and blurted out the prince's punch. Lucas innocently still didn't understand the prince's punch. Rao affirmed, Yes, that's it, the prince's punch. Haven't you ever heard of it? The prince raised a hand to demonstrate when members of the royal family are in an emergency, we can awaken our superpowers a few times. That's it. Please accept this explanation and let's move on. And his guard actually believed it. Oh, amazing! Question marks appeared above the heads of those around them, everyone except Lucas. They didn't seem very convinced, but we still moved on. Luckily, they were all quite quick-witted. The area opened up and a notification rang out. Sewer Area 2. This room is empty, there must be something hidden here. Check carefully. Demian shone his light and searched for something. Oh, there's something here. The young man was very excited. Go on, Demian, I'm counting on you. He reported, Your Highness, it's a treasure chest well done, but be careful, this could be a trap disguised as a treasure chest. Before he could finish speaking, Jupiter pounced like a hungry tiger. Greedy character trait activated. Ryu was startled. Hey, you greedy old woman, what if it's a trap? But when she opened it, gold and silver inside shone brightly. Thank goodness it's a treasure chest. Jupiter gradually came to her senses. Oh, please forgive me, whenever I smell money, I can't control myself. She held out the chest to Ryu. Here, I'll return this chest to your highness, but Ryu was speechless. Old woman, do you think I can't see what's in your pouch? Not only treasure, but also rats appeared there. Eliminate enemies. Sewer Area 1 Level 3 Giant Sewer Rats. After easily passing through Room 3, Ryu set foot on an old floor. We finally reached the last room. The room door was closed, concealing what was inside. Next is the boss room. He turned and declared to them, after we defeat it, we can go home, so keep your spirits up. The eerie door slowly opened afterwards. Their group began to enter. The corpses of small rats were piled up. They emitted a peculiar odor that made him gasp for breath. What the hell, the smell of blood? In the middle of the room was a large figure with its back to them. The little rats have nowhere to escape. Its hand held a small rat. We need to kill all the rats. Then it ruthlessly crushed it. We need to exterminate the rats completely. We need to clean up the rats. The large rat roared, make the kingdom at the bottom of the lake clean, clean. Demian whispered, is that monster speaking human language? However, his voice was heard by the boss. What? It turned to look at them with fiery red eyes. There are still some rats alive. A warning sign appeared, eliminate sewer boss area level 15 giant ratman sewer system manager. It began to roar to threaten them. No matter how many I kill, the rats are everywhere, damn rats. The prince was also surprised. Peleg sewer system manager, how can a rat have a human name? Nevertheless, the large monster impatiently charged straight at them. I will kill all of you. Ryu widened his eyes in shock. No, I need to say something. However, at this moment, Lily was so scared that she unleashed her fire magic rats. Peleg was hit and rolled on the ground, hot, too hot. The girl kept burning it. Don't come near me. After a while, its body was covered in smoke from the heat. The boss's anger increased. Damn rats, you. Jupiter then interjected, you can stop now, good night. Lightning pierced straight through the large creature's head. Then she electrocuted it numb with more lightning bolts. Peleg opened its wide mouth and groaned, I need to clean up the rats. But then it stuck out its tongue and flopped to the ground. That was fast. Thanks to the combination of the two mages, thunder and fire, the boss was easily defeated. Ryu carefully recorded this experience. The characteristic of monsters in the early levels is that they have low magic defense. If we had only used physical attacks, the last battle would have been very difficult. Lily hurriedly grabbed his arm. We're going home soon, right? Your Highness? Roy replied. Yeah, soon. She cried out, the whole room is full of rat corpses. How can I not be scared? Their group moved towards the item inside the room. The information on the box simply read, treasure chest. Before that, he had given an order, Lucas, hold Jupiter back. He obeyed, yes, Your Highness. And so Lucas lifted her up. Release me. Lucas, show some respect for the elderly. Ryu, relieved, groped inside the chest. Let's see. Just like that, he surprisingly pulled out a serrated sword. Its stats were quite promising. Level 15 damage long sword, type attack 20 to 25, durability 20 to 25. When attacking a rat monster, increase damage by 25%. Kill rats, kill rats. This will be very useful. Without hesitation, he handed it over. Lucas here, he took it with joy. Thank you, Your Highness. Ryu added, it's not good enough to replace your normal sword yet, but keep it. We'll use it later. The guard's attitude remained very grateful. Yes. Ryu continued to rummage through the chest. Wasn't there another one? Ah, here it is. What the prince needed was also here. Automatic defense turret summon scroll. This is definitely a drop from Area 1. It's not an exaggeration to say we came here for this. We've collected all the rewards. There's no reason to stay here anymore. He declared triumphantly. All right, let's get out of here. Lily happily chimed in, hooray. The quest progress was also quickly updated by the system completed. The first area, dry sewer, done. They followed the old path. After passing through the connecting corridor from the boss room, the sewer ended. Ryu's eyes suddenly lit up from here. is inside the kingdom at the bottom of the lake. This time their group explored a new and fascinating place area, Two Secret Alley. It was quite developed. Looking at the surrounding scenery made Rue even more surprised. These are the streets of a prosperous city, even the alley looks like this. And that further confirmed this dark night, a city that has reached the miniature level of a magical society. This is the true nature of the abandoned lake bottom kingdom. The surrounding air was still dark, but in this developed city there wasn't a single ray of light. No living creatures were present here. The city was submerged in darkness and death. Suddenly 2 weak beams of light flickered on. The system also created the next teleportation gate area. Two Secret Alley safe zone has been opened. When he touched it, a warning immediately appeared, so he stepped back. You cannot enter this area yet. Anyway, I wasn't planning on coming here today. There's still a lot to explore in this area. The prince offered a few words of praise. You all did well. We'll stop here for today. Then he tapped the command on the teleportation screen. Select your destination. King's Manor Lakeside Dock, Dry Sewer. All right, let's go. Rue left with a satisfied mood. Let's go home. The items were also taken along free exploration. Completed. Your rewards have been sent to your inventory. Today's achievements were also announced. Character level up. Ash X level 9+1. Lily R level 20+1. Demian N level 21+1. After their group left, a mysterious figure silently appeared. He muttered, so he's the last one. He's come all this way to get here. The melodious sound of a flute echoed like an invitation. Countless pairs of fiery red eyes swarmed over like a flood. The other person's face was hidden by a mask. Please forgive our sins. Countless rats had gathered around him, all for the sake of the lake bottom kingdom. At this moment, Rue's group had just stepped out of the teleportation gate. He continued to praise them. You all did great. Enjoy tonight. Jupiter quietly picked up her cigarette. All right, I'm glad too. Who would have thought such a big city was under the lake? The things that happened are truly unbelievable. Her face turned serious. Moreover, that darkness, the strange noise coming from it worried Jupiter. That darkness was too unusual. Then she asked him, Does your highness have any more instructions for us? The prince thought for a moment before replying, Not for now. In Rao's plans, there was one thing he was still pondering. Even though I've completed the entire game, there's no clue about the current state of the kingdom under the lake. But this time, I have a hunch. His emotions were directed towards that land, a hunch that he needed to go there and find out the truth of the matter in that case. Ryu also voiced his thoughts. Let's just solve it step by step together. Jupiter chuckled. Looks like tonight will be hard to sleep. Gotta have a few drinks. Lily exclaimed fiercely. Me too. I'll go too, Countess Jupiter. I don't think I'm drunk or sleepy either. And so she pushed the cart to help her leave. All right, miss. Let me take you to my favorite bar. The prince watched them go and secretly commented. They're getting along well. Demian also had his own intentions. I think I'll return to the temple, even though hearing about that darkness is a bit scary. He whispered, If I pray, I'll definitely be less scared. Rue agreed with that. All right? Go and rest, Demian. Now Rao and Lucas also returned to their place. Let's go inside. We should rest too. He smiled. Yes, Your Highness. While walking together, the young guard still had some questions. Your Highness, we won't go back there again, will we? Rue replied, No. Not until the next offense. Why? Lucas hesitated. Shouldn't we scout ahead first? Rue then explained, that matter. He added, It's already done. Lucas was surprised, Oh. What the young man was talking about were those rats. The monsters that will attack us in this place will be undead sewer rats. This type of monster is a specialty of the kingdom under the lake. Their characteristics are also very clear. First, they will swarm the exploration area. When they reach a certain density, their numbers will explode. Then they will crawl out of the lake and head straight for our city. He added a little more information. The monsters we encountered during the exploration will be our opponents. In the next defense, Lucas seemed to have a sudden realization. Oh, I see. The castle door opened, accompanied by a loud voice. We're back, Ader. Have you prepared the food and bathwater properly? As soon as Ader saw him, he jumped up and down. Oh, heavens, my lord, something's happened. Something's happened, Rue immediately asked. What is it this time? The tower's steward exclaimed hastily. There won't be any reinforcements. The current situation is also very strange. The central and neighboring cities all say they can't send their reinforcements. Ryu was also shocked. How can that be? Suddenly, Lucas's stomach rumbled loudly. He stammered, Please forgive me. Your Highness. That also made Rui reconsider. Now's not the time to receive news like this. It won't solve anything immediately anyway. That night temporarily passed peacefully, whatever, let's worry about it tomorrow, bring out the food. As the new day dawned, Rue's work had already begun. What do you mean there are no reinforcements? Ada adjusted his glasses and hesitantly replied, well, recently there was a war that broke out on the Western Front, so the Empire has to focus on dealing with that. Rue gestured for him to continue. And the soldiers are all heading in one direction. They are withdrawing troops from everywhere to deploy to that battlefield, so it's normal that they haven't sent anything here. Rue's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Something's not right. He felt confused because he clearly understood the situation. The Empire is always at war. No matter the day or season, we're always picking fights with our neighbors. Why would they suddenly mobilize the entire army from the south? The prince clasped his hands together, his head in thought unintentionally at the very moment he requested reinforcements. Another question was raised. So what about mercenaries? Were you able to hire anyone? The reply wasn't very optimistic. We tried to hire some, but there aren't many new members. So, everything had a special reason. The last battle was only a few days ago. Requesting mercenaries continuously like that is impossible. Rue held his head, while Ader suddenly burst into laughter. What to do? What's so funny that you're still laughing? He squeezed the steward's face and chin. Do you have a way to recruit more soldiers, or what? Ader cried out. Yes, I do, but it won't be pleasant at all. Rue was even more insistent. Do you think I care? The monsters are about to come and take me away. Spit out your recruitment method quickly. Ader's cunning face suddenly appeared. All right, if you wish, then follow me. They mounted their horses and rode together towards a manor. Lucas coldly questioned the steward secretary Ader, where are you planning to go? He didn't hide anything and said directly to find the previous lord. More precisely, a destination they didn't expect. We will go to the house of the War Duke Cross. Both the exterior and interior of this place were separated by a high wall. So, what is a War Duke? Simply put, it's a count who takes responsibility for defending the front lines. The system of walls was fully equipped with cannons tasked with protecting the entire front from enemy nations, monsters, and natural disasters, so a war duke would have higher authority than a regular count. And this was further emphasized. In other words, they are not just rural nobles, but military commanders with the mission to protect an entire region. Their horses stepped one by one across the lawns. From the early days when people came to Crossroad War, Duke Cross has been the ruler of this entire region. Ada recounted as they rode, even the citadel was named after that war duke. The area ahead was also decorated with a distinctive symbol, the road established by the Cross family. The citadel standing on this road is called Crossroad. He has protected this place since its early days and comes from a famous family. Because of this, Rue had a question. Then why did he resign? The southern front is very far from the center. On the chessboard, he was like a rook directly confronting the king, to put it bluntly. Here the war duke's authority was even higher than the emperor's. Nevertheless, the next detail was even more illogical. Yet he chose to come under the royal banner and become part of the empire. That's also why Rue became the new governor of this land. Rue lowered his head to think he gave up a land passed down through generations. Why? His steward didn't explain further. The situation back then was quite complicated. Just listen directly and you'll understand. The small path led to the old villa. We're here, that's the place. Vines covered the surroundings. War Duke Cross had this place built as a retreat. After resigning, he returned here. The entire house had a peculiar, eerie atmosphere with very somber colors. Ryu suspiciously looked at the gate. Does someone really live here? His steward blurted out. Of course, I still regularly send supplies here. Someone inside the tower suddenly shouted, Who's there? War Duke Cross, holding a wine bottle, shooed them away. How dare you enter here? Get out of my house immediately. Ader cheerfully ran forward. Long time no see, sir, it's me. Ader. His attitude changed instantly. Oh, my friend, it has been a while, hasn't it? But the prince was still in shock. This drunken old man is War Duke Cross, the former lord of the city. That aged face made him even more certain. It's truly unbelievable. No wonder he had to retire. Ader cheerfully introduced, Come on, War Duke, guess who I brought as a guest? The old man crossed his arms behind his back, looking annoyed. Guest, didn't I ask you not to let anyone find me? Ader persisted. Please just talk to them for a bit. Just a little while. Then the young steward gestured towards Rue. Look, this is the newly appointed governor, His Highness Prince Asvan Hader Everblack. Rue cleared his throat a few times to adjust his voice. He displayed a friendly demeanor. It's a pleasure to meet you, War Duke Cross. I am the youngest son of the Holy Emperor and the newly appointed Lord of Crossroad. Although I myself am a tyrant, Ruo couldn't be impolite to the War Duke. He thought to himself with satisfaction, quite awkward, but courtesy is necessary, like a rookie reporting to a superior. The prince was about to start a conversation with him, thinking today is the day, but his words were immediately cut off. Get out. The young man froze in astonishment. What? Warduke Cross opened his mouth wide and shouted again. I said, get out, are you deaf? Rue's anger also began to rise. Hey, that's going too far. The emblem was still fluttering out there. The Everblack Empire was a nation with a harsh monarchy, even if the Warduke used to rule this place. How dare he disrespect a prince, not to mention wanting to kick me out. He used his authority to threaten you are being extremely rude, Warduke. He was about to raise his voice when the old man in front of him drew his weapon. Let me remind you of your rank compared to, oh, never mind, Ryu slowly stepped back. The harsh Everblack Empire, what kind of people point weapons at royalty? Charlie didn't hesitate to charge forward. Get out. Ryu could only helplessly conclude, he's completely insane, just like my grandparents always taught me. Don't mess with crazy people, damn it. Warduke Cross kept chasing them away while I'm still talking. Get out quickly. Ryu still tried to be polite. I'll be back later, Warduke. I hope we can have a proper conversation. The old man stood at the door and yelled, don't you dare drag your carcass back here. Leave me alone. Got it. Lucas was pulled back by Rao for reassurance. Calm down, calm down. A brief overview of that hot-tempered old man, Warduke Cross, full name Charlie Cross, a person who never appeared in the game's official history, but the reason I still remember him. Charlie's identity was very important, because he was the father of the strongest character in the game, Evangeline Cross. With her top-tier skills, she was one of the most popular SSR characters in the game. Ryu's mind was full of calculations. I have to quickly find a way to get on that old man's side. Will I have a chance to pull an SSR? On the way back, he continued to chat with Ader. So how will that old man handle the army issue? The steward replied. Warduke Cross has his own army. That army solemnly carries that flag elite warriors who swore lifelong loyalty to him. If we can persuade the Warduke, the army problem will be much easier. The issue made the prince even more worried, so win him over at all costs. But talking to him means getting beaten up, and meeting him directly is even more difficult. Ader hinted again there is a way. Rue immediately turned around. Oh, tell me about it. Ader smiled. Sometimes only drinking buddies understand each other's feelings. That idea made Rue break out in a cold sweat. Damn it. I want to live an upright and noble life, but this world won't let me. That afternoon he returned to Charlie's manor. Warduke, are you there, Warduke? The old man greeted him with a weapon ready. Are you tired of living, boy? I warned you not to ever come near here again. But this time Rue came alone with a card of something. The white sheet he pulled back revealed shiny things. What else? The prince cheerfully said. It's your favorite. If we're talking about Rue's identity, he's a degenerate. Rue is a wild bastard, a playboy prince who does nothing but party and drink all day and is a disgrace to everyone everywhere. And all those shiny things were alcohol. There's no way someone like that would come to the countryside empty-handed. Of course, he'd bring a lot of expensive drinks. Rue held up an expensive bottle of wine. Let's drink, Warduke. Are you testing me, or don't you want to? The old Warduke immediately blurted out, No, no, who said I didn't want to? The old man's eyes lit up. Come in, your highness. Bring all that stuff in with you. That attitude made Rue sigh in relief. Luckily, he's predictable. At this moment, Lily was having a terrible nightmare about being exploited for her labor by him. The door of the tower opened this way. As soon as he entered, Rue had to exclaim, oh damn it. The floor of the tower was full of empty bottles, oh heavens. The prince quickly covered his mouth. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming. He doesn't just like drinking, he's a complete alcoholic. 2 glasses were quickly taken out by the Warduke. It's been a long time since I've drunk with someone else. Ryu suspiciously looked at the glass. Is this clean? The old man affirmed. Even if the house is as dirty as a pigsty, the glasses must be clean. Isn't that how you show respect for alcohol? Then Charlie reached for the bottle on the table. Let's see what you brought. For someone like him, he immediately recognized Peacemaker's first-year royal whiskey. Oh my God, this is priceless. This is truly valuable, just like its name. Peacemaker is the middle name of the current emperor, which means this bottle was made in the year the emperor ascended the throne, which also means it's incredibly expensive. The glass was quickly filled. I've brought you this expensive drink, so please treat me well. Rue smirked. That's the message this action conveys. He raised his glass, and as the other person drank, he said, now bottoms up. The old man exhaled with satisfaction. Truly high-quality liquor, even the feeling of swallowing it is different. Ryu asked, If you gulp it down like that, are you sure you can taste it? The old man had a very simple philosophy. If I want to compare it to the cheap stuff I usually drink, shouldn't I drink it the way I always do? That way I can judge fairly. Ryu silently assessed. Is that really true? I don't drink, so I don't know if it's really like that or not. He began to speak anyway. Warduke, today we need to talk about. But the old man was uncooperative. Didn't mention any other topics, just drink. The wine continued to be poured. Just drink. If you plan to talk about anything else, get out. Ro immediately complained, at least give me some snacks. His words made Charlie silent for a moment. This old drunk just drinks and has nothing in his stomach. He casually tossed a bag of something. Here, eat this. The young man wondered, what is this? Charlie curtly replied, dried fruit. I made it from the fruit harvested from my garden. Roy raised an eyebrow curiously. You have a garden? The Warduke directed his attention outside. Can't you see it over there outside the window? It's right behind this mansion. Indeed, there were a few small, slender trees outside. I take pleasure in taking care of it. Rue had no choice but to agree. Oh well, then thank you for the food. As soon as he took a bite, Russ immediately spat it out. The thing in his hand had a strange pitch-black color. What is this? It's so bitter and sour. How am I supposed to eat this? Charlie was annoyed. How dare you spit out the fruit I worked so hard to grow, how rude. But then it was his turn, and he also gagged. See, you can't eat it either. The old man quickly wiped his mouth, disgusting. I grew this fruit, but it tastes like garbage. Then Charlie pushed the bag straight over. Here, take the fruit. Rue protested. If you can't eat it, why are you giving it to me as a gift? The old man stubbornly poured himself some more wine to drink. If I could eat it, I would have already. Why would I give it to you? It's obvious. Rue was dumbfounded. Is that right? He's saying completely nonsensical things, yet it's strangely convincing. Suddenly, Charlie began to confide the knife's edge is located in the southernmost part of the continent. The sunlight outside began to weaken. The days are long and the land is very fertile. People say that there's no better place to grow fruit than here, Ryu exclaimed. Then what's wrong with its taste? The old man calmly explained. People say all crops, not just fruit, can flourish if the soil is tilled. Charlie's face was sorrowful. If only we weren't invaded by monsters every 2 days. The monsters destroy the fields and kill all the farmers. Red blood from their corpses seeps into the ground, but when they die, they contaminate the soil with dark energy. Do you know what happens after that? From then on, the trees wither and the entire land becomes poisoned. That means the soil is cursed. All the crops shrivel up and die. His voice grew softer and softer. That's why there are no fields around the knife's edge. Warduke Cross looked down at his glass with a troubled gaze. The liquid in the wine shimmered in the light. Break time, Jeropuz Su. He looked at the golden liquor made from fruit and grains. Break time, 0.2s, things that cannot be harvested on this land. Ryu also seriously discussed it. Break time, 0.2s. Then why did you plant an entire orchard? The old man took a sip. Break time, 0.2s. A person should regret at least once in their life. Break time, 0.2s. Right? He revealed his feelings about it. Break time, 0.2s. That orchard is my regret. He clutched the wine bottle tightly. Break time, 0.2s. Now, break time, 0.2s. Even if I wanted to drink, break time, 0.2s. I can't. The prince carefully poured water for him. Break time, 0.2s. Warduke. Break time, 0.2s. Do you know why I came to see you today? Break time, 0.2s. His attitude remained as stubborn as ever. Break time, 0.2s. Didn't I tell you to get out if you plan to talk about other topics? Rue was also unyielding. Break time, 0.2s. If you want, break time, 0.2s. Kick me out, break time, 0.2s. But I will say what I need to say. He blurted out the urgent situation. Break time, 0.2s. The monsters have started acting again. Break time, 0.2s Mao, and their numbers are terrifying. He recounted the events. Break time, 0.2s. The last invasion was 1,000 armored undead. Break time, 0.2s, and we managed to stop them. And the damage we suffered was enormous. Break time, 0.2s. The walls were severely damaged. Break time, 0.2s. And the number of soldiers is desperately low. He pleaded. Break time, 0.2s. But we desperately need military support. Break time, 0.2s. Warduke, break time, 0.2s. We need the soldiers under your command. Charlie closed his eyes. Break time, 0.2s. I don't have any soldiers under my command. Break time, 0.2s. The young man still firmly believed the stories about his family's private army. Break time, 0.2s. I know all about your family's private army. Nevertheless, break time, 0.2s. The old man only whispered, break time, 0.2s. I have friends I taught and fought alongside on the battlefield my whole life. Break time, 0.2s. But when I gave up my title, his weapons lay forlornly in the corner. Break time, 0.2s. When I let go of that spear and shield, break time, 2s. When those friends also laid down their weapons, break time, 0.2s. They are no longer fighting. Ryu suggested, break time, 3s. Summon them back to duty. Break time, 3.2s. But the old man immediately refused. It's useless. Break time, 0.2s. His hand still held that terrible fruit. Break time, 0.2s. This land is not worth protecting. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu exclaimed, break time, 0.2s. What do you mean? He offered his advice, break time, 0.2s. Don't waste innocent lives trying to protect this worthless front line. Break time, 0.2s. Instead, break time, 0.2s. Evacuate everyone. Charlie's demeanor remained calm. Break time, 0.2s. From his ancestors' generation until now, break time, 0.2s. The man who inherited a family dedicated his whole life to protecting this land is saying this. But then he became curious. Break time, 0.2s. Look here, break time, 0.2s. Prince, break time, 0.2s. Why did you come to this land? The old man knew what was happening. Break time, 0.2s. Everything in this land is slowly dying. Break time, 2.2s. There is no hope. Break time, 0.2s, and no future. The wrinkles on his face deepened. Break time, 2s. This is the advice of someone who wasted his entire life protecting this place. Break time. 2s. Leave this place. Break time. 0.2s. Leave as quickly as possible. Then Ryu also turned to leave with those final words, break time, 0.2s, before the curse of this land swallows you. Lucas eagerly asked, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Did you manage to persuade him? Break time, 0.2s. Ryu reported frankly, break time, 0.2s. No, break time, 0.2s. I failed, break time, 0.2s, but I got this as a gift. He held out the bag of seeds, break time, 0.2s. Well, break time, 0.2s. Who said it would be successful in one day? Break time, 0.2s. So, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness is planning to go back, break time, 0.2s. It's worth the time and effort. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. The prince was still puzzled. Break time, 0.2s. By the way, break time, 0.2s. What happened to the war duke? He quickly mounted his horse. Break time, 0.2s. It seems like he went through something. Break time, 0.2s. Lucas, break time, 0.2s. Do you know anything? Break time, 0.2s. But unfortunately, break time, 0.2s. His guard shook his head. Break time, 0.2s. No, break time, 0.2s. I don't know. Ryu groaned. Break time, bot 0.2s. Ader told me to go ask the people involved myself. He silently cursed Ader. Break time, 0.2s. That cursed bastard. Break time, 0.2s. Anyway, break time, 0.2s. Persuading is persuading. The two of them left together. Break time, 0.2s. Now we have to do everything we can. Break time, 0.2s. Everything we can do. Break time, 0.2s. Repair the walls. Break time, 0.2s. Prepare for war. Thoughts flooded the young man's mind. Break time, 0.2s. No matter how much I prepare, break time, 0.2s. The monsters will come, break time, 0.2s. I have to work as efficiently as possible and kill monsters with all my might. He coldly ordered break time, 0.2s. Let's go back to the crossroads. Break time, 0.2s. We still have a lot to do. The statistics from the subsequent battle were also completed. Break time 0.2s in Stage 2, break time 0.2s, mysterious level, break time 0.2s, 3 giant sewer rats. An unbelievable number appeared, break time 02s, 3251. Everything proceeded as usual until the next morning. That sword had been used by Alassi, break time 0.2s, leaving a large crack in the citadel. Break time. Poyos. We just destroyed the large sword stuck in the wall. Break time. 2s. Today, break time. 0.2s. We will clean up this rubble and begin repairing the city walls. He also looked to the side, break time 0.2s, as don't throw away the fragments of that sword. Break time 0.2s. Instead, break time 0.2s. Bescatter them in front of the city walls. Break time 0.2s. It will be a great barrier. The sharp iron fragments were laid all over the ground. Break time 0.2s. Perfect for trapping rats. Then he also spoke with the person in charge. Break time 0.2s. What is the estimated time to repair the city walls? Break time 0.2s. The person hesitated. Break time 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. The condition of the walls is worse than we expected. Break time 0.2s, and so. He immediately demanded, break time 0.2s. Just say it directly. Break time 0.2s. How long will it take? Break time 0.2s. The person blurted out, break time 0.2s, but 10 days from today. The number echoed in his mind. Break time 0.2s. 10 days. Break time 0.2s. I have about a week before the next city defense. Break time 0.2s. Not enough time. Steel pipes were being rebuilt around the damaged area. Break time 0.2s. The embodiment of imperial architecture. Break time 0.2s. The crossroad city walls. Break time 0.2s. I know it can't be repaired with just a few stones. Break time 0.2s. But, he ordered, break time 0.2s. I will take care of the materials and manpower. Break time 0.2s. Do everything you can to complete the repairs within a week. Break time 0.2s. The person worriedly wanted to object. Break time 0.2s. But break time 0.2s. But Your Highness. However, break time 0.2s. He had to shut up under Ra's terrifying gaze. Break time 0.2s. But what? Break time 0.2s. Try saying it. Break time 0.2s. Speak. Break time 0.2s. I know this is impossible. Break time 0.2s. But I have no choice but to push them. The data for Stage 2 was available. Break time Yodao 2s. It's not a mistake. Break time 0.2s. Nor is it an illusion. The number was considered by him. Break time 0.2s. 3,000. Break time 0.2s. There will be 3,000 of those dog-sized giant rats we saw during the free exploration, and the prerequisite forced him to push them. Break time 0.2s. I must have the city walls. The person in charge dejectedly accepted the order. Break time 0.2s. We will do our best. Break time 0.2s. Ryu patted his shoulder to encourage him. Break time 0.2s. Thank you. Break time 0.2s. I will remember everyone's hard work and sacrifice. Then Ryu shouted loudly to all the workers, break time 0.2s. Hey, break time 0.2s. Hey, break time 0.2s. We are protecting the world. Break time 0.2s. Let's start working. Break time 0.2s. They shouted in unison. Break time 0.2s. Yes, break time 0.2s. Your Highness. Time passed. Break time 0.2s. A few days later. Break time 0.2s. During the day. Break time 0.2s. I oversaw the repair of the city walls. Break time 0.2s. And at night. Break time 0.2s. I drank with War Duke Cross at his house. But nothing was too special. Break time 0.2s. There was no conversation between me and him. Break time 0.2s. Just the exchange of glasses of wine. The tired person in charge laid each stone into the wall. break time, 0 The defense line was gradually being rebuilt. Enro, break time, 0.2s. With difficulty, break time, 0.2s. Vomited a puddle. Break time, 0.2s. And my liver is gradually being destroyed. Night fell again, break time, 0.2s. Many hours passed with me pouring alcohol into my stomach. Break time, 0.2s. After 4 days of silent drinking, break time, 0.2s. The war duke finally opened his mouth. Today, break time, 0.2s. Charlie suddenly asked him, break time, 0.2s. Do you love anyone? The dim light between them was still on, break time, 0.2s, but no one spoke. Rue's face wrinkled. Break time, 0.2s beta huh. The war duke repeated, break time, 0.2s. I'm asking if you love anyone. He also answered himself, break time, 0.2s. I guess not break time, 0.2s. Ryu chimed in, break time, 0.2s. Yeah, break time, 0.2s. Yeah, break time, 0.2s. That's right. Charlie didn't give up, break time, 0.2s. Think carefully, break time, 0.2s. Really, break time, 0.2s. No one. This question made Roy ponder for a moment. Break time, 0.2s. Someone I love. He even thought back to the time before he was on Earth. Break time, 0.2s. Before he was a game streamer. Break time, 0.2s. I was all alone. I just lay in bed with my phone. Break time, 0.2s. No one loved me. Break time, 0.2s. And I didn't love anyone. Break time, 0.2s. I just lived as a lonely person. Fortunately, break time, 0.2s. I found another joy. Break time, 0.2s. But as I started streaming, break time, 0.2s. And my channel grew, break time, 0.2s. And I received love from my viewers. A middle-aged man smiled. Break time, 0.2s. Royu Oppa, break time, 0.2s. I love you. Another burly guy scoffed. Break time, 0.2s. How much money would it take for you to shake your butt? Break time, 0.2s. Here's 1,001 first. There were even some young elementary school kids. Break time, 0.2s. Lost the mission. Break time, 0.2s. Lulu, break time, 0.2s. Take off your clothes. Rue hurriedly waved those faces away. Break time, 0.2s. No, break time, 0.2s. Mom, break time, 0.2s. No, break time, 0.2s. That's just their one-sided affection. Break time, 0.2s. Anyway, break time, 0.2s. No matter how much I think about it. Ryu covered his face and cried out, break time, 0.2s. There's no one. Break time, 0.2s. Then a comment from Charlie blurted out, break time, 0.2s. You've lived a hard life. Break time, 0.2s. Wrath, kid. Rue furrowed his brow in annoyance. Then Rue immediately retorted, break time, 0.2s. You dare say that when you're the one drinking alone in your house, break time, 0.2s. So break time, 0.2s. War Duke, break time, 0.2s. Do you love anyone? He thoughtfully looked at his glass of wine. Break time, 0.2s. I used to. That pure woman will forever be remembered by me. Break time, 0.2s. My wife, break time, 0.2s. The only person I loved in my entire life. Break time, 0.2s. She's gone. Break time, 0.2s, or 3 years ago. Rue was startled by the new information. Then Charlie added, break time, 0.2s. She was torn to pieces by monsters right in this garden. Break time, 0.2s. We had to hold her funeral with an empty coffin. The glass of wine remained untouched because no one drank. He only lowered his head to look. Break time, 0.2s. There's a bad omen passed down to the successive owners of this land. Break time, tayus. I think you could call it a curse. Break time, hams 8.2s. Rue felt confused. Break time, times 8.2s. A curse. And it's something I'm also afflicted with. Break time, 0.2s. This citadel, and the person you cherish, break time, 0.2s. There will come a time when you have to choose between the two, break time, 0.2s. There are no exceptions. Everything had clear evidence from the lords who established this place long ago. Break time, pointus, when my grandfather and my father, break time, pointus. None of them could escape this curse. Charlie's hand trembled violently. He was melancholic, break time, twos. And I also went through that time. It happened on a beautiful sunny day, break time, twos. In the previous decades, break time, twos. The monsters hadn't made any moves. He was standing high on the peaceful citadel, break time, 0.2s, but there was no income, break time, 0.2s. The financial situation wasn't good, break time, 0.2s, so I had no choice but to start a business. The War Duke recounted, break time, 0.2s. My wife said I should plant crops on the southern side of the front lines, break time, 0.2s. Rue was surprised, break time, 0.2s, through outside the citadel. He also held a lamp, break time, 0.2s, illuminating each area on the map, break time, 0.2s. The land north of the front lines has been occupied by war, break time, 0.2s. The land to the south is peaceful and vast, break time, 0.2s, making it much more suitable. That place is full of trees, break time, 0.2s, and the air is cool and fresh, break time, 0.2s. Monsters rarely appear there. Break time, 0.2s, so the ground is almost unpolluted. Break time, 0.2s. We thought that land was perfect for farming. Break time, 0.2s, so we expanded our family's fields to the south. Charlie himself also participated in the labor break time throughs. The fertile land gradually expanded, break time, 0.2s, and immigrants gathered here, break time, 0.2s. There were very few monsters, break time, 0.2s, so we could easily protect ourselves, break time, 0.2s. We were successful for a while. Everything break time, 0.2s, including the trees behind the current villa, break time, 0.2s, this orchard, break time, 0.2s, located furthest south of the new front lines, break time, 0.2s, belonged to my wife. This time he looked outside again, break time, 0.2s. My wife oversaw the planting and cultivation in the most dangerous place. Happy memories flooded back, break time, 0.2s. I still remember the grapes she fed me with her dirty hands, break time, 0.2s. The fruits we grew in the first year of cultivation weren't perfect. The happy couple laughed and joked, break time, 0.2s, but they were sweeter than anything in the world, break time, 0.2s. Someday, break time, 0.2s. I had hoped. Charlie stood alone on the cliff, break time, 0.2s, observing the city walls, break time, 0.2s, that I could stop killing monsters, break time, 0.2s, work in the fields, break time, 0.2s, and harvest fruit to live. He was still very cheerful, break time, 0.2s. I wondered if I could continue living like that. His expression then was completely different from his current aged appearance, break time, 0.2s. But it was clear this was impossible, break time, 0.2s. That was the second year of cultivation. The appearance of the monsters disrupted everything, break time, 0.2s. We received intelligence that about 100 large monsters were approaching the citadel, break time, 0.2s. I hurried back to the city. He quickly put on his armor and left break time, 0.2s. His wife, break time, 0.2s, who was managing the orchard, break time, 0.2s. Told him to be careful and bid him farewell. Saying this, break time, 0.2s, Charlie stopped again, break time, 0.2s, filled with bitterness. Break time, 0.2s. Only when I reached the citadel did I hear that the monsters had split into two groups. The large bodies of the monsters flooded the fields, break time, 0.2s. One group separated from the main force and invaded the cultivated land. The fruit basket fell, break time, 0.2s, and the fruit inside spilled out. On Charlie's side, break time, 0.2s. The situation was also fierce. Break time, 0.2s. The main group of monsters had begun attacking the citadel. Break time, 0.2s. And I had to choose. He gritted his teeth. Break time, 0.2s. Would I go save my wife on the farm? Break time, 0.2s. Or would I protect the lives of thousands of people inside the citadel? The dim lamp flickered in the wind. He asked, break time 0.2s. Which one do you think I chose? The answer was all too clear. Break time 2s. You chose the citadel. He decided to stay at the strong city walls. Break time 0.2s. Yes, break time 0.2s. As my ancestors did, break time 0.2s. As the principles and rules say, break time 0.2s. I chose the citadel. Cannons fired continuously. Break time 0.2s. I defended the walls and fought the monsters. Break time 0.2s. We successfully defeated them after hours of fighting. Break time 0.2s. And when I rushed back to the cultivated land, that place was full of blood and bodies. Break time 0.2s. The fields were destroyed. Break time 0.2s. And everyone was killed. The grapes were crushed underfoot. Break time 0.2s. Mixed with deep red. Break time 0.2s. Only about a dozen monsters had killed hundreds of people. Break time 0.2s, including the orchard and my wife wore. His shoulders trembled. Break time 2s. Warduke Cross. Break time 2s. Loyal to his mission. Break time 2s. Instead lost what was precious to him. Break time 0.2s. Where did things go wrong? Each accusing word pressed in his mind. Break time 0.2s. The defense line trembled while protecting the front lines. He considered all the situations. Break time 0.2s. The land was expanded too much. He regretted break time 0.2s. Yes, break time 0.2s. It was all my fault. Break time 0.2s. But the most painful thing was that during that time, my wife's picture shattered in my heart. Break time 0.2s. It was I abandoned my wife and chose the citadel. He gently picked up his glass of wine. Break time 0.2s. My daughter calls me a madman. Break time 0.2s. She can't understand why I chose the citadel instead of her mother. The carriage gradually moved further away. Break time 0.2s. A few days later, break time 0.2s. She left. His hand still trembled with fear. Break time 0.2s. In the end, break time 0.2s. This is the consequence of protecting this place with my life. He said quietly, break time 0.2s. My wife is dead. Break time 0.2s. My daughter left. Break time 0.2s. And I am here. Break time 0.2s. Rotting alone. That story also touched Rue's heart. Break time 0.2s. This is just one example. Break time 0.2s. Your Highness. He suggested, break time 0.2s. You probably know what this place is called. Break time 0.2s. Ryu quickly replied, break time 0.2s. You mean the graveyard citadel. Many graves have sprung up. Break time 0.2s. Yes, break time 0.2s. This citadel was built on death. Break time 0.2s. It will also force you to choose. The old man affirmed again, break time 0.2s. To protect the citadel. Break time 0.2s. There will come a time when you have to choose to sacrifice what is precious to you. Ryu was silent. Break time 0.2s. It's not like a curse. Break time 0.2s. But a prophecy. Break time 0.2s. As a prophecy of cause and effect that cannot be avoided in the future. The old man's story reached its end. Break time 0.2s. My family has endured that sacrifice over the years. Break time 0.2s. But now, break time 0.2s. It's no longer possible. He honestly revealed his feelings. Break time 0.2s. I cannot pass this cursed duty on to my daughter. The prince quickly grasped the situation. Break time 0.2s. Yet I understand. He spoke out his understanding. Break time 0.2s. So you retreated from your position to protect your daughter from inheriting it. Break time 0.2s. Charlie agreed. Break time 0.2s. That's right. Charlie looked at his aged hands. Break time 0.2s. I want my daughter to leave this cursed land and live happily and freely. Rue himself was also thinking about the daughter. Break time 2.2s. SSR Evangeline Cross. Break time 0.2s. The character I really want to recruit is the one the War Duke wants to keep off the battlefield. This time, break time 0.2s. Brown liquor was poured again. Break time 0.2s. Look here, break time 0.2s. Prince, break time 0.2s. You want me to help protect the citadel. Break time 0.2s, right? He slammed the bottle down heavily. He looked at Rue tiredly. Break time 0.2s. I've protected it enough. Break time 0.2s, even at the cost of my loved ones. The prince only listened. Break time 0.2s. I want to give up. The old man's face appeared in the wine glass. Break time 0.2s. The War Duke's eyes reflected in the glass held no pride in protecting the front lines his entire life. His emotions poured out. Break time 0.2s. I want to die in this orchard. Break time 0.2s. Not on the city walls. Break time 0.2s. In his eyes, break time 0.2s. There was nothing but regret for not being by his wife's side when she passed away. Under the starry night sky, break time 0.2s. Cross flatly refused Rue's request. Break time 0.2s. This is probably enough reason for me to refuse to help you, he said in a low voice. Break time 0.2s. I've told you the truth as a token of gratitude for staying with me. Cross looked directly at Rao and advised, break time 0.2s. Now go, break time 0.2s. And one more piece of advice, break time 0.2s. If that moment ever comes for you, break time 0.2s. Choose carefully. Rue seriously looked at Cross. Break time 0.2s. The old man added, break time 0.2s. Don't end up regretting it like me. The fifth day of repairing the city walls, break time 0.2s, and in front of this place were countless scattered fragments. Break time 0.2s. Only 2 days left until the next wave. Rue's shoes appeared before him. Break time 0.2s. He spoke. Break time 0.2s. Everyone did a great job. Ryu pointed towards the food and reminded everyone. Break time 0.2s. Take a break and eat something. Break time 0.2s. The repair workers, break time 0.2s. Seeing this break time 0.2s, cheerfully cried out, break time 0.2s. Yeah, break time 0.2s. We get to eat. One person happily told Rue, break time 0.2s, just as expected from our prince. Break time 0.2s. When needed. Break time 0.2s. He's always ready to spend money. Break time 0.2s. Another worker wondered, break time 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. Do you have any alcohol? The workers all smiled and surrounded Rue. Break time 0.2s. He frowned and told them off. Break time 0.2s. Quiet. Break time 0.2s. You lot, break time 0.2s. Just eat your food. The old worker, break time 0.2s, who Rue poured milk for break time 0.2s, happily exclaimed, break time 0.2s. Oh, break time 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. Rue asked the old man about the repairs. The worker cheerfully replied, break time 0.2s. Because Your Highness provided enough manpower. Break time, so 2s. I think we can finish on time. The old man looked towards the steel plates patched on the wall and affirmed, break time, 2s mom, the temporary wall repairs will be completed in 2 days. Break time, Sorong 2s, Ryu said with satisfaction. Break time, Chinkoos, well done. Break time, Shius, he thought to himself. Break time, Shiwing-oos, the most important thing is done. Ryu turned to look at the trembling alchemy commander and asked, break time, 2s. So, break time, 2s. Shall we attach that thing now? Holding the scroll in his hand, break time 0.2s. The commander excitedly said, break time 0.2s. Finally, break time 0.2s. And finally, break time 0.2s. I get to use this. Ryu explained the function of the summoning scroll they found during the previous expedition. Break time 0.2s. It can only be used after being researched at the alchemy workshop. Break time 0.2s. He also mentioned break time 0.2s, and it was just finished today. The system window appeared with the option Break time 02s. Do you want to use the automated defense turret summoning scroll? Break time 0.2s. Yes. Break time 0.2s. No. Rue break time 0.2s, holding the scroll in his heart. Break time 0.2s. Thought break time 0.2s. Definitely yes. The scroll in his hand emitted a dazzling light. The system displayed break time 0.2s. Ryu has acquired a character skill. Break time 0.2s. Magic summoning, break time 0.2s. Automated defense turret. Ryu looked at the pile of scrap metal in front of him and thought, break time 0.2s. This should be enough. Break time 0.2s. The leader of the construction workers laboriously carried a stone to him. Ryu recalled sitting on his bed with a satisfied expression. Break time 0.2s. Overjoyed break time 0.2s. Finally, break time 0.2s. The item I got from the reward chest. The scroll in his hand transformed into a gem. Break time 0.2s. But he looked at it and stated, break time 0.2s. And a tier G energy core. Break time 0.2s. With this, break time 0.2s. All the materials are complete. The system presented him with an option, break time 0.2s. Automated defense turret select installation location. Ryu pointed to the map displayed on the system and wondered to himself, break time 1.2s. Should I put it here? He looked up with a smile at the pile of scrap metal he had just collected. Break time 0.2, now floating in the air. They began to combine together. Ryu watched as the scrap metal quickly formed a defense turret. Moments later, break time 0.2s. A complete defense turret appeared right near where he was standing. It moved its gun barrel back and forth. Ryu looked at the defense turret with satisfaction and clapped his hands. Break time 0.2s, saying break time 0.2s. Excellent break time 0.2s. The alchemy commander looked at it with admiration. Break time 0.2s. This break time 0.2s. This is the lost magic architectural technology from hundreds of years ago. Ryu placed his hand on the defense turret and began to boast, break time 0.2s. Well, break time 0.2s. Thanks to everyone, break time 0.2s. This defense line is getting stronger and stronger. The workers all looked excited upon hearing this, break time 0.2s. Ryu reminded everyone, break time 0.2s. Keep up the good work. Break time 0.2s. He thought to himself, break time 0.2s. The atmosphere is great. Ryu looked happily at the workers in front of him. Break time 0.2s. In his heart, break time 0.2s. He felt that if things continued like this, break time 0.2s, everything would be all right. Ryu stopped in front of the blacksmith's house and announced, break time 0.2s. The next stop is the blacksmith. Inside the forge, break time 0.2s. He called out, break time 0.2s. How does it look? Lucas break time 0.2s, wearing brand new armor. Break time 0.2s, cheerfully replied, break time 0.2s. It couldn't be better. Break time 0.2s. Ryu thought to himself, break time 0.2s. The armor we ordered is finished. According to Ryu's explanation, break time 0.2s. This armor was made from the energy core of a Shadow Knight as the main material. Break time 0.2s, SR level 30 Shadow Armor. Break time 0.2s, defense rating 50 to 55, break time 0.2s, durability 12, break time 0.2s, increases the wearer's physical damage resistance by 33%, break time 0.2s. The wearer gains the special skill Shadow Form level 1, break time 0.2s. After reading the armor's information, break time 0.2s. Ryu commented, break time 0.2s. I don't like that its durability is only as strong as glass. The system displayed break time the 0.2s, Shadow Form level 1, break time the 0.2s. Nothing can touch you for 5 seconds. Break time the 0.2s. You are immune to all attacks, but cannot attack. Break time the 0.2s. Ryu remarked, break time the 0.2s. This is more useful than I thought. Lucas happily wiped away his tears and said, break time 0.2s. I will use it well. Break time 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. After hearing this, break time, 0.2s. Ryu instructed, break time, 0.2s. I ordered it specifically for you, break time, 0.2s. So remember to use it well. Ryu smiled at Lucas and calculated, break time, 0.2s. He almost cried when they took his measurements, break time, 0.2s, so I should give him gifts more often. Ryu smiled and told the old blacksmith, break time, 0.2s. Thank you for making such good armor, break time, 0.2s. The blacksmith looked at him and replied, break time, 0.2s. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to use such rare and good materials. The old blacksmith cheerfully declared, break time, 0.2s. If you trust me again, break time, 0.2s. I will do my best, break time, 0.2s. Just place your orders here whenever you need anything, break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Ryu agreed upon hearing this, break time, 0.2s. I will. The information for the blacksmith's house appeared, break time mas 0.2s, blacksmith facility level 3, break time, 0.2s, from his previous game experience, break time, 0.2s. Ryu knew that creating equipment at the blacksmith was very important. Break time, 0.2s, even at the end of the game, break time, 0.2s. I will definitely come here often. Ryu crossed his arms and called out, break time, 0.2s, Lucas, break time, 0.2s, yes, break time, 0.2s. Lucas immediately replied, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness. Ryu seriously ordered Lucas break time, 0.2s. Let's go to the west side of the citadel, break time, Shanro 2s. The most important part of the event is there. At the empty land on the west side of the citadel, break time, 0.2s. The sound of cannon fire commemorating the lost echoed in the air. Ryu's thoughts appeared, break time, 0.2s. We are holding a funeral for the soldiers who died in the previous wave, break time, 0.2s. He stood on the stage with Lucas, break time, 0.2s, and below were countless people lined up neatly. They began to shovel sand to fill the coffins, break time, 0.2s. Ryu explained, break time, 0.2s. Beneath these neat tombstones, break time, 0.2s. New coffins are buried in the ground, break time, 0.2s. He pondered for a moment and commented, break time, 0.2s. Not too many casualties in the previous wave. Ryu's expression was solemn as he looked ahead. Break time, 0.2s. He fell into contemplation. Break time, 0.2s. I don't know if this is good or bad. The singing of the choir boys echoed. Ryu stood alone in front of the tombstones of the fallen soldiers. Break time, 0.2s. He thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. All the plans for today passed by in a flash. Ryu sat on the hill, break time, 0.2s, looking at the cemetery before him. Break time, 0.2s. Lucas stood beside him. Someone's footsteps approached the two of them. Break time, 0.2s. And a voice spoke, break time, 0.2s. So break time, 0.2s. You used most of the city's budget for the funeral. Break time, 0.2s. And you even arranged compensation for the fallen soldiers. Cross remarked in a low voice. Break time, 0.2s. That's certainly how the royal family uses money. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu turned his head. Break time, 0.2s, for Warduke. He said thoughtfully, break time, 0.2s. But this is the front lines with monsters. Break time, 0.2s. Young Lord, break time, 0.2s. This is a place where lives are swept away like an earthen dam in a monsoon. Break time, 0.2s. There will be times when you can't hide them with just good intentions. Ryu lowered his head in disappointment and asked cross, break time, 0.2s. Did you just come here to say that? Ryu stood up and asked, break time, 0.2s. Puzzled, break time, 0.2s. Or have you run out of wine at home? Break time, 0.2s. He calmly replied, break time, 0.2s. There will never be enough wine. Break time, 0.2s. I usually come here alone to buy it. Break time, 0.2s. Cross announced, break time, 0.2s. But today, break time, 0.2s. I came here for a different reason. He looked at Rue and said in a deep voice, break time, 0.2s. I asked the opinions of my former comrades, break time, 0.2s. I asked them if they wanted to defend the citadel. Ryu furrowed his brow curiously and asked, break time, 0.2s. And what was the answer? Cross immediately replied, break time, 0.2s. They all want to break time, 0.2s. They will defend the city once more, break time, 0.2s. Ryu, break time, 0.2s. Hearing this, break time, 0.2s, excitedly shouted. He exclaimed excitedly, break time, 0.2s. This is the best news I've heard all week. Break time, Chibze Towing 2s, Shock War Duke. Cross recalled the images of his comrades in his mind. Break time, point 2s. He announced, break time, point 2s. I don't know what those old men can do. Break time, point 2s. But they are now preparing to rearm. Break time, point 2s. I will transfer command to you. Cross carefully instructed. Break time, SharePoint 2s. Use them carefully. Break time, SharePoint 2s. They are all old men like me now. Ryu joyfully grasped his hand. Break time, 0.2s. Thank you so much, break time, 0.2s. Warduke, break time, 0.2s. Truly, break time, 0.2s. This surprised Cross a little. Break time, 0.2s. No need to thank me. Break time, 0.2s. I thank them. Ryu remembered Cross's resolute appearance from before break time, 0.2s, thinking to himself, break time, 0.2s. The Warduke is so determined, break time, 0.2s. I wondered what to do next. Break time, 0.2s. But who knew he would help me? Break time, 0.2s. Honestly, break time, 0.2s. I was completely surprised, but also grateful. He turned and looked at the city below, break time, 0.2s, then spoke break time, 0.2s. Anyway, break time, 0.2s. Thanks to you for talking to them. Break time, 0.2s. Thank you, break time, 0.2s. I think this is all I can help you with. Cross turned to look at Rue. Break time, 0.2s, he said in a low voice. Break time, 0.2s. Protect the citadel. Break time, 0.2s. New Lord, break time, 0.2s. Good luck. Ryu cheerfully responded to Cross's request. Break time, 0.2s. Thank you for your help. Break time, 0.2s. Warduke, break time, 0.2s. I will try my best. He added, break time, 0.2s. I will visit when I need your wisdom. Break time, 0.2s, the old man said uncomfortably. Break time, 0.2s. What wisdom, break time, 0.2s, just bring wine. Seeing Cross turn to leave, break time, 0.2s. Ryu shouted to him, break time, 0.2s. Out of concern for your health, break time, 0.2s. I'll also send some good health herbs, break time, 0.2s. Cross angrily turned back and scolded him, break time, 0.2s. It's better if you don't send anything at all. He sighed, break time, 0.2s. Looking at Rai. Then Cross waved goodbye to him. Rue silently watched his retreating figure. Break time, 0.2s. He speculated. Break time, 0.2s. He probably went to the orchard. Break time, 0.2s. He thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. I wanted to stop him. Rue thought of the image of Count Cross, standing on the city walls, break time, 0.2s, looking at his people. Break time, 0.2s, and stated, break time, J.2s, even though he resigned. Break time, 0.2s. Warduke Cross was still a commander who protected this front line his entire life. Break time, Diao.2s. He will definitely be a great help during the city defense. According to the information Ryu knew, break time 0.2s, but he also lost so much in this citadel. His eyes held a hint of sadness as he looked at the old man. Break time 0.2s, thinking in his heart, break time 0.2s, so I didn't dare stop him and just watched him leave. Ryu imagined himself happily discussing things with cross, break time, wow, point twos. His heart filled with anticipation. Break time, point twos, believing that next time they would be able to talk more and he could receive some advice as a lord. His retreating figure gradually disappeared. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu stated, break time, 0.2s. At this time, break time, 0.2s. I had no idea that there would never be a next time. 2 days later, break time, 0.2s. The morning of the next wave began. Break time, 0.2s. The repaired city walls had become more solid and sturdy than before. Break time, 0.2s. The wall repairs were finally complete. The leader of the construction workers, break time, 0.2s. His face pale, break time, 0.2s. Stammered to Ryu, break time, 0.2s. There are some parts we did a little hastily. Break time, 0.2s. But it's still enough for the wall to fulfill its role. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu patted his shoulder and replied, break time, 0.2s. Well done, break time, 0.2s. Truly very good, break time, 0.2s. Ryu concluded, break time, 0.2s. All preparations are complete. He looked at the ammunition crates with labels placed beside them and stated, break time, 0.2s. We have enough supplies. Ryu added, break time, 0.2s. And an army has increased to about 300 silver-armored soldiers. He recalled what they said initially, break time, 0.2s. There were about 1,000, even though the number was smaller, break time, 0.2s. Ryu still turned his head and smiled at them, break time, 0.2s. But this is already more than I expected. The defense turret moved its barrel to the right. Ryu happily hugged and kissed it. Break time, 0.2s. Thinking, break time, 0.2s. Oh, break time, 0.2s. My reliable little darling. He looked at the shields and the scattered sharp fragments on the ground. Break time, 0.2s. The kill zone is ready. Ryu smiled. Break time, 0.2s. Commenting, break time, 0.2s. Everything is perfect. Break time, 0.2s. He was so confident that he thought, break time, 0.2s. Come here. Break time, 0.2s. You monsters. A masked clown appeared. He moved his feet. The figure stood looking at the city walls from afar. A soldier hurriedly rode his horse towards the city walls. He rode his horse at breakneck speed. The soldier breathlessly shouted, break time, 0.2s, Mao, informing the soldiers. He looked towards the monsters frantically running towards them and announced, break time, 0.2s. The monsters are coming. Ryu stood on the city walls. Break time, 0.2s. Watching the horde of monsters running towards them. The system displayed, break time, AO 2, Baby Wave 2 begins in 10 minutes. Break time, AO 2s, AO minutes, AO 9 seconds, 13 ticks. He loudly reminded everyone, break time, 0.2s, they're coming, break time, 0.2s, don't let your guard down. The soldiers replied in unison, break time, 0.2s, yes, break time, 0.2s, Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. Ryu believed the preparations were perfect. The symbolic flag fluttered in the wind. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu excitedly thought, break time, 0.2s. Out of all the times I've played this game, break time, 0.2s. Never has everything gone so smoothly from start to finish like this time. He smiled at the horde of monsters. Break time, chain 2s, confidently thinking, break time, chain 2s, just come at me. Break time, chain 2s in you monsters. The figure of the clown appeared behind the mist. Ryu saw his face. He looked astonished. Ryu wondered in his heart. Break time, 0.2s asked, who is that guy? Ryu immediately pointed at the clown and asked Lucas, break time, 0.2s, who was standing beside him. Break time, 0.2s. Hearing this, break time, 0.2s. Lucas asked back, break time, 0.2s. What's wrong? Break time, 0.2s. Prince Lucas, break time, 0.2s. Can you see that person over there? By this time, break time, 0.2s. The clown in front of him had disappeared without a trace. Lucas squinted. Break time, 0.2s. Looking ahead, break time, 0.2s. I don't see anything. Break time, 02s. Your Highness, break time, 02s. Prince Roy turned again and loudly asked Demian, break time, 0.0s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. Can you see anyone over there? He activated his skill, break time, 0.2s, looked ahead, break time, 0.2s, and replied, break time, 0.2s. There's no one there. Break time, 0.2s. Your Highness. Rue, break time, 0.2s. Upon hearing this, break time, 0.2s, turned back to look down from the city walls. Break time, 0.2s. Or he wondered, break time, 0.2s. Is it an illusion? Break time, 0.2s. Ryu thought to himself. Break time, 0.2s. I hope so. He recalled the figure of the clown and wondered, break time, d.2s. But what if it's not break time, d.2s? What if that person is really there? Break time, d.2s. Ryu posed an unanswerable question to himself. Break time, 0.2s. Then who exactly is he? The footsteps of the monsters made the ground tremble. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu stated break time, 0.2s. The ground is starting to shake. The monsters were swarming towards the city walls. Break time, 0.2s. Rue, break time, 0.2s. Standing on top, break time, 0.2s. Thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. They're here. He clenched his fists. Break time, 0.2s, reminding himself to stay calm. Rue looked at the monsters frantically running towards them. Break time, 0.2s, confidently thinking, break time, 0.2s, whether it's an illusion or not. Break time, 0.2s, or however large their numbers are. Rue's face became serious as he affirmed, break time, 0.2s. There's only one thing I can do, break time, 0.2s, stop them. Ryu immediately ordered the soldiers, break time, 0.2s, mages, break time, 0.2s, load your cannons, break time, 0.2s. They quickly loaded their ammunition. He yelled, break time, 0.2s, fire, break time, 0.2s. The cannons roared in unison. The cannons positioned right below also opened fire. A barrage of projectiles flew towards the horde of monsters. The projectiles struck them and exploded, break time, 0.2s, blowing the monsters away. One monster was also caught in the blast. Rue above observed everything. The system announced break time, 0.2s, killed 9. Looking at the scene before him, break time, 0.2s. He stated, break time, 0.2s. Nearly 100 rats were blown to bits in the first volley of fire. Break time, 0.2s. Rue smiled with satisfaction and said, break time, 0.2s. Kill them all. Break time, 0.2s. In his heart, break time, 0.2s. Rue was somewhat overconfident. Break time, 0.2s. Thinking, a break time, 0.2s. They're numerous. Break time, 0.2s. But killing them is as easy as pie. Break time, 0.2s. Damn rats. He looked at the rats constantly running towards them and thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. The numbers are absurdly large. Break time, 0.2s, making them gather even more densely. Projectiles were continuously fired. Break time, 0.2s, eliminating countless charging rats. Break time, 0.2s. Rue realized break time, 0.2s. In other words, break time, 0.2s. If we focus our attack on a specific area, break time, 0.2s, we can eliminate a large number at once. He reached out and touched the system screen, break time, 0.2s. Observing that the battle had been going on for 30 minutes, the screen displayed, break time, 0.2s, 2, level 3, break time, 0.2s, level 5, break time, 0.2s, level 5, giant sewer rats killed, 924, break time, 0.2s. After a moment, break time, 0.2s. Ryu concluded, break time, 0.2s. At this rate, break time, 0.2s. There won't be any problems. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. The rats began to climb over the barrier placed below the wall. break time, pause, astonishing him. He watched their actions through binoculars, break time 0.2s. Ryu frowned. The corpses of the rats have piled up into mountains, break time 0.2s, making it easy for others to climb over the barrier, break time 0.2s. Damn it, break time 0.2s. I saw a mountain of corpses. The rats continuously climbed over the barrier, break time 0.2s, causing Ryu to curse inwardly. The rats successfully knocked down the barrier, break time 0.2s. Ryu recounted what he had seen, break time. Q's. The mountain of bodies is too large, break time. 2s. They're climbing over the wall. Thanks to this break time 0.2s, the rats had expanded their path, break time 0.2s. This made Ryu reconsider break time 0.2s. The kill zone being breached was outside my calculations. He hurriedly issued instructions, break time 0.2s as artillery, break time 0.2s, change your target area, break time 0.2s, catapult team, break time 0.2s, prepare. Ryu looked at the sharp fragments scattered near the path leading to the city walls, break time 0.2s. In his mind, break time 0.2s. He thought break time 0.2s. The kill zone is far from the fortress walls, break time 0.2s, and the front yard is covered in obstacles, break time 0.2s. It should be fine. The cannons continued to fire. The entire archer team also kept shooting arrows. Below the city walls, break time 0.2s. A few rats dodged the arrows fired at them, break time 0.2s. Ryu felt somewhat uneasy, break time 0.2s. However, break time 0.2s. There's one thing I overlooked. A soldier frantically reported, break time 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. They're too fast. Break time 0.2s. It's very difficult to hit these things. Hearing this, break time 0.2s, Ryu gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, break time. Damn these uselessly fast rats. He thought about the rat's body structure and felt somewhat resentful. Break time 0.2s. How could I not have foreseen the running speed of a four-legged monster? Break time 2s. Damn it. Ryu speculated. Break time 2s. At this rate, break time 2s, many more rats will reach the fortress walls than I anticipated. His defense turret began to move. It fired a series of shots at the rats. Seeing this break time 0.2s, Ryu couldn't help but be astonished. Break time 0.2s. It's the automated defense turret. A rat opened its mouth and growled. Just a few shots from the defense turret blew away countless rats. Seeing this break time 0.2s, Ryu was somewhat dumbfounded and involuntarily drooled. Break time 0.2s, mas, he exclaimed. Break time 0.2s, and oh my god, break time 0.2s. This is really something. Ryu silently observed the situation. Break time 0.2s. Only now did he clearly realize that the automated defense turret was the best defense option. Despite the terrifying destruction, break time 0.2s, there were still many rats that hadn't been eliminated. Break time 0.2s, leading Ryu to believe break time 0.2s, no matter how good it is, break time 0.2s, it can't protect the entire front lines. Ryu looked up at the defense turret and stated, break time 0.2s. Furthermore, break time 0.2s. The automated turret has run out of ammunition and will go into a reloading state. He looked down and saw that the number of rats was still large, break time 0.2s, exclaiming, break time 0.2s. There are so many break time 0.2s, they're too numerous. At this moment, break time 0.2s, the rats had run closer to the city walls. Break time 0.2s, they were impaled by the sharp fragments. Break time 0.2s, thoughts flashed through Ryu's mind. Break time 2s. The front lines are closing in faster than I thought. Break time 0.2s. The sword-wielding troops are on duty. Break time 0.2s. But Ryu frowned. Break time 0.2s. Calculating break time 0.2s. That sooner or later, break time 0.2s. They'll reach the fortress walls. Break time 0.2s. Perhaps a melee is unavoidable. Break time, 0.2s. But a melee with them will cause a lot of damage. An explosion appeared. Break time, 0.2s, blowing away the rats in the back ranks. Rue was surprised to see this. Shots fired from above the city walls eliminated countless rats. Break time, 0.2s. This made Rue wonder. Break time, 0.2s. What break time, 0.2s? Those shots were absolutely perfect. He turned to look beside him. Break time, bought 2s. In trying to find the person who fired those shots just now. Break time, 0.2s. Who is that? It turned out to be Cross's old comrades. Break time, 0.2s. The commander placed his hand on his comrade's head and happily said, break time, 0.2s. That's right, break time, 0.2s. Just as I wanted, break time, 0s. The young soldier, break time, 0s. Hearing this, break time, 0s. Excitedly replied, break time, 0s. I understand, break time, 0s. Boss, break time, 0s. I can shoot them, break time, 0s. Rue realized that the people just now were the Silver Hair Brigade. He explained about them, break time, 0.2s. That's a mercenary army full of old warriors. Break time, 0.2s. And their effectiveness is beyond my imagination. Another soldier in the Silver Hair Brigade loudly reminded, break time, 0.2s. Wake up, break time, 0.2s. You rookies, break time, 0.2s. Stay alert, break time, 0.2s. Don't lose heart, break time, 0.2s. We still have a long fight ahead of us. On another side, break time, 0.2s. There were also soldiers pointing forward, break time, 0.2s. Commander, break time, 0.2s. It's okay if you miss break time, 0.2s. Just keep firing. Break time, 0.2s. Even the gunfire is useful. The captain firmly asserted, break time, 0.2s, standing beside the warriors and guiding them, break time, E.2s. Don't worry, break time, E.2s. Your Highness, break time, E.2s. These old guys will take good care of the soldiers. Hearing this, break time, 0.2s. Ryu felt somewhat relieved and smiled. Break time, 0.2s. All right, break time, 10.2s. I trust you all. Ryu stood on the wall looking down. Break time, 0.2s, seeing that the shots were still being fired with incredible accuracy. Break time, 0.2s. The defense was still progressing smoothly, all thanks to the help of the Silver Hair Brigade. Ryu stated, break time, 0.2s. The rat attack has been going smoothly. He turned his head calmly to look in another direction. Break time, wrong 2s, thinking, break time, wrong 2s, and meanwhile, break time, wrong 2s, if you're curious about what my team is doing. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. Lucas was standing and commanding the defense soldiers on the left flank. Break time, 0.2s. Your firing range is too thin. Break time, 0.2s. Stay alert and shoot carefully. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu stated that Lucas was commanding the front lines. Ryu recalled his discussion with Lucas, break time, 0.2s. Suppose I issue a directive to the entire front lines, break time, 0.2s. Lucas will issue detailed orders that align with my directive. Lucas's expression stiffened slightly upon hearing Ryu's words, break time, 0.2s. Ryu further explained, break time, 0.2s. Therefore, break time, 0.2s. Despite my ignorance of this world's military command techniques, break time, 0.2s. What yields results is a series of vague and even terrible directives. Break time, 0.2s. Yet, break time, 0.2s. Lucas somehow miraculously understands and issues precise orders. Ryu smiled with satisfaction. Break time, 0.2s. Watching him busily giving orders to the soldiers. Break time, 0.2s. He cheerfully commented, break time, 0.2s. Truly a talented main character. Demian, break time 2s, and on one side, break time 2s, raised his crossbow. He seriously aimed at the rats below, break time, 0.2s. Ryu thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. Demian is practicing his shooting. Demian's arrows all hit the rats. Break time, .2s, causing Rue to conclude slowly and accurately. Break time, 0.2s. He explained Demian's actions. Break time, 0.2s. He's making holes in the heads of the rats that dare to approach the city walls. After shooting break time 0.2s, Demian's eyes were bloodshot. Break time 0.2s. However, break time 0.2s, because Demian's strength lies in long-range sniping. Break time 0.2s. He is less prominent in battles with such a wide battlefield. Break time 0.2s. Even so, break time 0.2s. Ryu was quite satisfied with his performance. Break time 0.2s. But either way, break time 0.2s. The increasing number of corpses is a good thing. He smiled. Break time 0.2s. Looking at Demian, who was focused on aiming. Break time 0.2s. Well done. A circle appeared on the orb. Ryu looked towards Lily. Break time 0.2s, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Break time 0.2s, monitoring the two people in front of her, working break time 0.2s. Lily was in charge of controlling the constructs in the battle. Lily seriously ordered everyone break time 0.2s, gravity, construct, number 1, break time 0.2s, deactivate in 3 minutes, break time 0.2s, prepare gravity, construct number 2. Rue break time 0.2s, who was watching Lily, break time 0.2s, saw her turn her face to look at him. Break time 0.2s, he thought to himself, break time 0.2s. There she goes, break time 0.2s, raising her voice and moving busily. Break time 0.2s. There it is. She gave him a thumbs up and winked. Break time 0.2s. Lily's actions made him speculate. Break time 0.2s. It's like her way of saying, break time 0.2s. I'm trying my best. Rue hurriedly turned his back to her. Break time 0.2s. Blaming himself. Break time 0.2s. Sorry, break time 0.2s. Lily, break time 0.2s. No matter what you do, break time 0.2s. I still need you on the front lines. Break time. Dear 0.2s. Seeing this, break time 0.2s, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Ryu cheerfully turned his head in another direction and looked at the next and final member of their main team, break time 0.2s, our Jupiter. He saw Jupiter lying sprawled on the bed, break time 0.2s, resting with a glass of wine in hand, break time 0.2s, saying, break time 0.2s. Everyone's working so hard, break time 0.2s. Rue's eyes almost popped out as he wondered, break time 0.2s, resting. Rue's expression became terrifying as he looked at Jupiter. Break time 0.2s, causing her to feel a little scared. Break time 0.2s. He angrily thought, break time 0.2s. I did tell her to rest and wait for orders. Break time 0.2s. But this is a bit too comfortable. Jupiter hurriedly turned her back to him. Break time 0.2s, lamenting, break time 0.2s. Why does my back hurt when I focus my mana? Break time 0.2s. She forced a smile. Break time 0.2s. Thinking, break time 0.2s. I can't even scold her because she's a rare mage. Break time 0.2s. In the end, break time 0.2s. Rue helplessly reminded her, break time 0.2s. You better remember to do your job carefully. Jupiter picked up her glass of wine and replied, break time 0.2s, sir. Of course, break time 0.2s. Rue, break time 0.2s. Seeing this, break time 0.2s. Had to admit, break time 0.2s. I really don't like this old woman. He looked down from the city walls and commented, break time 0.2s. Well, break time 0.2s. Thanks to everyone's hard work, break time 0.2s. Except for Jupiter, break time 0.2s. The front lines are being controlled quite well. Break time 0.2s, even though the rats are getting closer. The defense turret continued to fire break time 0.2s, eliminating the rats. The destructive power from it easily killed countless rats. Break time 0.2s. He couldn't help but marvel. Break time 0.2s. Furthermore, break time 0.2s. The power of the automated defense turret is truly astonishing. He hugged the defense turret and praised it. Break time, Kotu's, is excellent. Looking at the rat corpses scattered on the ground, break time, 0.2s. Ryu confidently thought break time, 0.2s. At this rate, break time, 0.2s, will easily clear this wave. Lucas immediately replied to him, break time, 0.2s. The center of the city walls, break time, 0.2s. Right, break time, 0.2s. Right there. He saw a figure in the distance and looked astonished. The clown appeared from behind the dust, break time, 0.2s. Ryu recognized him, break time, 0.2s. The guy from before, break time, 0.2s. So I wasn't hallucinating. He hurriedly shouted, break time, 0.2s, to create a map. Ryu looked at the map before him and cursed in utter surprise. Break time, Jews! Damn it! The clown's position appeared on the map, break time, 0.2s. Ryu wondered somewhat, break time, 0.2s, an enemy NPC invasion in Stage 2. He immediately explained, break time, 0.2s. There are many events that can occur in the stages, break time, 0.2s. The reason is that variables make the game more interesting. Break time, 0.2s. According to Ryu's understanding, break time, 0.2s. An enemy NPC invasion was one of them. Ryu also revealed break time, 0.2s. Whether it's an NPC from an underwater kingdom or from an enemy kingdom of the Empire, break time, 0.2s. All sorts of nasty things can ruin a stage, break time, 0.2s. But this is only Stage 2. Ryu gritted his teeth. Break time, 0.2s, glaring at him with a scowling face. Break time, 0.2s, thinking, break time, 0.2s. It's not time for those events to happen yet. He remembered his steward and became even more angry. Break time, 0.2s. I don't even have the administrator by my side to ask why he designed the game like this. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. Ryu couldn't maintain his composure and shouted at Demian, break time, 0.2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. You saw that guy, break time, 0.2s, right? Hearing this break time, 0.2s, Demian immediately looked down and saw the clown. Demian replied, break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. That's par break time, 0.2s, isn't it? Hearing Demian's reply, break time, 0.2s. Ryu loudly ordered break time, 0.2s, shoot him immediately. Demian looked at Ryu and wondered, break time, 0.2s. What, break time, 0.2s? But he looks like a human, break time, 0.2s, not a monster, break time, 0.2s. Ryu ignored his words and repeated his request, break time, 0.2s. It doesn't matter, break time, 0.2s grew, just shoot him. Immediately after break time, 0.2, Ryu judged the clown's identity, break time, 0.2s. I'm quite sure that's an NPC from the Underwater Kingdom, break time, 0.2s, and that outfit, break time, 0.2s, that par style, break time, 0.2s. There's no mistaking it, break time, 0.2s. Thinking of this, break time, 0.2s. He revealed, break time, 0.2s. Now I remember who he is. Ryu hurriedly pointed towards Par and instructed Demian, break time, 2s. You have to shoot him before he blows that flute. Break time. 0.2s. This made Demian a little panicked. Demian tremblingly held up his crossbow. Ryu lost his temper and yelled at him, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. I am your trigger finger, break time, 0.2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. If you don't want to see more people die, break time, 0.2s. Shoot him now, break time, 0.2s. Hurry up, break time, 0.2s. Demian was frightened by Ryu's appearance. The sound of a flute rang out. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu froze upon hearing this sound. He quickly turned his face to look down. Ryu saw Par had raised the flute to his lips to play. The rats, break time, 0.2s. Hearing this sound, break time, twos, reflexively looked towards him. The soldiers standing on the wall also saw this scene. They buzzed with discussion. Break time, 0.2s. What is it? Break time, 0.2s. What's happening? Break time, 0.2s. The rats stopped. Par's flute sounded again. Break time, 0.2s, making the rats' eyes even more crazed. They were completely controlled by him and ran towards the city walls. A soldier shouted, break time, 0.2s, reporting, break time, 0.2s. They're focusing their attack on one point. Ryu frowned and hurriedly asked, break time, 0.2s. Where break time, 0.2s? Where are they heading? Lucas immediately replied to him, break time, 0.2s, and the center of the city walls, break time, 0.2s. Right, break time, 0.2s, right there. The rats are all charging towards one section of the gate, break time, 0.2s. Lucas reported, break time, 0.2s. That's the part we just finished constructing. Ryu quickly reacted, break time, 0.2s, ordering the soldiers break time, 0.2s, redirect all the ballistae and cannons, break time, taos. Unleash everything we've got. They immediately opened fire. Ryu, break time, 0.2s. Seeing the situation before him, break time, 0.2s, realized break time, 0.2s. The defense line can't keep up with their speed. The rats were still frantically charging in one direction. Break time, 0.2s. He thought break time, 0.2s. They changed direction too suddenly. A rat lunged forward with incredible speed. It put all its strength into its legs. Then the rat leapt forward. The cannons had just finished firing, break time 0.2s, smoke billowing from their barrels. Ryu's face turned pale. He saw the rat crash into the city wall. Break time, 0.2s, creating a small crack. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu wondered, break time, 0.2s. What the hell are they trying to do? Two other rats also frantically charged forward. They simultaneously slammed their heads into the wall. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu recounted their bizarre actions. Break time, 0.2s. The rats are continuously ramming their heads into the city wall. The soldiers above were all terrified. Break time, 0.2s. Our break time, 0.2s. Are they crazy? Break time, 0.2s. Why are they doing that? A series of other rats also slammed their heads into the wall. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu stated break time, 0.2s. That wall we just repaired this morning. He saw the rat crash into the city wall. Break time, 0.2s. Creating a small crack. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu wondered. Break time, 0.2s. What the hell are they trying to do? According to Ryu's thinking, break time, 0.2s. Although everyone had tried their best in the short term, break time, 0.2s. The fact remained that the wall was not perfect. He looked at the gap in the city wall and recounted, break time, 0.2s. Because we only focused on filling the empty parts, break time, 0.2s. A crack was overlooked. Ryu now realized that the sewer rats were ramming their heads directly into that crack. Break time, 2 The rats continue to ram into the city wall. Break time, 0.2s. He thought, break time, 0.2. They're attacking the wall with their heads. Some even bent the metal bars with their claws. Another gnawed through the stone with its fangs. Ryu recounted break time, 0.2s. They're digging straight into the city wall. Break time, 0.2s. A crack has appeared in the wall. He thought further, break time, 0.2s. In a way that no monster break time, 0.2s. From Ryu's understanding, break time, 0.2s. Besides, these rats could do. Ryu gritted his teeth in anger. He looked at the flute player in the distance. Break time, 0.2s. In that moment, break time, 0.2s. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks. Ryu saw his expression and deduced, break time, 0.2s. But that bastard looks like he's smiling. Par's identity is an NPC from the underwater kingdom. Break time, 0.2s. A poet who controls monsters with his flute. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. Players call him He stated, break time 0.2s. The name players usually call him is the Pied Piper, break time 0.2s. Rue affirmed in his heart, break time 0.2s. I have to kill him. He shouted loudly, break time 0.2s, ordering Demian, break time 0.2s. Demian, break time 0.2s. Shoot him now, break time 0.2s. But Demian hesitated for a long time without shooting. Demian's hand trembled as he held the crossbow. Par stood still without moving. He reached up to adjust his hat and bowed his head. Ryu lost his temper and roared, break time 0.2s. Yelled Demian. A gust of wind blew past break time 2s, and at the same time, break time 0.2s. Par vanished. Seeing this, break time 0.2s, Ryu was speechless. Break time 0.2s, not knowing what to say, break time 0.2s. Demian lowered his head. Demian sobbed. Break time 0.2s. I'm sorry, break time 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. But even if he is the enemy, break time 0.2s. I still couldn't shoot him. Ryu frowned. Break time 0.2s. Looking at him, break time 0.2s. Thinking to himself, break time 0.2s. I didn't expect him to react like this. Break time 0.2s. Demian was supposed to be a healer. He looked at Demian. Break time 0.2s, constantly thinking break time 0.2s, but the enemy also includes humans. Break time 0.2s. He will have no choice but to fight humans in the future. Break time 0.2s. If he can't overcome this issue, break time 0.2s, Demian's combat ability will be halved. Then Rue placed his hand on Demian's shoulder. Break time 0.2s. Let's talk later. Break time 0.2s. He thought to himself, break time 0.2s, but right now, the thing I prioritize is that we have to deal with this issue. Ryu shouted orders. Break time 0.2s, artillery. Break time 0.2s, archers. Break time 0.2s. Focus fire on the center. Each arrow was released. He loudly said in a hurried tone, break time 0.2s. Jupiter, break time 0.2s. I need you here. Break time 0.2s. Hurry up. Jupiter, break time 0.2s. With a cigar in her mouth and a very eager expression, break time 0.2s. Said, break time 0.2s. I knew you'd say that. Break time 0.2s. So I'm already ready. Rue yelled, break time 0.2s. Fry them all. Break time 0.2s. Heavenly lightning, break time 0.2s. Descend and strike those monsters. He continued to shout the next command, break time 0.2s. Lily, break time 0.2s. Prepare the flamethrowers. Break time 0.2s. Use everything. Break time 0.2s at maximum power. Lily was already prepared. Break time 0.2s. Yes, break time 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. Activating flamethrowers. The flamethrowers were activated by Lily's magic circle. After the command was shouted, break time 0.2s, as the flamethrowers were launched first, break time 0.2s. Everyone, break time 0.2s. Fire. Heavenly lightning and flamethrowers attacked the wide area. Ryu happily exclaimed, break time 0.2s. Yes, break time 0.2s. It's effective. Break time 0.2s. But he wondered, break time 0.2s. Why are they all concentrated in one spot? One monster after another was burned to ashes. Break time 0.2s, while many others were electrocuted to death by the heavenly lightning. He harbored an idea in his mind, break time 0.2s. So the area in front of the wall will become a new corpse zone. Rue smirked. Break time 0.2s. His face no different from the sewer rats. Break time 0.2s. You must have thought the fortress walls were no joke. Break time 0.2s. Right, break time 0.2s, you little rats. Suddenly, break time 0.2s. The system appeared unexpectedly. He widened his eyes. Break time 0.2s. Looking inside, break time, 0.2s. The names of the bosses, break time, 0.2s, which were question marks before, break time, 0.2s, had now been revealed. He read their names on the board, break time, 0.2s, was level 30. Elite champion rat, break time, 0.2s. 3 champion rats, break time, 0.2s, if the name has appeared. The champion rat roared loudly. Ryu had also foreseen the current situation, break time, 0.2s, so they've probably appeared on the battlefield now, break time, 0.2s. Moreover, break time, 0.2s, they're leading the second wave of the sewer rats' attack. The wall was now gradually cracking, break time, 0.2s. They're trying to get over the city walls. Ryu sweated profusely. Break time, 0.2s. Stop them. They stomped on the ground with their veiny feet. It lunged forward, break time, 0.2s, in its sharp claws outstretched. Ryu urgently shouted, break time, 0.2s. Don't just stand there. Break time, 0.2s. Stop them. The flamethrowers rapidly fired in succession. But they were completely ineffective against these champion rats. He gradually felt a sense of unease. Break time, 0.2s. It looked at least twice as big as the rat they encountered inside the dungeon. They were extremely ferocious. Break time, 0.2s. If that thing rammed into the city wall, the fortress shifted its mana, break time, 0.2s, firing Aurora rounds. They aimed directly at the horde of rats. This time, break time, 0.2s, and it had an effect on them. Their blood flowed profusely on the ground, break time, 0.2s, but they weren't completely immobilized. Ryu had also realized this. His mood was extremely heavy. Break time, 0.2s. And another thing, break time, 0.2s. Get ready. Without stopping there, break time, 0.2s second, the rats stood up immediately and ran forward. Break time by 0.2s, though we have to take down those champion rats first. He focused all his manpower on this battle. Break time, 0.2s, and shoot break time. 0.2s don't conserve ammunition. The flamethrowers fired continuously without stopping. Ryu interspersed strategies. Break time, 0.2s, activating the energy amplification cannon. Break time, Bayuang 2s. The recipient was Jupiter. Jupiter was ready and in position. She was more frantic than ever. Break time, 0.2s, and get ready. Break time, 0.2s. You little rats. Terrifyingly dense heavenly lightning descended from above onto the champion rats below, break time 0.2s. That power was immense. To some extent, break time 0.2s. The rats were also greatly affected. Break time 0.2s. Countless rats were slaughtered. Break time 0.2s. However, among them, break time 0.2s. It was still ineffective. She panicked. Break time 0.2s. Damn it, break time, 0.2s. It's still not enough. According to the principle, break time, 0.2s, because the damage had to be spread out, break time, 0.2s. It still wasn't enough to kill the champion rats. Ryu yelled, break time, 0.2s. Lily, break time, 0.2s. Where's the fireball? A look of worry appeared on her face. Break time, 0.2s. And what break time, 0.2s? The skill is still on cooldown. Break time, 0.2s. He retorted, break time, 0.2s. I know. Suddenly, break time, 0.2s. She was terrified by what she saw before her eyes. In fear, break time, 0.2s. Lily subconsciously attacked with fire. She incinerated the rat approaching her, break time, 0.2s. I knew this would happen, break time, 0.2s. Oh my God. It was pushed back by her firepower, incinerating it completely. It was burned pitch black. Without stopping there, break time, bro 2s. Another one pushed the corpse aside. Then frantically charged forward. Ryu was utterly horrified. Break time, 0.2s. There's still one left. Break time, 0.2s. Stop it. Lucas was now on the offensive. He used a quick throw skill, break time, 0.2s, sending his sword flying. The sword pierced the rat, break time, 2s, dragging it along. Lucas yelled, break time, 0.2s, or still need one more hit. He looked at Demian, break time, 0.2s, urging break time, 0.2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s. Hurry up. He focused all his concentration on his eyes, then fired accurately in the aimed direction. The arrow pierced, break time, 0.2s, spraying blood. Ryu, break time, 0.2s. At this moment, break time, 0.2s, was unaware, break time, 0.2s, that's right, break time, 0.2s, we defeated. The rat, break time, 0.2s, with countless wounds, break time, 0.2s, still moved without showing any signs of stopping. He was extremely shocked to see that break time, 0.2s, it still has the strength to move. It was ferocious with massive muscles. Break time, bot 0.2s. He sensed something bad. Break time, 0.2s. Wait, break time, 0.2s. No. It pierced through the city wall. Then it infiltrated inside as if it hadn't sustained any injuries. Cross sat on horseback. Break time. Jajari, 0.2s. Looking towards the battlefield. Break time. Zachao, 2s. He realized something was wrong. Break time. Zachao, 2s. Having been a war general his entire life. Break time. Zachao, 2s. Fighting against monsters. Break time. Zachao, 2s. The man immediately recognized it. Cross guessed that there was something different about this monster attack. Break time, 0.2s. He noticed that this attack was completely different from when he was in command. Cross thoughtfully looked towards the city walls. Break time, 0.2s. From what he observed, break time, 0.2s. He stated, break time, 0.2s. The monsters not only have overwhelming numbers, but also the ability to coordinate break time, 0.2s, and they are no longer just a disorganized rabble, but a unified army. Cross's face turned pale. Break time, 0.2s. He wondered, break time, 0.2s. Has Prince Ru had to withstand attacks of this scale 3 times already? Cross recalled the times Ru had come to him for help. Break time, 0.2s. Now, break time, 0.2s. The man understood why the new commander, break time, 0.2s, the Empire's youngest prince, break time, 0.2s, had desperately sought his aid. In his memory, break time, 0.2s. The young prince was indeed very talented. Break time, 0. Even though this was hard to believe given his notorious reputation in the city as a drunken wastrel. Break time, 0.2s. Cross thought to himself, break time, 0.2s. This is bad. He touched his spear and wondered, break time, 0.2s. Should I help? Cross recalled his painful past. His expression darkened. Cross closed his eyes and made a decision. Break time, 0.2s, no. He turned his horse around and rode away. Break time, 0.2s, muttering to himself. Break time, 0.2s. I'm retired. Break time, 0.2s. There's no reason for me to rush into battle. Break time, 0.2s. Cross thought again. Break time, 0.2s. I can live a peaceful old age and pass away peacefully by my orchard. He suddenly widened his eyes. On the city wall, break time, 0.2s. A large hole had been breached in the gate by a monster. Cross's pupils contracted. His face was covered in sweat. Break time, 0.2s. No, break time, 0.2s. I haven't fought in a long time. Cross remembered his vineyard. Break time, 0.2s. He made a decision. Break time, 0.2s. I have to go home. Break time, 0.2s. Back to my orchard. At his wife's tombstone, break time, 0.2s, a bouquet of flowers was placed right beside it. Break time, 0.2s. Cross affirmed, break time, 0.2s. Wait for me, break time, 0.2s. This time, break time, 0.2s. I will protect you myself. Ru hurriedly issued instructions. Break time, 0.2s. Order the evacuation of the city. Break time, 0.2s. Immediately. The sound of the rat's footsteps echoed from the direction of the city walls. Ru break time, 0.2s. standing above break time, point twos, saw them approaching and thought, break time, point twos. The second wave of the sewer rat's attack has gotten this close. The soldiers hurriedly moved as he requested, break time, dot twos, except for a small number of artillerymen and archers, break time, dot twos. All the infantry still capable of fighting moved down to defend below the gate of the city walls. Turning his head, break time, 0.2s. He ordered, break time, 0.2s. Lucas, break time, 0.2s. Take command of the soldiers for me. The remaining cannons continued to fire break time, Yao 2s, and everyone else continued to maintain firepower. He continued, break time, 0.2s, laying out his plan. Break time, 0.2s. We must establish a fire barrier to shield the breach in the city wall. Rue commanded Jupiter, break time, 0.2s, who was standing beside him, break time, 0.2s. Jupiter, break time, 0.2s. Fight freely as you wish, break time, 0.2s, but kill as many as possible in one blow. Break time, 2.2s. Her hands were enveloped in lightning. Ryu loudly ordered, break time, 0.2s. As soon as you accumulate enough mana, break time, 0.2s. Immediately release all the lightning, break time, 0.2s. She was exhausted but still replied as he wished, break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness. He turned to face Lily and asked, break time, 0.2s. Are there any constructs usable right now, break time, 0.2s? She replied that only the acceleration construct was available. Rue wondered, break time, 0.2s. What about the flamethrower construct? Break time, 0.2s. Hearing this, break time, 0.2s. She immediately replied, break time, 0.2s. But it takes 10 minutes to recharge. He turned and ordered break time, 0.2s, by use acceleration on the soldiers immediately, break time, 0.2s, and use the flamethrower as soon as it's fully charged, break time, 0.2s. She replied clearly, break time, 0.2s, yes, break time, 0.2s, Your Highness. Finishing his words, break time. 2s. Ryu hurriedly moved in another direction, break time, 0.2s, and Demian. He was startled by what he saw. Demian was now crying in fear, break time, 0.2s. Yes, break time, 0.2s, Your Highness. Piecing everything together, break time, 1.2s. Ryu understood Demian's current state of mind. He must still believe that everything was his fault. He flicked Demian's forehead, then encouraged him, break time, 0.2s, well done, break time, 0.2s, kid. Demian felt somewhat moved, break time, 0.2s, your break time, 0.2s, Your Highness. Ryu placed his hand on Demian's shoulder and reassured him, break time, 0.2s. Don't blame yourself for just one or two small mistakes. Break time, 0.2s. Be confident. His perception of Demian was of a marksman who never missed his target, break time, 0.2s, or a true hidden game-breaking character. Then he continued to praise break time, 0.2s. Your mere presence is already a great contribution to me. He went on, break time, 2s, so break time, 2s. Believe in yourself as I believe in you. Break time, 2s. Demian replied with tearful eyes, break time, 2s. Yes, break time, 2s, Your Highness. Ryu added one more thing, break time, 0.2s. Very good, break time, 0.2s. Demian, break time, 0.2s, because you are the last line of defense. Then he gave him the next task, break time, 0.2s. Your mission is to shatter those rats over there, break time, 2s, the ones breaking our soldiers' defense line. Demian, break time, 0.2s. Now invigorated, break time, 0.2s, replied firmly, break time, 0.2s. Understood, break time, 0.2s. Your Highness, break time, 0.2s. I will do as you wish. Ryu nodded, break time, 0.2s. Now he could only hope that everyone was doing their best to complete their tasks. A swarm of rats was rushing into the hole below. Ryu commanded, "Break time, 0.2s. The rats are advancing. Break time, 0.2s. Prepare battle formation." That was also what the soldiers feared. The champion rat break time, 0.2, crushed by the rocks, break time, 0.2s, lay blocking the center of the gate. One of them stepped on it to enter, and was instantly decapitated. Each slash from Lucas cleanly took down one rat after another. His sword was already stained with their blood. Lucas commanded everyone, "Break time, 0.2s. The rat's entrance is narrow. Break time, 0.2s. Calmly deal with them one by one. Break time, 0.2. The soldiers replied clearly, "Break time, 0.2s. Understood." The soldiers surged forward to fight. Ryu, break time, 0.2s. From above, break time, 0.2s. Sensed something unusual. Break time, 0.2s. What's that? They were crowding each other to rush in. Break time, 0.2s. The number of rats squeezing through the city wall was increasing. The rats were gnawing at the city gate. Break time, 0.2s. Are they widening the entrance? He felt uneasy about this strangeness. Break time, 0.2s. What kind of sewer rats are these? Break time, 0.2s. They're no different from mole rats. Ryu shouted the next command. Break time, 0.2s. Flamethrowers ready. Break time, 0.2s. Begin activation. Suddenly, break time, 0.2s. There was a piercing scream. Ryu quickly turned his head and asked, "Break time, 0.2s. What's wrong? Break time, 0.2s, in Lily." The rats jumped up and gnawed at people. Those attacked by them raised their bloodied hands. Break time, 0.2s. Clutching at Lily, break time, 0.2s. Lady Lily. Ryu hurriedly ran over. He punched a rat with a sky-shattering blow. Break time, 0.2s. Eat this break time, 0.2s, you prince punch. Random points obtained. Break time, 0.2s. Sword jackpot, 0.15. The rat was sent flying into the sky by the punch. Ryu was extremely angry. Break time, 2s. They're even climbing over the walls now. A swarm of rats climbed the walls and crawled up. Her eyes welled up with tears. Break time, 0.2s. But she still didn't forget to defend. At this moment, break time, 0.2s. Lily was no longer afraid. Break time, 0.2s. Her eyes clearly showed determination. Break time, 0.2s. Come here. Break time, 0.2s. You scum. Break time, 0.2s. Get back to hell. Ryu's face gradually paled. Break time, 0.2s. He couldn't activate the constructs because many alchemists had been injured. Break time, now 2s, and some had died. A soldier unexpectedly had his arm severed. He hugged his arm and screamed in pain. Break time, 0.2s. My arm, break time, 0.2s. My arm is gone. Break time, 0.2s. He couldn't do anything now. Break time, 0.2s. The soldiers defending below the city walls also began to suffer losses. They were all trying to fight back against the rats. Break time, 0.2s, and the long-range attackers were dealing with the disruptors. Break time, 0.2s, and both teams were gradually losing numbers. He punched one after another. Ryu was gradually losing strength. Break time, 0.2s. At this rate, the current situation felt too unstable to him. Break time, 0.2s. At this rate, break time, 0.2s. The damage would be beyond control. He was dealing with a rat when suddenly, break time, 0.2s. That's Lord Ward Duke. Ryu, break time, 0.2s, looking disheveled. Break time, 0.2s, was also surprised. Break time, 0.2s. What? A light flashed in the distance. A spear was raised to the sky. A strange figure was riding a horse towards the city gate. Break time, 0.2s, incredibly fast. He roared, break time, 0.2s, turn around and fight me, break time, 0.2s, you beastly sewer rats. He immediately drew the attention of the rats. Ryu recognized this tactic. break time, 0.2s, wide area provocation. The rats roared ferociously. He was also quite curious about this strategy of his break time, 0.2s. What are you planning to do? Break time, 0.2s, cross. But Rue was equally worried. Break time, 0.2s. What are you doing? Break time, 0.2s. War Duke, break time, 0.2s. You'll die. Lord Cross knew beforehand that this would be very dangerous, but still handled it calmly. In Ryu's memory, break time, 0.2s, Charlie Cross's entire life had never stopped the killing. Break time, 0.2s. The place he was born was a fortress that always had to fight against monsters. Break time. So, 2s. So even when his father died and he inherited the position, break time. So, 2s. Becoming a young city lord. What he usually did was still kill monsters every day. Break time, 0.2s. He was the nemesis of monsters. Break time, 0.2s. Basically, the golden-eyed girl with snow-white hair was holding a bouquet of flowers. Break time, 0.2s. Waiting for him. Break time, 0.2s. Good morning. Break time, 0.2s. City Lord, break time, 0.2s. In his narration, break time, 0.2s. That was before that girl appeared. He was quite wary. Break time, 0.2s. What was she trying to sell? But she gently placed the flowers in his hand. Break time, re 2 summer flowers. Break time, re, sir. Break time, re. What she wanted was a merchant's desire. Break time, re 2s, a permit to open a flower shop. He was a little impressed. Break time, 0.2s. War Duke Cross was astonished by her. Cross carelessly ignored all that. Break time, 0.2s. This place is the front line of the city. Break time, G.2s. All we need are spears. Break time, G.2s. Swords, break time, G.2s. Arrows, break time, G.2s. And cannons, break time, G.2s. What's the meaning of your flowers? Break time, G.2s. They'll only wither quickly. She still didn't give up and enthusiastically explained to him, break time, 0.2s. It's precisely because they are useless and weak that people need to cherish and protect them. Break time, 0.2s, sir. Those words were etched into his memory. Break time, 0.2s. Beautiful flowers would wither quickly. Break time, 0.2s. But they always carried some meaning for everyone. Break time, 0.2s. But he couldn't understand this. She smiled kindly. Break time, 0.2s. Cross had initially suspected that she was a foreign spy. One day, break time, 0.2s, a customer visited the flower shop. She cheerfully welcomed him back. Break time, 0.2s. That customer was Lord Cross. Break time, 0.2s. I've never seen this kind of flower before. Break time, 0.2s. Strangely, break time, 0.2s. He came to the flower shop almost every day. Break time, 0.2s, looking for evidence. She diligently guided him, break time, 0.2s. He gradually learned the differences in color and fragrance and remembered the names of each flower, break time, 0.2s. But even so, that changed him, break time, 0.2s. He still didn't know why they were beautiful, break time, 0.2s. A year later, break time, 0.2s. Charlie Cross proposed to the girl. Back to reality, break time, 0.2s. The sound of horses galloping on the battlefield. Cross didn't forget to curse, break time, 0. Take this break time, 0.2s, you rotten rats. He had drawn the attention of the rats. Rue was puzzled. Break time, 0.2s. What are you doing? Break time, 0.2s. Are you Don Quixote and the windmills? He tried to shout as loudly as possible. Break time, 0.2s. What are you doing? Break time, 0.2s. War Duke. Break time, 0.2s. Don't commit suicide. However, break time, 0.2s. Cross showed no fear at all. Break time, 0.2s, as if he had prepared himself mentally. He gritted his teeth tightly. And then shouted. Cross charged straight into the swarm of rats. Flashback, break time, 0.2s, in on that moonlit night. He had rushed home anxiously. Break time, 0.2s. The monsters attacked that very day. His wife, break time, 2s. who had just given birth, break time. Twos. Was lying in bed, break time. Twos. Holding the baby in her arms. She couldn't hold back her emotions and cried break time 0.2s or look break time 0.2s or darling break time 0.2s or this is our daughter. He rushed over and carefully hugged the baby, break time, so twos. Charlie Cross forgot to wash away the blood and dust, break time, so twos. He awkwardly and carefully held the baby. Her name was Evangeline, break time 0.2s. In his eyes, break time 0.2s. Our daughter is as beautiful as her name. Break time 0.2s. Charlie, break time 0.2s. He thought, break time 0.2s. But he didn't understand beauty, break time 0.2s. So he couldn't respond to her. The baby's tiny hands grasped his finger. That made him feel a pang of emotion that he couldn't quite understand. The baby smiled innocently. Break time 0.2s. Why is this small? Break time 0.2s. Fragile. Break time 0.2s. And vulnerable child. Making my heart ache so much. Break time 0.2s. He felt break time 0.2s. Just moments before break time 0.2s. When he was tirelessly killing monsters and commanding everything to protect this place. Break time 0.2s. Now his mind was completely blank. Back to the present. Break time 0.2s. Rue ordered. Break time 0.2s. Gather the soldiers quickly. Break time 0.2s. Stop firing the cannons. Break time 0.2s. The war duke might get hit. He continued to command break time 0.2s. Use crossbows and arrows to shoot at the rats on this side. Break time 0.2s to obey. Ryu looked down. Break time 0.2s. Lucas, break time 0.2s. He replied, break time 0.2s. Yes, break time 0.2s. Your Highness. He loudly said, break time 0.2s. Gather forces in front of the city gate. Break time 0.2s. You must rescue the war duke. Lucas objected to this. Break time 0.2s. No, break time 0.2s. Your Highness, break time 0.2s. This isn't a rescue. He offered a different reasoning. Break time 0.2s. We can attack the rats from behind. Break time 0.2s. That might kill them all. Lucas's face grew even angrier. Break time 0.2s. We will win and return with the war duke. Break time 0.2s. Please give the order. Break time 0.2s as soon as possible. Break time 0.2s. Understood. The city gate gradually opened. Lucas shouted the command, break time 0.2s. Advance, break time 0.2s. Eliminate these crazy rats and protect the war duke. Lucas and the legion of soldiers charged forward. Rue was constantly fearful. Break time 0.2s. Not keeping up. Break time 0.2s. He had to be faster. His arms were already stained with blood, but that still didn't make him falter. Cross stabbed one after another. Break time E0.2s, sending them rolling dead on the ground. Rue, break time 2s. Seeing that he was unwell, break time 0.2s, couldn't understand. One after another charged forward, but Cross persevered there. Break time 0.2s, a war duke. Break time 0.2s. He wondered, break time 0.2s. Why am I here doing this? His promise from that year, he had promised his wife he would meet her again when he died. That was his decision. What Cross often said was, break time 0.2s. Why do I have to fight for this damn city? The rats attacked from all sides. Break time 0.2s, making it impossible for him to be vigilant. The wounds on his body kept bleeding. Break time 0.2s. Why? The armor on his body couldn't withstand it and fell apart. Break time 0.2s. The question he had spent his whole life searching for still had no answer. The spear was propped on the ground. Break time 0.2s. But one thing was extremely clear to him. His body trembled as if he was about to collapse. At this moment, break time 0.2s. He ran towards the rats himself. The image of his wife, break time 0.2s, house the flowers. His precious child, break time, point twos. His baby. The things that were important to him, break time, 0.2s. So weak and small, break time, 0.2s. Yet the things he needed to protect at all costs. After all, break time, 0.2s. His greatest skill had always been killing monsters. Break time, 0.2s. Hadn't it? Cross cried out loudly. Break time, 0.2s. My daughter is living in this citadel. Break time, 0.2s. This is the world she lives in. Along with his determination, break time, 0.2s. I will not let anyone trespass. His arm was almost severed. A part of his body was pierced through, but he still carried on to the very last moments. Break time, 0.2s. He knew clearly the truth that no matter how many orchards he planted, break time, no matter how many monsters he killed, what he had always longed for, break time, 0.2s, and those days would not return. Cross break time, 0.2s, from the past until now, break time, 0.2s. But for a man who only knew how to fight, break time, 0.2s, he would still raise his spear. His spirit from the past until now had not changed. Kill one. Another was defeated. He stood valiantly in the battle, break time, 0.2s. Yet another one, break time, 0.2s. The war, Duke gritted his teeth and stood straight, break time, 0.2s, waiting for the last ones. Drops of blood flowed down the spearhead, break time, 0.2s. But a strange silence fell. The silence was eerie, break time, 0.2s. Why weren't they attacking anymore? Was his whole body exhausted? Break time, 0.2s. Or was he already dead? A voice spoke, break time, 0.2s, the War Duke Cross. Lucas stepped forward to report, break time, 0.2s. All enemies have been eliminated. Break time, 0.2s. The battle is over. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lucas and the soldiers stood surrounding him. Break time, 0.2s. You can rest now. Break time, 0.2s, sir. Those words made him feel more at ease than ever before. The spear in his hand fell to the ground. Lucas stood before Rue, break time, 0.2s, your highness. His expression was extremely serious. Break time, 0.2s. I think we arrived too late. Rue stood silently for a few seconds. He looked around. Rue widened his eyes. Break time, 0.2s. That's looking ahead. He saw Demian using magic to heal Cross and called out, break time, 0.2s. Key, Demian. He looked at Rue, break time, 0.2s, his face showing sadness. Demian shook his head. He bit his lip. Break time, Dolorostab, suppressing his emotions. Then he quickly thought of a way. Break time, 0.2s. Oh, I still have the high-grade recovery potion from the reward chest from the previous expedition. Break time, 0.2, or maybe this will... Cross's voice spoke. Break time, 0.2s. Stop break time, 0.2s. This isn't a simple wound that a divine elixir can heal. Break time, 0.2s. I think it will only make me hurt more. Break time, 0.2s. Ryu softly said, break time, 0.2s. Lord War Duke, break time, 0.2s. He replied, break time, 0.2s. Just help me sit up first. Break time, 0.2s. I can't see anything. Under the setting sun's rays, Ryu quickly supported him. Break time, 0.2s. Has the battle ended? Break time, 0.2s. Ryu continued. Break time, 0.2s. The battle has truly ended. Break time, 0.2s. War Duke, break time, 0.2s. Your dedication is truly immeasurable. He looked towards the city gate and asked, break time, 0.2s. But the wall was breached. Break time, 0.2s. He replied, break time, 0.2s. The wall was breached. Break time, 0.2s. But not a single monster got through. Break time, 0.2s. Everyone inside the city is safe. That reassured Cross somewhat. Break time, 0.2s. How fortunate. He looked at everyone. Break time, 0.2s. Everyone around him couldn't hold back their tears. Break time, 0.2s. He then said, break time, 0.2s. Don't be so gloomy. Break time, 0.2s. On everyone. Cross instructed, break time 0.2s. This is the front line. Break time 0.2s. And casualties are unavoidable. Break time 0.2s. There's nothing surprising about it. Break time 0.2s. It's just my turn to die here now. He advised them not to look so sad when someone had to die. Break time 0.2s. Be happy that we won and that you were able to survive and return. He looked around the place. Cross said one thing first. Break time 0.2s. This is a city of graves. Break time 0.2s. There will be many deaths in battle. He smiled at Rue and continued, break time 0.2s. But it also means that on those graves, break time 0.2s, everyone will continue to live. Cross instructed, break time 0.2s, and if the city keeps mourning the lost, break time 0.2s in the city itself will not be able to move forward. Break time 0.2s, Your Highness, break time 0.2s, caring for the bereaved is good. Break time 0.2s, but you must ensure that people don't forget happiness because of regret. He tried to remain calm. Break time 0.2. I will certainly do so. He looked up at the sky and said, break time was 0.2s, because hope is the lifeblood for those who continue to walk on. Cross softly said, break time 0.2s. So break time 0.2s. If someone dies, break time 0.2s. It's perfectly reasonable for me to die here because I lost hope at that moment. Break time 0.2s. Please promise me one thing. Break time 0.2s, Prince Roy. He replied, break time 0.2s. Please speak. Break time 0.2s. Warduke, break time 0.2s. I will do everything within my power to fulfill your wish. His eyes gradually lost focus. Break time 0.2s. If my daughter comes here, he recalled the old memories. Break time 0.2s. Please send her my apologies. His hands gradually loosened. Break time 0.2s, and tell her to be free. The image of his precious child flashed in his mind for a moment. Break time 0.2s, and live a life that she wants to live. Break time 0.2s. Rue sadly agreed. Break time 0.2s. I will certainly convey these words for you. Break time 0.2s. Cross thought with relief. Break time 0.2s. Good. Break time 0.2s. Then it's good. He looked up at the sky. Break time 0.2s, thinking silently. Break time 0.2s. I'm sorry. Break time 0.2s. My dear, Cross silently blamed himself. Break time 0.2s. I couldn't keep my promise to the orchard. Break time 0.2s. To you. Break time 0.2s. To my daughter. Break time 0.2s. To everything. Rue touched his hands. Break time 0.2s. No, break time 0.2s. Warduke, break time 0.2s. You saved this country. Break time 0.2s, not just once. Rue encouraged him. Break time 0.2s. But you've done so your entire life. Break time 0.2s. You've protected every person. Break time 0.2s, both above and below the front lines. He affirmed, break time 0.2s. This nation owes you a debt of gratitude. Break time 0.2s. There was no response. Cross gradually lost consciousness. Break time 0.2s. I'm sorry. Break time 0.2s. In the end, break time 0.2s. I couldn't do anything. Break time 0.2s. His current state was such that he could no longer hear his words. Suddenly, break time 0.2s. Ryu was startled. Break time 0.2s, and then break time 0.2s. I remember. He took a small pouch from his trouser pocket, the pouch of dried fruit that the Warduke had given him. Rue recalled break time 0.2s. At that time, break time 0.2s. I didn't understand why he kept this pouch of fruit when its taste wasn't even good. Break time 0.2s. Perhaps the pouch of fruit was for this moment. He put the dried fruit into his mouth. Cross gradually sensed it. He recognized. Cross recalled the moment when his wife had fed him break time 0.2s. This grape is really, although it wasn't delicious break time 0.2s, had for him break time the 0.2s, it was sweet. Rue now knew that the War Duke's pulse had completely stopped. Break time 0.2s, Betty from far away. Break time, deus. The sound of a bell rang. The people gathered break time 0.2s that signified that the monster invasion had ended and the evacuation order had been lifted. Rue was still holding him break time 0.2s. I can't understand. He kept thinking break time 0.2s. This man threw away everything to protect this city. Break time, Fraus. This man hated this city so much that he wanted to end his own bloodline. Rue still truly didn't understand why he had returned at the last minute and what he had fought and died for. And a big question mark remained. Break time 0.2s. Why would the battlefield make a person sacrifice their life for it? Ryu's expression darkened. Break time 0.2s, and so heavy. Break time 0.2s. Lord War Duke, break time 0.2s. In your position as the commander of this city. He looked at Cross's face. Break time 0.2s. It's truly too heavy. A moment of victory, break time 0.2s. Yet an eerie silence enveloped the place. The system announced, break time 3.2s, shootage 2, clear, break time 3.2s. Your rewards have been sent, break time St. 2s, please check your inventory. The rewards appeared break time 0.2s, and stage MVP, break time 0.2s, 3-star Lucas SSR. Urgent notification, break time 0.2s. Injured or deceased character. Break time 0.2s. Guest Charlie Cross, SR. On the night of the full moon, the door gradually creaked open. Ader anxiously asked Han, break time 0.2s. Oh, break time 0.2s. My master, break time 0.2s. Are you injured anywhere? Break time 0.2s. I have been waiting with great worry. Ryu was covered in blood. Before Ader could finish praising break time 0.2s, Ryu immediately grabbed his collar. Break time 0.2s. You also did very well in this stage. Break time 0.2s. You were truly very impressive. Break time 0.2s. Were master. He struggled. Break time 0.2s. Master. Break time 0.2s. Your. Rue angrily said, break time 0.2s. Tell me, break time 0.2s. Ader coughed and replied, break time 0.2s. What break time 0.2s? Ryu continued to ask, break time 0.2s. I said, break time 0.2s. Answer me, break time 0.2s. Ader was even more confused. Break time 0.2s. Master, break time 0.2s. What are you talking about? Ryu's expression was extremely fierce as he interrogated, break time 0.2s. Stop pretending to be stupid and answer me right now. Break time 0.2s. You damn director. Break time 0.2s. This situation is clearly very strange. Ryu pressed the interrogation, break time 0.2s. What is with this insane difficulty level? He reproached, break time 0.2s. The tutorial was usually like that, break time 0.2s. So I ignored it. Next, break time or 0.2s where living armor appeared in stage 1, break time or 0.2s, but I just blamed it on my bad luck. However, break time 0.2s. Rue wondered, break time 0.2s. How come in every segment of stage 2, break time, 0.2s, an NPC appeared and commanded the monsters break time, 0.2s. Even in hell difficulty, break time, 0.2s. It wasn't like that. Break time, 0.2s. Tell me, break time, 0.2s. What tricks did you pull? His voice grew louder. Break time 0.2s. Why is the game so insanely difficult? Break time 0.2s. What other strange things will happen in the next stage? Ryu was eager to hear the answer right now. Break time 0.2s. Explain to me why you pretended to help me but hid these conditions from me. Break time, 0.2s. Speak carefully. Break time, 0.2s. You bastard. Ader was silent for a moment. Break time, e. Then spoke, break time, e2s, you may not believe me, break time, use, master. He replied seriously, break time, 0.2s. But I am helping you in my own way. Break time, do, pause. I am telling the truth. The answer was unsatisfactory. Break time, 0.2s. So Rui tightened his grip even more. Break time, 0.2s. Stop talking nonsense. Break time, 0.2s. You're helping me. Break time, 0.2s. And this is how I end up. Break time, 0.2s. And you still say you're helping me. Break time, 0.2s. Ader pointed to the collar. He explained break time, since 2s. The collar you received is the reward for clearing the no-death run, break time, 0.2s. When if you clear stage 3, break time phase 0.2s, and its functions will be unlocked. Ader said further, break time, 0.2s. When its functions are unlocked, break time, 0.2s. You will understand why these strange things are happening. He explained, break time, 0.2s. If you just clear one more stage, break time, 0.2s, you will understand why these things are appearing. Ader's face paled as he tried to reassure, break time, 0.2s, so break time, 0.2s, master, break time, 0.2s, no, break time, 0.2s, Rue, break time, 0.2s. I hope that you will be able to overcome this. He said with hidden meaning, break time, 0.2s. I truly hope that you will be able to continue fighting the way you have been fighting now. Break time, 0.2s. Even one day, break time, 0.2s, and you will know the madness of this world. Break time, 0.2s. Rao was puzzled. Break time, 0.2s. What break time, 0.2s? Ader warned, break time, 0.2s. Because at that time, break time, 0.2s. You won't be able to escape from it. Rue asked the crucial question. Break time, 0.2s, can't escape from what? He just forced a smile. A grand game of chess has been set. Break time, 0.2s. The answer is to ask this very world. Evangeline set foot back in the city. She looked at the surrounding scenery.